Chapter 301, Genin Test, Genjutsu. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Feeling a bit disoriented, Hinata found herself staring at Naruto on the verge of death, riddled with kunaus and shurikens. It shocked her, but she quickly recognized she was in Genjutsu and promptly fluctuated her chakra, breaking out of it. Her senses returned to normal, making her head snap in the direction of the Kakashi who cast the Genjutsu, only to witness a few wisps of white smoke, signifying it was a clone that dispelled. The immediate threat gone, Hinata's eyes quickly flickered to Sasuke, who stood rooted in his spot with wide eyes before she looked at Naruto, who lied on the ground, shivering. Hinata disregarded the Uchiha and jumped directly towards Naruto, knowing the knucklehead will have a lot harder time combating illusions than someone with activated Sharingan. Kneeling next to Naruto, Hinata put her hand on his chest and pulsed her chakra into his system, only briefly noting that Sasuke finally snapped out of the Genjutsu. Unlike Hinata's expectations, Naruto didn't immediately wake up. Instead, tears started to stream down his cheeks, making Hinata worry. Naruto leaned forward in worry when Ramen. Naruto's upper body abruptly sprang up with a scream, causing Hinata to widen her eyes before their foreheads collided with a loud and painful thud, making their heads jerk backward. Ow! Naruto's upper body impacted the ground headfirst before his hands snapped towards the back of his head that hurt more than his forehead. Hinata, who fell on her bum, also started to rub her forehead with her hands, holding back tears while slightly blushing from the proximity of their faces at the time of the collision. Both of them completely ignored the deadpan look a certain Uchiha was shooting them from the side. I am in the team with idiots, he resignedly thought with a tired sigh. Not far away, Kakashi, who was about to start running in the direction of the three genins, suddenly shook his head as a sudden pain invaded it alongside the memories of his last clone, who was forcibly dispelled by exhausting almost all of its available chakra. This kind of dispel was even worse than a clone being killed as far as the user was concerned. In a fight, this would have been fatal, since for a second, it gave the user a sense of vertigo not dissimilar from what real chakra exhaustion feels like, causing him a headache and an impression of physical weakness that almost drove Kakashi to his knees. The unpleasant feeling was gone almost as far as it appeared, but that second would have been fatal in a fight. This was yet another reason why shadow clones were not used by high-ranked ninjas in fights. Naruto. Kakashi frowned. Who would have thought the kid has anti-genjutsu countermeasures set up? Kakashi's clone knew that genjutsu was a bad idea against a team with Hyuga and Uchiha. He didn't think it would be effective much. He just wanted to see how long it would take them to break out of it for the sake of evaluation. Sasuke had his Sharingan, which meant sticking a genjutsu on the kid was hard as heck. Fortunately for Kakashi, he knew a lot about Sharingan and knew how to bypass some of its natural abilities. Getting past Sasuke's 3-tomo Sharingan was a slightly troublesome piece of cake for Kakashi, even though he doubted the genjutsu would last for more than 5 seconds. After all, a fully matured Sharingan was called a cheat for a reason. Hinata was a Hyuga. This was even more bothersome than Sharingan as far as genjutsu was concerned. Many genjutsu specialists think that the key to defeating a Hyuga with genjutsu is using non-visual one. Well, many of those found out the hard way why that was not a good idea. Hyugas simply could see their own chakra network, and that meant they instantly discovered if something was amiss with it. Kakashi was in Umbu, and thanks to his bountiful experience he knew a way to trick these white eyes too. Granted, only 1 out of 10 Hyugas would be unobservant enough to miss it, but Kakashi decided to test Hinata anyway. As for Naruto, a sudden desperate scream of "Ramen" spread through the forest, scaring many birds in the vicinity and causing Kakashi to grin. Since Uchiha and Hyuga were walking cheats against genjutsu, Kakashi decided Naruto would have to be evaluated more harshly. As such, the genjutsu he put Naruto under was a bit special. A less-known fact about Sharingan was that it could alter the perception of time to an extent in its genjutsu. In the few seconds Naruto was caught in the genjutsu, he was made to relive an entire day of being bound to a chair and unable to move, while all around him were thousands of fragrant, delicious-looking ramen bowls daringly tempting the young Uzumaki with their delicious aroma, making him drool. And amidst these bowls, right opposite Naruto, a different Naruto stood, gulping down a bowl after bowl with gusto before the ramen replenished itself, while he viciously mocked and taunted the real Naruto. Ah, nothing triumphs a good mental torto, ahem, training. Kakashi nodded in self-satisfaction. The Sharingan's ability to change the perception of time was very limited. It only allowed Kakashi's clone to at most stretch a few seconds to 1 day, and even that consumed half of its available chakra. Even the original Kakashi would not be able to do better than that, no matter if he was willing to expend more chakra on it. This ability of Sharingan wasn't known simply because no Uchiha in his right mind would use it in the middle of a fight. The chakra consumption was far too much, and extending the target's perception of time just gave him more time to actually realize he is in genjutsu and counter it. That said, this was Naruto surrounded by ramen, so Kakashi wouldn't be surprised if the kid totally disregarded the possibility of genjutsu and actually thought he died and went to heaven. Kakashi went through the memories he inherited from his clone, and unexpectedly, the second the clone caught Naruto in the genjutsu, something triggered, making the clone unable to disconnect his chakra from Naruto's, and he was instantly sucked dry of its chakra, causing him to dispel before he could gather the necessary anti-genjutsu evaluation of the team. So that was the reason I was hit by the feeling of chakra exhaustion. Kakashi briefly shuddered, glad he didn't try to use genjutsu on Naruto himself while wondering what the heck was the jutsu safeguarding him. It clearly allowed Naruto to be put under genjutsu while attacking the caster. Maybe it's a seal. Kakashi pondered. It wouldn't be far-fetched. Naruto was an Uzumaki and both of his parents were seal masters. Yet, Kakashi doubted it is a seal made by Naruto. It was a too brutal counter for the knucklehead Sunshine to come up with it himself. Kakashi's mood soured as a frown showed on his hidden lips. Why do I have the bad feeling it is some kind of extremely dangerous forbidden jutsu? And why only Anko comes to mind as the person who would teach an academy student such a thing? Kakashi wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer to these questions. Chapter 302, Genin Test, Fin. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. The three Genins tried to hide again, but once Kakashi employed some unconventional methods he learned during his stay in Umbu, even the ingenious cloaking seals Naruto made couldn't prevent him from finding them. Alas, Naruto simply didn't have enough experience to configure the seal against every possible way of tracking somebody. That's how the unfortunate Naruto, and yes, Kakashi targeted him first on purpose despite Uchiha or Hyuga being better targets, suddenly found himself being pulled down into the ground, causing Hinata's eyes to widen as she inwardly scolded herself for not looking underground with her Byakugan while jumping towards him in an attempt to help. Naruto wasn't in the best mental state when the attack happened. He was nervous and anxious. He just experienced the mental torture of being surrounded by thousands of bowls of ramen and not being able to eat any of it. He also knew he probably, maybe, most likely, went a bit too far with his dog prank on Kakashi. As his mind was preoccupied with these thoughts, he wasn't able to react in time when Kakashi suddenly attacked. Hinata was about to reach him when Naruto's body was fully submerged underground, only his head sticking out. Unfortunately for her, she was mid-jump when Kakashi sprang up from the ground and swiftly grabbed her by forearms and swung their bodies to the right, spinning on his heel as he threw her like a sack of potatoes right at Sasuke, who was leaping into the fray from the opposite side. Hinata's body crashed into Sasuke's for the second time that day, sending them tumbling through the air. This time, she was more prepared and Sasuke found himself quite literally being kicked out of his stupor when Hinata's feet brutally impacted his gut, making his body bend as she kicked him away from herself. Not a second later, a fireball sent at her from Kakashi's direction engulfed her body, before its spinning rapidly increased more and more until it spun so fast the flames were extinguished, revealing Hinata's Kaiden. As Sasuke's body flew through the air, he made use of the momentum Hinata's kick granted him to shift into a good position before he threw a shuriken at Kakashi, who just finished casting fireball and was about to focus back on Naruto. This shuriken made him lean back and momentarily stop paying attention to Naruto, which interrupted his attack on the defenseless prankster. Nevertheless, Kakashi's left foot sprang forward while his body was leaning back, delivering a nasty kick to Naruto's chin with the intention of knocking him out and breaking his jaw. Much to Kakashi's surprise, as his kick connected, Naruto burst into smoke, revealing it was just a clone. Naruto was quite proficient at getting out of body restrictions. He kinda had to be since he lived with Anko. All he needed was Kakashi being distracted for a second so he could replace himself without alerting the Jonin. Fortunately for him, Sasuke's shuriken gave him such a distraction. Kakashi wasn't surprised for more than a split of a second before his hand sneaked into his pouch and 3 shurikens found themselves flying in 3 different directions. Hinata just finished her kaiden, a bit disoriented because kaiden was not made to be used mid-air. Her feet barely landed on the ground and she was intending to jump back into the fray when her eyes widened. She quickly threw her body back, evading the shuriken that aimed at her jugular by a half-inch. Unfortunately for her, behind her was a tree and her back impacted it with all of her weight, making her groan as she fell on her knees, which distracted her from her intention of attacking Kakashi. She wondered how experienced her Jonin-sensei must be to make such perfect use of the biggest weakness of kaiden. Not many knew, but it took a split second for Hyuga to reorient himself after finishing kaiden. During that split second, they might as well be blind to the world despite their Byakugan, since everything is just spinning in front of their eyes. That's why Hinata noticed the shuriken so late. The second shuriken headed straight at Sasuke, who was in the middle of weaving seals for the great fireball technique. Sasuke's eyes also widened when he realized he can either finish the technique and get hit by the shuriken or interrupt his technique and evade. The Uchiha briefly wondered if his attack was worth getting hit by the shuriken, but then decided there was no guarantee his fireball would actually hit Kakashi, so he promptly threw himself into the roll to the left, fully intending to start quickly attacking again in order to minimize the amount of time Kakashi had without being pressurized. As for the third shuriken, Naruto, who suddenly leaped out of the treetops a bit right above Kakashi, only barely managed to tilt his head downward, almost pressing his cheek to his shoulder. This allowed him to use said cheek as a shield. Instead of ripping through his neck, the shuriken whizzed through his cheek, leaving a bloody gash behind. Naruto didn't pay much attention to his injury. Because he didn't dodge, he was still mid-leap at Kakashi and he fully intended to continue his attack. Kakashi, as if momentarily stunned that Naruto didn't evade, also failed to dodge when Naruto's fist impacted his cheek. Naruto wasn't happy though. The Kakashi he hit was too hard. Before he could finish that thought, the Kakashi turned to stone, revealing it was just an earth clone. Naruto's breath briefly hitched as he remembered a small problem. Since he didn't burst into smoke upon hitting the earth clone, it practically revealed that he was the original. He was about to do a quick kawarimi when secret ninja technique, 1000 years of pain. Naruto felt something enter his ass from below, sending a weak current of Raiden chakra through his body, causing his eyes to bulge out before he was propelled forward, back into the treetops where he smacked his head on a thick branch with a loud crack just at the right angle which made his body twirl around the branch and start crashing to the ground. Naruto was out cold before he impacted the ground, breaking several bones, and started twitching. Sasuke and Hinata finally reoriented themselves just in time to witness this historical moment, making them both stupefied while a chill went up to their spines as they subconsciously tightened their butt cheeks before giving Kakashi wary looks. In return, he only smiled at them before bursting into smoke. Both Sasuke and Hinata cursed, raising their guard. Sasuke suddenly raised his forearm, blocking Kakashi only thanks to being able to see him with his matured Sharingan. Unfortunately for him, a loud crack resounded through the surroundings, making him grit his teeth and soldier through the pain as Kakashi was already mid-kick towards his left side. Sasuke had no other choice than to lift his left leg, blocking Kakashi's kick with his shin. Another cracking sound reverberated through the clearing when Hinata finally reached her teammate. Kakashi refocused on the Hyuga finished with the Uchiha who helplessly flopped onto the ground whimpering and trying to stifle his groans of pain. This lesson was, in Kakashi's opinion, very necessary for the kid. This would hammer down the fact that just because he can see the attack, doesn't mean he can react or safely block it. Hinata pushed down her fear as Kakashi turned towards her and was about to attack when the alarm bell announced the end of this exercise. Hinata stopped in her tracks and blinked, her mind freaking out as she suddenly realized Kakashi's fist was just an inch from her face. Gulping, she bonelessly fell onto her bum, looking at the Jonin with wide eyes. She didn't see him move at all? Kakashi sighed and turned to Hinata. Basically, unlike Sharingan, Byakugan doesn't give you a better perception. You can see a lot further than Uchiha can and with a bigger detail, but that doesn't mean you can react or even notice someone moving too fast for your eyes. Or at least, that's what I was about to beat into you. He nonchalantly shrugged after verbally narrating her lesson. Lucky you? Hearing him, Hinata fainted, the mild chakra exhaustion finally catching up to her. It might not have seemed like it, but during these few hours, it was her who used most chakra as she had to constantly keep Byakugan up while also using Kaiten multiple times. Seeing that the fight was done, Anko jumped down from the treetops from where she witnessed the entire thing. I see you took your teaching duties seriously. She sweetly smiled, making Kakashi take a step back. You can say that. He casually replied, thankful that his forehead hid the bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. But Kakashi. Anko cracked her knuckles with a wide ominous smile spreading across her lips. What did we say about getting too serious against our cute little Genins? Kakashi's eyes flickered towards the three kids who were either on the verge of chakra exhaustion or had multiple broken bones. Oh, shit. Needless to say, he attempted to run for his life. Chapter 303, Tsunade and her students. In Naruto, Reborn with talent. This must be some kind of a new record. Tsunade's cold stare landed on the fidgeting Anko who was currently standing in front of her table and giving a report about the Genin test of Team 7. Let me get this straight. Not even a day has passed and your entire team is out of commission? You have not finished even one D-rank mission yet, but 4 out of 5 members of your team are already in the hospital. It's not my fault. Anko defended herself, crossing her arms under her chest with a pout while averting her eyes from Tsunade's steel-like gaze. Not your fault. Tsunade repeated with a hint of disbelief in the undertone of her voice. Let's see. Tsunade took a file from her table, flipping it open, and started narrating. Uchiha Sasuke, broken right hand and left leg, multiple cracked ribs, several torn muscles, concussion. It goes on. Tsunade glanced at Anko who grimaced. Even with our medics tending to him, he will be out of commission for a week. It's not the worst he has had so far. Anko weakly tried, getting a snort from Tsunade. Hinata Hyuga, Tsunade continued, also cracked several ribs, mild burns on her arms, chakra exhaustion. Well, she got off lightly. Praiseworthy result considering Kakashi was going at them quite seriously. Still, she will be in hospital for 3 days at the very least. Anko's eyes slightly widened when she heard that. Tsunade just basically admitted she was watching the whole thing. Needless to say, Anko got even quieter, knowing no amount of bullshit no jutsu could save her now. Naruto Uzumaki. Well, not important. Tsunade hummed. He is already healed and is only detained in the hospital for observation because he had burns on his internal organs from Kakashi's lightning-ass poke. Anko's eyebrow twitched at that. She remembered that scene and couldn't help but try hard at stifling a chuckle. Her good mood quickly ceased when Tsunade warningly narrowed her eyes at her. And the best one. Kakashi hey take. Tsunade gave Anko an accusatory look. Broken both knees, broken right arm in 5 different places, broken left arm at the forearm, shattered ribs, concussion, torn muscles at multiple places. You know what? Let's just say the man was basically dismantled alive. You wouldn't know something about that, would you, Anko-chan? Tsunade asked in a sweet coaxing tone and Anko shivered. I might have gone a bit too far in our spar. Anko slumped her shoulders, admitting her wrongdoings. Spar. Tsunade lifted an eyebrow at the wording. Anko. Sparring matches do not end with your opponent having to spend 2 weeks in the hospital eating through a straw. I wouldn't know. I sparred only with you for the last few years. Anko petulantly mumbled, causing the corner of Tsunade's lips to twitch in amusement. What am I going to do with you? Tsunade rubbed the bridge of her nose while secretly smirking. This was exactly why Anko was never considered for the position of the next Hokage by Tsunade despite being the second strongest ninja currently in the village. Just go and report for duty in a week when your genins are healed. Your team will be without Jonin until Kakashi gets better. Understood. Anko nodded, knowing this meant she would have to supervise D ranks. For the first time since it happened, Anko regretted roughing Kakashi up. This was basically punishment in itself. Dismissed. Tsunade said, returning to her paperwork while Anko left with a dejected sigh. Tsunade was signing papers when she suddenly offhandedly spoke, "You can stop, Kurane. Your genjutsu is fooling no one. Even Anko noticed you." The air above the couch suddenly shimmered, revealing Kurane sitting there, frowning at being discovered so easily. "One day. I swear that one day I will catch you off guard, sensei," she muttered, causing Tsunade to shake her head in exasperation. "Not likely. My senjutsu senses are impossible to fool with a genjutsu," Tsunade thought, keeping that bit to herself. "So, how was your team?" she asked. Kurane proudly beamed, "They are incredible. Yakumo is such a great talent in genjutsu. She will no doubt become the next Konoha's genjutsu mistress. During the test, she managed to catch me for a second in such an incredibly intricate." Tsunade half listened, half ignored the enthusiastic bragging veiled as a report while trying to find out what did she do to deserve this kind of torture. She was a taijutsu expert. She had no idea what half of the things Kurane was talking about meant. Half an hour passed like this and Tsunade finished half of her daily quota of paperwork while Kurane didn't stop talking even for a second. And then there is Shino. Hearing the name, Tsunade decided to pay a bit more attention in between her paperwork since the excruciating genjutsu describing part was mostly over. His bug techniques are good but he will need more training in taijutsu. Sensei. Kurane shyly started. "Yeah," Tsunade boredly asked, already aware of what her student will ask next. "Could you, perhaps, give me some advice on how to help Shino with taijutsu? I can give him basic exercises but, well, you are the expert here so I thought I would ask, if it's no problem." Kurane averted her gaze, hoping her mentor would help her student. Tsunade found Kurane's eagerness when it came to genjutsu bothersome but this was the reason why she decided to groom Kurane into the next Hokage. Despite all of her faults, the woman simply cared in a special kind of way. Tsunade sighed, giving Kurane a fed-up glance before she threw a scroll at her. "There are exercises for both Abarame and Inuzuka. So, how is the last member of your team?" "Chop chop, I don't have the whole day for your report, Kurane." Kiba." Kurane's voice lost all enthusiasm. "He is a pervert." She deadpanned, causing Tsunade to snicker. "I honestly have no idea why you gave him to me when you know how I don't like these kinds of people," she complained. "Exactly because of that?" Tsunade admitted, "This will be a learning experience for both you and Kiba. There is no better teacher than you as far as curbing his more Inuzuka-ish nature goes and there is no better student than Kiba as far as training your patience is concerned. You will be good for each other." Needless to say, Tsunade inwardly laughed at the conflicted and unwilling expression on Kurane's face. Alas, being a Hokage meant being a politician, and being a politician meant dealing with all kinds of unsavory people. This was just the start of preparing Kurane for her future. Then again, Tsunade couldn't really explain that to the woman since she didn't even tell her she will be the next Hokage yet. "I already want to strangle the mutt," Kurane quietly mumbled. She was very eager to teach all three of her students. She heard about Kiba's nature before she even met him, and she was willing to give him a chance. She didn't mind his not-so-discreet looks. If that was the extent of how annoying he was, she would have been fine with that. The problem was his loud mouth and desire to be the alpha of the team. Kiba was too rash to be a leader. Unfortunately, Shino was too smart to argue with Kiba, knowing it is pointless and Yakumo couldn't care less. As such, Kiba tried to command the team, breaking the superb teamwork between Yakumo and Shino apart rather than trying to insert himself into it in a meaningful way. "Well, it's just the first day. I am sure you will get used to his antics." Tsunade smiled, remembering her own time as a genin. It took quite a lot of beatings until Jiraiya stopped being so obvious about his pervertedness near her. Dismissed. Kurane grumbled something inaudible under her nose before leaving Tsunade's office. "Sometimes I wonder why I even bothered taking in apprentices." Tsunade inwardly mused, deciding to quickly finish her paperwork. Chapter 304, Grandmother's Sadness. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. "So these are the so-called children of my eldest son." Kagaya's voice gently resounded through Ariai's head as he watched Yagura and Yujito spar, using full Baijuyu mode. They were currently quite far from the village on the other side, using one of the more remote, and therefore massive, training grounds. Two humongous beasts tore into each other with sheer physical might that rendered the surrounding country in shambles. Pieces of trees flew through the air, craters littered the ground, boulders were smashed into pulp. The fight between Baijuyu was brutal and savage from the perspective of an outsider, yet, both Ariai and Kagaya, who watched through his eyes, knew they were just playing around. After all, no Baijuidama was involved. Yet. "Yeah, that's Isabu and Matatabi, the Three Tails and Two Tails respectively." Ariai nodded. This was the first time Kagaya saw what Hago Romo did with Juobi. The 9 Baijuyu were created after she was already sealed and since Hago Romo basically adopted them, Kagaya was somewhat of a grandmother to them. Needless to say, Rei had a blast feeling all the conflicting feelings within her through their mental connection. He already informed her she had 2 long-dead grandsons and also that their reincarnations are still plaguing the world. Okay, using the word plaguing might have been a bit too much, but she didn't have to give him a migraine for an entire day because of it. No, women. That was the reason why REI watched the Genin test of Team 7. After all, both the reincarnations of Indra and Ashiro were there. That event was both fun and not. Seeing Kakashi's suffering was very entertaining. Seeing Kakashi brutally beat the shit out of Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata was also very enjoyable and nostalgic. It made REI remember his own days as Jonin-sensei. Unknown to him, Mei and Ringo involuntarily shuddered when he was remembering those times. What wasn't fun was feeling Kagaya's feelings as she watched the spectacle. For the first time, REI actually regretted making the mental connection between her and him. The sadness rolled out of her, seeping through the connection and ruining his merry mood. Kagaya wasn't sad because of seeing her grandson's reincarnations. Nor was she sad that they were injured by Kakashi. She felt sad, regretful, and copious amounts of self-pity because she didn't feel anything watching Sasuke and Naruto. No familial love. No sudden spark and grandmotherly care. Nothing. Kagaya was sad because she simply couldn't bring herself to care about them. Logically, she knew they were somewhat of a family to her. Yet, her heart refused to acknowledge it. That sent Kagaya into a long pondering mood that ended with her requesting REI to show her the Baijuyo created by Hago Romo. Hence, here he was. They are quite feisty. Kagaya dryly remarked as yet another shockwave reached REI's position, making his clothes flutter in the fierce wind despite the massive distance between him and the fighting Baijuyo. Yeah, they have been married just a bit over 2 years and they already pull their Baijuyo into their marriage quarrels. I wonder if it is the after-pregnancy crisis or if this will be the new norm in their relationship. REI wryly responded, thinking about the explosive relationship between Yujito and Yagura had after their daughter was born. So it's not the Baijuyo who is in control? Kagaya rhetorically asked, already deciphering the answer from REI's thoughts. REI knew the thing she asked and the thing she actually wanted to know were 2 different things. He didn't bother waiting for her to elaborate and ask a proper question and decided to answer what she wanted to know. No, Isabu is one of the laziest beings alive. In the past, he couldn't be bothered to fight even ninjas trying to seal him. Since I remade his seal, he is mostly sleeping his life away. Yagura can use Baijuyo mode only because Isabu allowed him to, stating it would be too troublesome having to be awake for every fight of his host. REI explained the circumstances between Yagura and Isabu's cordial relationship, feeling Kagaya's amusement through the mental connection. As for Matatabi, REI trailed off, feeling a bit awkward having to explain the cat. She is a massive pervert who just loves to nag Yujito to have sex with everything that walks. It is actually a wonder how she became like that, considering she is a chakra being. REI knew that while Matatabi might be a female in spirit but bodily she is asexual. That's why her antics were quite a curious thing. I personally blame faulty Kumo seals. REI added. What do you mean? Kagaya asked in confusion. You know how we have this mental connection between us, right? REI hinted at the answer and felt Kagaya's mild embarrassment. The connection suddenly went silent, causing REI to chuckle as he remembered Kagaya connecting to him when he had sex with Konan. Now that was both an amusing and awkward situation. Unfortunately for Kagaya, after REI explained to Konan why he suddenly stopped, she showed not an ounce of care or embarrassment that Kagaya watched. Poor Kagaya was trapped watching the two going wild at it while being mortified and feeling like a perverted voyeur. Yet, she was also far too curious for her own good to stop watching. Worse yet, some of REI's sensations seeped through the mental bond. Shortly put, REI could hear 2 sets of womanly moans that night. You, stop remembering it? It's embarrassing. Kagaya's aggravated yell made REI rub his temples. You promised not to bring it up. She mentally mumbled, and despite the headache she previously inflicted upon him, REI couldn't help but smile as he could clearly picture her blushing from head to toes. Yes, yes. I will stop embarrassing you now. Happy. REI teased with an eye roll. Don't yell again or I will cut out the mental connection. Weirdly enough, he got a distinct feeling Kagaya pouted. Anyway, yeah. Matatabi probably had a few experiences with feeling and sensation leakage through seals which resulted in her perverted nature. She is quite an honest and kind individual though. If she wasn't, Yujito wouldn't live to see a double-digit age. REI wryly smiled, remembering the atrocious seal Yujito had on her body. Then again, it was no wonder Matatabi was both perverted and kind to her hosts with how they were treated in Kumo. A sloth and a pervert, what a great family legacy. Kagaya deadpanned. Well, look at it from a positive angle. At least they are one of the most powerful beings on this planet. REI nonchalantly shrugged. That makes it even worse. Kagaya mumbled. She had her hopes up for the Baijuyo as they were powerful enough to be able to help against the Otsutsuki clan. Getting to know that 2 of the 9 were a pervert and a sloth was definitely not reassuring for her. REI wondered if he should tell her that Ichibai is murder hobo, and Kuwabai hate-filled tsundere, but decided that one revelation like this was enough for the day. He didn't want to bring her hopes down even more. Fortunately, he had the foresight to give himself a bit of leeway with their mental connection so he could hide his thoughts from Kagaya when he wanted. So, do you feel anything for them? REI decided to change the topic and instantly got his answer when a wisp of resigned sadness seeped through the connection. No, I can't consider them as my grandchildren. No matter the circumstances behind their creation. The sheer thought of that is ridiculous. Kagaya sighed. Well, at least you are not giving me a headache with your self-pity this time. Rei teased. Ass. Kagaya harumphed and cut the connection between them. Well, Rei's comment clearly made the woman come to different thoughts. That was as good a win as any in his books. Chapter 305, Izumi Uchiha. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. As Rei watched the preceding battle between Yujito and Yagura in their Baijuyu modes, he suddenly sensed an approaching chakra signature coming towards him from the direction of the village on the other side. Rei sighed and instantly created 4 shadow clones, sending them to create a barrier separating the fighting Baijuyu and him, not wanting the approaching person to be affected by the shockwaves. He knew it was time for a report from the spy network, but since Konan didn't mentally send him anything, he thought this was one of those rare peaceful days when nothing of importance happened. Apparently, he was wrong. Sitting down on a boulder, Rei waited. It took 20 more minutes before he could see a form of heavily breathing Izumi Uchiha jumping through the treetops towards him while clutching a file to her chest. It was honestly cute how she gave it her all to rush with the report to him. Such eagerness. Rei chuckled, as if it mattered if I was made to wait for 5 or 15 more minutes for the report. Anything extremely important would be reported by Konan through our mental connection anyway. Poor girl, she was definitely sent on this errand because she annoyed Konan with her questions again. Rei knew Konan liked Izumi. The girl was eager to please and desired to prove herself, putting her all in every task. Konan saw herself in the girl, although Rei really didn't see any semblance between the two. Naturally, he wisely kept quiet about it and just nodded in agreement when his wife asked about the topic. Unfortunately for Konan, Izumi was one of those people who needed things explained to them at least 3 times before they understood them. Mentoring her proved extremely aggravating for the Blunet. Then again, Izumi was also one of those geniuses that once understood something, they would start using it in unexpected ways nobody sane could think of. Maybe they are a bit similar, after all. Rei idly pondered, remembering all the irritating paper jutsu Konan created over the years. Izumi finally arrived, landing close to the place where Rei sat. Her face was bright red with a small hint of exhaustion as she animatedly tried to present the file. She clearly wanted to start speaking, but it was difficult through all that gasping for air. Amusement clearly written in his face, Rei took the file Izumi tried to hand to him while offhandedly commenting, "It is always fun to see one of the village's S-rank ninjas gasp for breath like a freshly graduated genin." Izumi was still red from head to toes, but now the reason for her redness was different. How easy. Rei inwardly snickered, watching the young woman with the corner of his eye. In the past few years, Izumi became one of the cornerstones of his village. The strongest Uchiha, her clan revered her. They even offered her the clan head position again, but Izumi, for some reason, rejected and continued working under Konan. "Ah, it's her again," Kagaya suddenly stated. "You are still here? I thought you got all pouty on me and decided to sulk in your new bed." Rei offhandedly teased, the corner of his lips twitching when he felt Kagaya stiffen. He realized he nailed it right on the head. Well, that didn't mean he was going to rub it in, though. HMPF? I felt a familiar chakra around you, so I decided to take a look. I definitely didn't want to talk to your witty ass again. You are good only in small doses, you jerk. Kagaya mentally scoffed. And let me guess, today you are overdosing, right? Rei rolled his eyes. Honestly, whatever insult she could muster, it wouldn't faze him in the slightest. After all, he could feel her enjoyment from their banter. Before Kagaya could return some witty remark of her own, Rei continued, "Anyway, by familiar chakra signature you mean Izumi? No. Yes. I definitely mean that love-struck Uchiha girl in front of you who is cutely blundering around like a bumbling fool whenever she is in your presence. It's funny to watch." Kagaya giggled and Rei could feel her genuinely smile. "Honestly, from all the descendants of mine, she is the most heartwarming one. That's mighty praise coming from the rabbit goddess herself," Rei remarked while pretending to read the utterly boring report. Why was he even getting them? Alright, he was the person in charge. Sucks to be him? Well, the girl deserves it. She did awaken Rinnegan, after all. Kagaya proudly nodded. And that was another thing. Tsunade went ballistic in her experiments 2 years ago and Izumi was a prime candidate to become the Uchiha Lab Rat #1. The reason for that was simple. As a part of the village hidden on the other side, the Uchiha clan had the right to refuse and they promptly executed it. Izumi, as Konan's apprentice, had no such luck and was promptly volunteered by her mentor. Although Konan knew Tsunade would be returning her apprentice in pristine condition. Izumi, the poor girl, however, had no idea. Tsunade blended Senjutsu DNA into Izumi, and at the end of the experiments, Izumi awakened Rinnegan. Frankly, it was a shock even for Rei who knew about the ancestry of the 2 clans, not to mention Tsunade, the Uchiha clan, and others. Apparently, it had something to do with Izumi's strong eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, or whatever. Rei didn't really care about all that scientific crap. The girl awakened the purple freaky eyes and that was that. Needless to say, Tsunade promptly rejected any request to perform the procedure on other Uchihas. She only wanted to give Senju clan's physical prowess and potent yang chakra to the village's ninjas. Evolving Izumi's eyes was not in the plan, so when it happened, the entire project was quickly scrapped by Tsunade. "The next thing you're gonna say is that you want to adopt her." "No. REI dryly stated, giving the clueless Uchiha girl a gentle smile, flustering her a bit. He couldn't blame Kaguya for her fondness for Izumi. Kaguya's close family was dead, so she only had distant descendants. From what Kaguya said, it was hard to care for those. With such diluted blood ties, Kaguya mostly judged familial relations through the chakra of a person. It was indeed true that chakra was special for each person, much like DNA. Kaguya could feel chakra on a whole new level of depth, and the second she saw Izumi, she instantly recognized the girl awakened Rinnegan, as according to Kaguya's words, it purified the girl's bloodline, making her closer to Otsutsuki. What a perfect vessel, were Kaguya's exact words. Alas, REI shut down that idea pretty quickly, and Kaguya learned to not mention it again. Fortunately for Izumi, the woman then grew fond of her clumsy act around REI, otherwise REI had no doubt Kaguya would be plotting possession right about now. Oh, REI suddenly halted, finally finding something interesting in the report. Kumo and IWA are naughty. I wonder how that will go. His lips widened into a smirk. Looking back at Izumi, who was curiously glancing at the file while trying to be subtle, he closed it before handing it back to her. Go and give it to Tsunade, will you? She can handle the rest for now. Right now. Izumi grimaced. She just ran here from the village and now she was supposed to run back to the village? She couldn't help but curse the prick who decided these training grounds will be so far away from the village. Unknown to her, the prick stood right in front of her. REI chuckled, stretching his arm before patting the young woman's head, causing her to lower it and subconsciously lean into his palm. Well, it's 2:30. As I know Konan, she will want a report by 3 p.m. since afterward she is leaving her office. You got half an hour to get back to the village. REI trailed off, seeing how Izumi's eyes widened in panic. It's already so late, she exclaimed, her eyes turning red before she disappeared into thin air. REI blinked with a frozen smile on his face, looking at his outstretched hand patting air. You look like an idiot. Kaguya's amused remark didn't help his internal turmoil. Chapter 306, Konan's Matchmaking. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. REI sat in the living room reviewing the copied disassembled versions of seals that kept Kaguya a prisoner in the moon. This was his main project for quite some months now, and he was making albeit slow, but acceptable progress, immensely pleasing the rabbit goddess who always watched with rapt attention when he was doing this. Honestly, it surprised REI how driven the woman was to learn more about her proverbial prison shackles. For a princess who never bothered to master her inner power, her desire to better herself startled REI. Then again, who was he to prevent her? It didn't matter to him anyway. Hago Romo had quite a lot of knowledge of old sealing arts that didn't really use chakra but nature energy. Studying these seals gave REI a massive overview of how sealing worked before the humans in the elemental nations received chakra and were taught how to utilize it. Sealing arts were very old practices that changed drastically over the past millennia. That was actually the main reason why REI's progress was slow. He was basically rediscovering a long-lost way of sealing with no guidebook, relying only on deconstructing very complex seals, while trying to glean the secrets behind their making. That was the main point why REI didn't mind Kaguya learning how to prevent them from affecting her again. The modern way of sealing was far too different, so even if she knew how to disrupt this archaic one, REI still had a working trump card against her. Or, at least, that was his initial intention, but the more insight he got to her head, feelings, and thought process through their mental connection, the more he realized he would most likely not need it. Then again, better safe than sorry. As he was browsing through some papers with drawn parts of a particularly hard-to-decipher seal, he was suddenly embraced from behind by a pair of gentle hands sporting nails decorated with blue nail polish, instantly revealing the identity of its owner. REI's lips curled into a smile. Hello, Konan. He gently put his hand over hers. How was your day? Izumi was being difficult. You just couldn't help yourself and tease her when she was giving you her report, could you? Konan said in a mock-accusing tone without any heat behind it as she placed her chin on the top of REI's head, leaning against him. Well, she is just so easy to tease I sometimes find it hard to resist. REI chuckled, getting an amused eye roll from Konan while her lips slightly curled. Not to mention, I am well aware of your intentions. He nonchalantly added, causing Konan's eyebrows to twitch. I guess you would be, wouldn't you? Konan resignedly remarked, lifting her chin from his head while her hands moved from the embrace onto REI's shoulders as she started to rub them. I admit that starting to invite her to our family dinners was not the subtlest move. Aren't you going to ask why though? Curiosity seeped into her tone. I don't need to. You clearly care about the girl. Considering our familial arrangements worked all these years, you probably don't see any problem with having a new addition to our family. REI Riley shook his head. He wasn't exactly pleased with this discussion. Especially not with the silent observer who was extremely interested in the topic and most likely forgot REI could feel when the mental connection between them was open. Before Konan could start speaking again, REI continued, I guess you already roped Tsunade in since she helped with elevating Izumi's strength. The Uchiha clan might have been deceived, but seriously? She didn't really need an Uchiha to try experimenting with the Senju bloodline. If my assumption is correct, you wanted to grant Izumi the ability to easily access Senjutsu. Am I wrong? REI narrated in an impassive tone, lifting his eyebrow in curiosity about the correctness of his own hypothesis. That didn't go exactly according to the plan. Konan sheepishly chuckled. Still, the results were extraordinary and the girl did get stronger. That's so. Rei hummed in agreement. Since you have Tsunade already persuaded, the only problematic person would be Pakura, considering both Mei and Ringo see you and Tsunade as their quasi-parental mentor figures and would listen to you. Not to mention Ringo would most likely not care as long as I don't stop caring for her, while Mei is quite close with Izumi. Pakura already agreed. Conan's eyebrow twitched in annoyance as she said that. In Rei's harem, Conan was basically the leader. She was with him the longest and was arguably strongest out of all his girls. Frankly, it was questionable who would win between her and Tsunade, but Tsunade was never interested in being dominant. Pakura was the only one who occasionally challenged Conan, and to be honest, it was a breath of fresh air for the Blunit. If Tsunade disagreed with her, she would simply ignore her opinion. If Mei disagreed with her, she would simply pretend to not understand until she made Conan annoyed enough to give it up. If Ringo disagreed with her, she would simply turn around and go back to her forge, giving Conan a silent treatment. That said, all three of those held Conan in high regard, and them disagreeing seldom happened. Even then it was quickly resolved. Pakura was different. She didn't grow up or live with them for years before she became a part of Rei's harem. As such, she was the only one who still didn't have her own way of preventing arguments and opted to actually argue with Conan about certain decisions. Honestly, it really helped as Conan knew she was not infallible, and having a different perspective on things usually helped to reveal errors she might have overlooked. Yeah, considering she is also raising her little windy murder machine to one day join our little family, I can see why she would agree. Rei's lips twitched into a shadow of a smile before he shook his head in amusement. She really started to care about that girl. Are you okay with that? Conan asked in worry. We are basically trying to force you to take more women without asking you about your feelings. Well, if you tried to force me to accept them, I would be pissed. Rei dryly pointed out. This awkward matchmaking maneuvering of yours though? I am honestly amused and willing to give Izumi a chance. He shrugged. Doesn't mean I will accept her. I guess we'll just have to wait and see where it will lead us. Conan showed a sincere smile due to his answer and leaned around his head, giving his cheek an appreciative kiss. Thank you. Rei closed his eyes with a sigh. Great. Now I won't be able to focus. Putting down the papers, Rei slowly turned around to face the quietly smug Conan as she licked her lips, knowing her kiss made his focus go bye-bye. You minx, you are basically asking for it with those seductive amber orbs of yours. Rei exasperatedly whispered, and before Conan could reply, his lips smashed against her as he pulled her body closer to his, hauling her around the backrest of the couch as they made out. After a few moments, Conan pulled away enough to break the string of saliva that was connecting them and straddled Rei, whose back was pressed into the couch. She put her hands onto his chest, feeling up his muscles without breaking their eye contact. It greatly pleased her when she saw the raw desire in her lover's eyes. Even after all those years together, she still evoked the same lust in him as when their relationship started. Then again, her eyes no doubt showed the exact same want if the way she felt was any indication. I have no idea what you are implying. This is all purely educational. I am just showing Kaguya how to keep her man happy. Conan quipped, causing Rei to chuckle as he could feel Kaguya's embarrassment. Needless to say, the mortified but guiltily curious rabbit goddess didn't cancel the mental connection, witnessing the couple having their intimate fun the whole night. Chapter 307, What Lies Beyond the Sea. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Rei watched in untold amusement as Conan, who was currently comfortably snuggling into his chest while drooling, finally stirred, waking up from her undoubtedly pleasant dreams. Her drowsy eyes slowly opened with confusion as her sleep-muddled mind tried to catch up. Conan suddenly flared bright red, no doubt realizing her current position. Despite her embarrassment, she just slightly lifted her head and looked Rei straight into his eyes, a happy smile stretching on her lips. Good morning. She tried to play off her embarrassment by acting as if nothing happened. Rei lifted an eyebrow at her, the corner of his lips tugging upward while his eyes amusedly flickered at the wet spot on his chest, causing Conan to flush even deeper red as he returned her greeting. Good morning. I see you slept well. Conan narrowed her eyes and bit her lower lip, and whose fault is that? She playfully huffed, mentally feeling her pleasantly sore body pressing into Rei's figure and sharing their warmth. No comment. Any answer I could give you will be used against me. Rei quipped. Conan giggled at that before she returned her cheek to her comfortable place on Rei's chest. So true. She hummed as Rei started to absently stroke her hair. The duo enjoyed the slow and comfy morning in the bed, unburdened by their duties. These could and would wait. It was only after some time that Rei noticed Conan had a strange expression and decided to ask her what was bothering her. I must have received a memory package from my clones while I slept. They finally managed to scout the other continents to some degree. She stated in reply, I am just surprised there is no mention of chakra there. Maybe they have a different name for it. Rei tried to be helpful, but then a thought occurred to him. You know, in the legends, it is said it was the sage of the six paths that taught humans how to use chakra. Since the guy was obviously active in the elemental nations, he probably didn't travel to other continents. Maybe they just never figured out how to make use of chakra, or that it even exists. Rei theorized. The history of chakra and how it came to be was confusing at best. That's possible. My clones didn't focus on the history there, yet. I ordered them to focus on looking for anyone who could be a threat. Conan said with a sigh. It is going slowly since I'd rather not attract unwanted attention. These new continents were uncharted territory for them, and that meant Conan decided to go with the most careful approach. She didn't dare to create any waves and only sent clones that would stick to the shadows while gathering rumors. It wasn't the most effective or quickest method, but it was the one with the least risks of somebody powerful spotting her spying. Rei didn't have any complaints about that. Firstly, he knew there would be no invasion of note before the Fourth Great Ninja War, so, unlike Conan, he wasn't overly worried about the other continents. It didn't really matter for him if the progress on that front went slow. It wasn't as if he had actual time to pay attention to what happened overseas. According to Yuriko's observations from the moon, on the west, there is a continent 10 times the size of elemental nations. I wasn't able to get there yet with my paper clones, but I managed to infiltrate a, well, I am unsure if I should call it a continent or an island, but between this massive continent and our home, there is a land as big as land of fire, earth, and wind put together. It is quite close to the massive continent, and in comparison to it, it's but an island, to be honest. Conan explained, knowing Rei didn't pay the other continents much attention, so she was trying to give him all the necessary information in a small compressed bundle. It felt as if I entered one of the remote underdeveloped parts of elemental nations with a different culture and sense of fashion, to be honest. She chuckled. My clone instantly stood out. So, medieval setting, huh? Rei outwardly hummed in acknowledgement. Kinda expected. If they were technologically developed enough to build planes, they would discover elemental nations long ago. The only mention of something out of the ordinary I managed to get was just rumors about silver-eyed witches and man-eating monsters. Honestly, you wouldn't believe how superstitious the people there are. Conan huffed. Still, my clone didn't find any of the two, but the villagers seemed to have a way to contact these witches, so they are most likely real. Rei was shocked when he heard her. Silver-eyed witches? Claymore? But, if that's true, then the bigger continent to the west might be the home of the two races that are warring among themselves. The human land was supposed to be just some experimental ground or something, if I remember correctly. Rei's thoughts then skipped towards the human-eating monsters. It was certainly possible that their yoki was just tainted chakra. One just had to look at Orochimaru's handicrafts to see that it was definitely possible to create monsters via science. Not noticing Rei's pondering mood, Conan continued with her report, inwardly enjoying his absent-minded gentle caressing of her hair. To the south, the continent closest to us is quite technologically developed, but the people don't seem to have any independent supernatural abilities. They instead focus on tools. My clones recorded a technology similar to the chakra armor powered by an unknown energy source. That could be dangerous, if they are able to outfit an army with it and cross the ocean, Rei remarked. Any information about how good this armor is? Normal soldiers wearing it are around Lochanin level threats if the guys that tried to apprehend my clone were any indication. Conan's cheeks briefly reddened as she averted her gaze. That infiltration didn't go well. My clone might or might not have decimated a military camp. In my defense, they were rude when I wanted to just ask a few questions. Rei snorted. It was praiseworthy that they discovered Conan sneaking around. Most likely some of their technology isn't so shabby. Still, the most important question was, do they have the means to cross the ocean? No and yes. Conan calmed down and continued, yes, they have sufficient technology that with some. She briefly paused before chuckling, oh, who am I kidding? With a shitload of luck they might be able to get through all the monsters lurking in the waters between the continents. Will they waste the resources to do so? Nope. That's not gonna happen anytime soon. Oh, are you sure? Rei asked, remembering there was a Naruto movie about some invaders. Then again, Jen and Team 7 managed to subdue them also. The countries on that continent have problems of their own, and the existence of elemental nations is basically just a legend. Not many believe there is a different continent beyond the sea. Countries won't dispatch an army without proof. That's good. Rei said. Yeah, the strongest nation on that continent is currently in a sort of civil war anyway, and the surrounding countries are just waiting like hungry dogs to pounce once it's weakened enough. My clones heard they use something called Taigu in that country, but there is no confirmation since they haven't infiltrated it yet. Rei furrowed his eyebrows. Taigu? Really? I guess the danger beasts might be likened to chakra beasts, and the Taigu could possibly be something like Samehada, but okay, whatever. I don't care. He released a suffering sigh. It could have been worse. It could have been a cultivation world or something. I think I should be grateful for these small mercies. Just keep up with your information gathering and try to get into the mainland of the western continent and reach the eastern continent with your clones. No hurry. Unless they are planning to invade us, there is no need to intervene in their affairs. The best would be if they had no idea about the existence of elemental nation altogether. We don't really have the time for other continents since Kumo and Iwa are getting restless because of the alliance talks between Konoha, Kiri, and Suna. Chapter 308, The Woes of Geninhood. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Naruto was annoyed. He never really wanted to become a shinobi, but he knew he had no choice in the matter since his daddy dearest decided to add some fox stuffing into him. But inwardly sitting at being forced to become a shinobi and outwardly showing his displeasure were two very different things. He might have been young, but he was not stupid. If he was not being given an option anyway, he might as well go with the flow and milk it for all it was worth. Hence, his foolhardy and prankster image was created to cover his real skill and personality. Only when Anko started to take care of him did his silent discontent at his situation improve. For the first time in his life, Naruto gained a proper reason to be a ninja. He wanted to prove himself to Anko, to become stronger, to prove that her training him, giving him the time of her day was worth it, and to be able to protect her. Academy was a tedious matter for Naruto. Even the improved curriculum wasn't challenging enough considering he was being chased by Anko's massive serpents hellbent on eating him alive through the training ground 44 every afternoon. And according to Anko, that was a warm-up before the real training began. There really was nothing of interest in the academy for Naruto, so he used the time to perfect his cheerful and foolish facade of a prankster. After all, there was no sense in wasting his time even more than he was already forced to. When he finally graduated from the academy, Naruto cheered and celebrated. He even wanted to paint the Hokage monument from the sheer joy of leaving his dull repetitive lifestyle, and only the fear of livid Tsunade stopped him short of buying paint cans. Now, imagine Naruto's surprise when after 2 weeks of vacation due to medical reasons, damn that Kakashi, his team finally received their first mission. Naruto wasn't an impressionable dumb kid with grand unreachable dreams and determination to reach them that could only be acquired through long-term brainwashing and mental conditioning. He knew there would be no saving princesses or protecting the daimyo for him and his team anytime soon. But, weeding the garden of some old bitch who glared at him the entire time? Could you blame him that with every 2 weeds he pulled out he also mistakenly pulled out a herb? Payment reduction or not, it was totally worth it. Fortunately, Anko taught him which herbs were the really precious ones, so, by the time their mission was done, the old woman was pale with silent pent-up rage at his clumsiness while Anko tried to hide her smile behind her left hand as her right one was firmly grasping Kakashi's shoulder, preventing him from intervening. Not that the lazy ass had any intention of doing anything after Anko stopped him in his tracks the first time he tried to step forward and reprimand Naruto. Anko most likely just liked how the porn lover shuddered with her hand that could at any time crush his bones to mush on his shoulder. But even with his incredible patience, somewhere between the 16th time his team was forced to walk Inuzuka's dogs and the 13th time they had to repair a damn fence, Naruto had had enough. Could anyone blame him for using a bear trap on poor little Tora? Naruto's disappointment was immense when the stupid cat survived. As a last-ditch effort, he started acting like a whiny brat, exactly as his facade dictated, and demanded a C-rank mission. Naruto had no idea how well he sold his act. Probably not so well considering it was Shikaka Nara who lifted his eyebrow at him in amusement before he silently turned towards Kakashi with a question written in his eyes. When Kakashi nervously shuffled while pretending to be extremely interested in the current chapter of his porn, Shikaka took it as agreement, much to the betrayed glance the white-haired Jonin threw him after the Hokage announced they were getting their first C-rank mission. Needless to say, Naruto was elated. He knew the very first C-rank is customary bandit extermination to make the genins used to killing as quickly and safely as possible. After all, if one doesn't have the mental fortitude to kill, there is no reason to continue with the ninja career. Naruto doubted there would be a person with such a problem in his team. The months of D-rank missions made sure to heighten their frustration enough that they needed a special kind of de-stressing activity. Somebody was gonna die and the only question was who. And then Team 7 was given the mission with the least possibility of getting into a fight. A protection detail over a dumb unimportant drunk who liked to piss Naruto off by cracking jokes about his height. Just great. The question of who Naruto will slaughter at the end of the mission was slowly becoming apparent. Anko walked behind their client with hands behind her head and a deceptively cheerful gait in her steps while her eyes subtly hovered over Naruto. She was aware how twitchy he was in the past month. It was just natural. During his training, she did not only hone his skills but also his instincts. He probably didn't even realize it, but his frustration from doing chores somewhat lessened the hold on the stabbiness Anko instilled in him. That was fine. The kid just had to learn how to control himself, and that required nothing but experience. Usually, a good beating got rid of all of the brat's frustration, but if he wanted to get better emotional control, he needed practical experience. So, during the past month, Anko didn't spar with him, letting his frustration slowly build up. She was aware Naruto most likely expected bandit extermination as their first C rank. After all, it was her who told him about that tradition. The new improved curriculum in the academy contained one lesson in the last week before graduation. The kids were taken into Konoha's prison and then they had to kill a prisoner. The bandit extermination was more of a test if they can replicate the feat in action and during the threat on their own life. But Anko didn't think her team needed such a test. Now when she nearly killed them on a weekly basis during her training sessions. As such, she took this protection detail. It was cute, seeing Naruto act like a total brat and demand a C rank. He had no idea Anko had already picked a C rank for them and they would get it today no matter what. Anko's eyes moved towards their client and her lips slightly twitched. I wonder what he is hiding. She narrowed her eyes. The man was too nervous for her liking. The fact that Tsunade told her to send a message if anything went wrong with the mission as if she already expected problems didn't instill much confidence in Anko either. Then again, Anko was also happy that Tsunade trusted her enough to still send her on the mission despite having a hunch it would go horribly wrong. She might be just a Chunin on the official records, but Anko was S-class skill-wise. If even she was unable to finish the mission, then sending even a team of Jonin would be pointless. Anko suddenly stiffened a bit as her snakes warned her of possible hostiles. She quickly relaxed and continued with her carefree pace, not giving any hint that she was wary. Her eyes briefly glanced in Kakashi's direction, showing him a wide cocky grin when she realized he noticed her brief stiffening. The white-haired jonin just shrugged in apathy before he returned to his smut, but now there was a concealed edge behind his movements. Anko looked at her three students who poutingly walked in front of their client, still clueless about the approaching threat. She inwardly chuckled. All the pieces were in their place. Chapter 309, Ambush 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. As the group walked through the path surrounded by trees, Anko suddenly looked upward, inwardly cursing while her hands whirled into weaving seals. Cookios! She exclaimed as smoke started filling the surroundings. Not a second later, a serpentine shadow rapidly slithered towards the bridge builder Tajuna, coiling around the man who was about to piss himself, not comprehending the situation. Anko's summon barely managed to cover the man as an explosive lightning bolt fell from the clear sky, diving right into the smoke directly onto where the client was supposed to be. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata jumped around in fright when the booming sounds started resounding through the area while more bolts started raining down, all aiming to end their client. Their brains were trying to desperately process what just happened, never before experiencing a sneak attack aimed not at them, but at their client. Frankly, neither of the genins thought such a thing would happen, so this proved to be a very good life lesson for them. Kakashi released a relieved sigh, his tensed muscles relaxing while the crackling electricity around his right hand started to diminish. The only reason why he didn't jump forward in an attempt to redirect the lightning bolt the second he felt the surge of chakra above them was that Anko reacted first. He was a bit thankful for that when he saw more and more lightning bolts being conjured. He could take on one or two no problem, but more than that would be difficult even for his Chidori. Thank you, Common. Anko said in relief after the lightning stopped raining. She had to admit, this sudden attack almost succeeded. Whoever was responsible clearly had enough brains to realize that killing the civilian was the best option. Fortunately, Common was a snake summon resistant to lightning. No matter how many bolts fell from the sky onto her body, she wouldn't even feel it. The second Anko felt the surge of lightning chakra, she knew exactly what summon to use. Common, who was towering over the group of ninjas while coiling around the civilian, moved her head to give Anko an acknowledging nod. Is finey, Anko-chan. A quiet masculine hiss replied to Anko's thanks. Please cover for the client while we deal with the annoyances. Anko requested while standing up from her crouch. She half expected the attacker to retreat and try again later, at least, that's what she would have done, but she was clearly mistaken if the 5 figures that jumped in front of them from the treetops were any indication. Common nodded in agreement, warily observing the 5 ninjas that blocked the path. Reiga Kurosuke, Aoi Rokusho, and 3 Rain Genin. Kakashi boredly spoke. How unyouthful. Kakashi tried to be funny, but his eye smile became a bit forced as he said those words, of you to try and ambush us. Aoi ignored Kakashi's remark and turned towards Reiga. Are you sure you can deal with the copycat? He survived so far only because of his caution, and fighting one of the most infamous ninjas of Konoha head-on wasn't very clever in his books. That said, Reiga was also equally infamous, and as a former member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist, Aoi decided to trust him to take Kakashi on. Not that he wouldn't bolt away the second he finds Reiga struggling. Who do you think you are talking to, twerp? I will prepare a good funeral for him. Reiga stonily glanced at Aoi, causing him to shiver and reluctantly avert his eyes. In that case, I will take the snake bitch and the genins can fight it out among themselves. He said in a completely dismissive way that had his students nervously shuffle behind him. At that moment, Anko's lips stretched into a grin when she heard how much he was underestimating her. I guess it is only natural. The last time any information about me got out was years ago when I was still a genin. She inwardly snickered, preparing to give Aoi a proper beatdown. Kakashi threw his genins a worried glance, but when they saw them either excited or determined, he only silently sighed and jumped to the side, trying to distance his fight with Reiga from the genins. Anko did the same, just in a different manner. She leisurely walked a bit further from the road into the forest, making sure that Aoi unhurriedly followed her while the kitties were left alone to play with each other. So, you are the bastard who stole the Reijin no Ken that belonged to the Senju clan, huh? Anko offhandedly asked with a skip in her step, looking around the area and subtly checking for traps while she also observed Aoi like a hawk with the corner of her eyes. Yes, I acquired the Reijin no Ken before defecting Konoha. He said it with obvious smugness as if it was an incredible accomplishment. And Konoha basically stole it from the Senju clan after Tsunade decided to leave the village. Anko nodded before flashing Aoi an innocent grin. Stealing is bad, you know. Aoi blinked in disbelief, furrowing his brows as if trying to reassure himself he heard right. We are ninjas, you know. He dryly replied. I guess that would make it all better. Anko chuckled. Don't worry, I will steal the sword from you after I beat you to death. Aoi just rolled his eyes and let his chakra course through the handle of Reijin no Ken, creating a lightning edge. Shinins shouldn't be so overconfident. I am actually surprised you are still loyal to Konoha with how they treated you. Why not defect to Rain? He tried. Anko sighed and shook her head before pulling out a kunao and coursing her chakra through it, shocking Aoi as the kunao gained a lightning coating. This was a Jonin level skill, and suddenly, Aoi wasn't as confident as before. Tell you what. Anko started, since you are gonna be dead in a moment anyway, there is no harm in being honest. She shrugged, I am not loyal to Konoha. These words would definitely earn Anko a punishment if she said it out loud in the hearing range of a Konoha ninja. Even Aoi was flabbergasted that Anko actually had the balls to admit it so openly. I am loyal to the Senju clan and you, my dear soon-to-be miserable idiot, did something that pissed Lady Tsunade off. Anko now understood why Tsunade told her to be cautious and send a message if anything out of ordinary happened. Seeing a guy who stole the Reijin no Ken in front of her, Anko got the message loud and clear. Enough talking. I will show you the might of the second Hokage wielded by me. Aoi shouted and dashed at Anko while she watched him approach with a deadpan expression, wondering if the guy was really so arrogant as to think he was on par with Tobirama just because he stole his shiny sword. The same sword Tobirama seldom used. Wordlessly swinging her kunao upward while bracing herself for the impact, Anko parried Aoi's blow and locked her kunao with his sword, lightning crackling against lightning as her bored eyes met Aoi's shocked gaze. The Reijin no Ken was supposed to be able to cut through anything? I have unlimited access to the Senju library. Did you really think I wouldn't know how to block the second sword? Especially since the sword itself is not really a weapon but a training tool for lightning shape manipulation. Anko asked in an amused drawl. Honestly, morons these days, using training tools as if they were weapons. Chapter 310, Ambush 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Reijin no Ken became famous during the First Ninja War when Tobirama used his incredible water ninjutsu to soak an entire battalion of ninjas before he discharged electricity from the Reijin no Ken, frying them alive. Tobirama took a shine to the device and used it a lot before his death, making it famous. Frankly, Tobirama, while good at genjutsu, didn't use swords much. He was mostly a ninjutsu expert. Reijin no Ken had indeed the reputation of being able to cut through anything, but that was mostly because Tobirama was good at lightning shape manipulation and the seals that made up the internal structure of the device, so the lighting edge he created through the training tool that later became known as Reijin no Ken was simply strong enough to rival the strength of Raikage's lightning armor. In the hands of second Hokage, this training tool became an unstoppable slaughter machine. In Aoi's hand though, Anko inwardly sighed as she parried with her kunao yet another strike from Aoi, who was wildly swinging the Reijin no Ken at her. It was all about vibration frequency when it came to the lightning chakra, and she simply made the lightning coating on her kunao vibrate in frequencies that repelled the preset frequency of the Reijin no Ken. She didn't get the upper hand because she was a better lightning nature user. On the contrary, Anko's main affinity was the fire. She didn't train lightning much, only learning some useful tidbits about the element like the lightning coating. But she didn't need to be a good lightning user when she simply knew how to perfectly counter the sword through its biggest weakness. Aoi was growing more reckless by the second. The more his strikes were parried, blocked, or redirected, the more his stomach sunk into despair that was slowly gnawing at him. He was one of those people who chose their battles well and didn't engage if they thought they would lose. That was the whole reason why he made Jonin despite there being many Chunin stronger than him. Even his defection was a well-calculated plan. The benefits and prestige he received as a Jonin in Rain Village, a smaller village with fewer Jonins, were much better than what he received in Konoha, where Jonins, while rare, were not all that hard to find. Aoi did his research well before defecting and was proud of his ability to snatch the Reijin no Ken. With the sword in hand, he cut through most of his enemies or those pricks who opposed him in the Rain Village. Before the might of this mythical sword, nobody stood a chance. Then, Aoi tried a downward slash, only for Anko to catch it with the edge of her kunao and gently lead it to the side, redirecting the strike away from her body. Aoi desperately swung the sword in an arc from right to the left, aiming at Anko's hip, but the woman just swiftly and fiercely swung her kunao at his sword. The weapons met for a second before they were pushed away, and Aoi barely managed to refrain from screaming as his arm was almost yanked from his shoulder due to the sheer force of that parry. Unknown to Aoi, even Anko felt her shoulder aching from that one. The Reijin no Ken was still a danger to her if she let it land a hit on her body, and a kunao was not exactly the best weapon for blocking a sword. She mostly used the repulsive vibrating of their respective lightning element, and that, unfortunately, meant that if she hit the two weapons on each other at just the right angle, it would fling them back with a force comparable to Guy's fully serious punch with 3 gates opened. It was definitely not a pleasant feeling. Aoi mentally cried again as his shoulder screamed in pain. He didn't let himself stop attacking Anko though. He swung and swung and swung. He knew he finally met his match and there was no running away from this one. He tried to strike at her left hip, only to redirect the trajectory of his sword into a stab mid-flight, trying to use the fact his opponent was using a smaller weapon. Anko had to admit that this tactic would have worked against most Shunins too. Sadly for Aoi, Anko was definitely far above Shunin level. She used her considerable reflexes to spot the feint in time, and then her arm blurred. The next thing Aoi knew was that his sword stopped. Only then his brain registered that the tip of the Reijin no Ken was trying to futilely push through the side of the kunao Anko leisurely held in her hand. Seeing that, Aoi's expression turned ugly. Why isn't Reijin no Ken cutting through your kunao? Unable to hold it in, Aoi shouted at Anko with bloodshot eyes, trying to put more power behind his thrust, but he felt as if there was an impassable wall between the kunao and the tip of his sword no matter how much strength he exerted. Anko's brown eyes brightened with amusement. The lightning chakra on the side of her kunao vibrated at a frequency that created a strong repulsive field. Instead of one massively strong push, it was more of a constant effect, not strong enough to fling the Reijin no Ken back, but there was no way the lightning edge was going through it. The two blades didn't even really touch. The reclusive forces behind them were simply far too much for either Aoi or Anko to surpass them with their physical strength. Who would have known I would use science during my fights? Anko mentally chuckled. She remembered how vehemently she resisted learning about these things when she was under Orochimaru, always saying she didn't need to learn this useless crap. Orochimaru let her be as long as she got better with her poisons, jutsu, and kept up her physical training to a degree she could still be called a prodigy. Tsunade though. Anko shuddered. There was no negotiating with that woman and Anko had to relent and learn all this scientific mumbo-jumbo. And what a difference did it make? Her perpetual grin turned a bit sheepish as Aoi jumped back, finally giving up on penetrating the Kunao. Is that all? My genins put up more of a fight than you? Anko taunted, inwardly feeling pity for the man because she didn't even need to lie in order to get a good taunt. She was basically toying with Aoi, using even less effort than what Sasuke, Naruto, and Hinata made her exert. It was just sad. Shut up. Aoi, he bellowed, his free hand reaching for the umbrella on his back before he threw it into the air. Senbon rain. Anko stared at the literal rain of Senbon that was approaching her and tiredly sighed. There was no chakra in the Senbons, no augmentation, no extraordinary power behind them. Just normal Senbons? Are you kidding me? Anko wryly muttered, lifting her right foot a bit and letting chakra course through it. Aoi watched in growing hope as his attack was about to reach the Konoha Kunoichi while she stood rooted in her place. He finally got her? His hopes were dashed a second later when Anko stomped her right foot onto the ground, sending a booming sound through the clearing alongside a shockwave that repelled all the Senbons and flung Aoi back, straight into a tree with a resounding crack, snapping his spine and making him scream bloody murder from the pain coursing through his body. Anko observed her handiwork with a dull gaze, her cheek twitching in dissatisfaction. Is this why Tsunade focused on healing? This was anticlimactic. She mumbled, a bit frustrated that the fight ended so easily. One chakra-enhanced stomp? That was it? The guy was supposed to be a freaking jonin? She expected him to dodge? Releasing a long sigh, Anko walked close to the screaming Aoi, noticing that not only was his spine broken, he also had a few new holes in his body. The strength of her shockwave was enough to make the Senbons that hit him go right through him. The man was just lucky none hit anything vital. Crouching down, Anko leisurely gathered the Raijin no Ken that lied next to him before pushing her lightning chakra into it. The sword pulsed before a strong current of lightning was generated, making an edge far better than what Aoi was capable of. If Rei saw it, he would be reminded of a miniature chainsaw made of lightning condensed into a lean blade. Anko's eyes met Aoi's frightened gaze, making him silent in fright as he realized what would follow. After a tense moment, Anko decided she gave the guy enough time to make a peace with his demise and swung the Raijin no Ken, causing Aoi's head to separate from his body. Looking in apathy at the blood gushing from the neck, dirtying the ground, Anko couldn't help but lament her choice of opponent. I hope the kiddies and Kakashi had more fun than me. Chapter 311, Genin vs Genin, Hinata. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Author note. For those that didn't yet notice, I posted a new story. Well, don't expect anything extraordinary, laughing face, and do read the synopsis as it explains some things so you won't be disappointed later on. Its name is Overlord, Rei Shiba. Have a nice day. Dash. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata stood in the clearing, and in front of them were cautiously standing three rain genins, eyeing them warily. Both groups knew they would fight, possibly to the death, but either was reluctant to begin the battle. The first rain genin was a 15-year-old boy with semi-long brown hair and a mousy look. There was nothing intimidating on this one. In fact, he looked meek and withdrawn, wearing a raincoat with long sleeves that covered his hands. Sasuke's eyes flashed with interest, only he knew why, as he slightly walked to the left, gesturing with his head to the genin to follow him. The genin narrowed his eyes, briefly breaking his meek and insecure expression, before glancing at his two teammates and deciding to follow the duck-butt-haired boy. Getting a bit of distance from his teammates would have been for the best anyway. His fighting style was dangerous for friendlies, after all. The second person from the Rain Genin team was a short black-haired boy who threw a glare at the last member, a purple-haired kunoichi who had her hair in an onion-style bun. Ajisai, I am going to take on the shorty. Don't mess up and lose against the Hyuga kid. I am sure even you can beat her. She looks like even a small burst of wind could topple her. He scoffed before sneering at Naruto and walking to the right side of the clearing. Whatever, you jealous prick. Ajisai muttered, inwardly happy this team was only temporary. What was that? The short genin turned around and leveled a heated glare at her. She called you a prick, you short prick. Naruto barked out with a laugh, irritated for the idiot poking fun at his height's expense. Needless to say, the two boys were ready to tear each other a new one. The two girls that were left in the middle of the clearing looked at each other and resignedly smiled at the antics of their teammates. I doubt we could resolve this peacefully, right? Hinata asked in a weak voice, fidgeting. Unfortunately, no. Aoi-sensei ordered us to be ruthless. Ajisai said bitterly. I am sorry but unless you surrender your client, I will have to kill you. Hinata blinked and tilted her head at that. Kill me. Her eyebrow rose. Is that so? A Byakugan flashed into existence and Hinata let out her bloodlust. Ajisai knew something was wrong when the nervous wreck of a Hyuga in front of her stilled. Then the girl did a sudden complete shift in personality and the shaking rabbit turned into a fierce cat as the veins around her eyes bulged and the air abruptly became suffocating. The Hyuga girl dashed at Ajisai, making her eyes widen at the speed of her opponent. Ajisai instantly realized she won't be able to fight against the girl in taijutsu. She pulled out a tag and aimed it at the quickly approaching Hinata. Hinata narrowed her eyes, recognizing the tag contained a seal. Ajisai unsealed the contents of the storage seal and Hinata found herself staring at a wall of fast-approaching deadly weapons, hurled at her at breakneck speeds. Not panicking, Hinata instantly started Kaiden, deflecting the rain of projectiles all over the surroundings. Ajisai cursed as her weapons just bounced from the spinning chakra shield with loud clanging noises. Whipping out a new seal, she put it onto a Kunau's handle before throwing it above Hinata, timing its unsealing just right. Hinata noticed the new seal that was above her almost instantly as she stopped spinning. It was still a tad bit too late as a large boulder was unsealed and pushed downward, straight at her. They were in a clearing, so there was nothing Hinata could use for a Kawarami, and she didn't want to risk using Kaiden. There was a chance she wouldn't be able to stop the boulder with it, and that would mean instant KO if not death. Gritting her teeth, Hinata created two shadow clones next to her. The clones grabbed Hinata by her hands and with a jerk, they threw the original Hinata away. Hinata rolled on the ground before she pushed herself back onto her feet just in time to see her clone being squashed by the boulder, smoke being pushed away from underneath it by the pressure of the descending weight. She got back the memory feedback of being crushed to the death and winced, both praising and cursing Naruto in her head for teaching her the technique. At least, most of her chakra returned back. You are quite good, Ajisai uttered with a slight unease on her face. Hinata nodded. You have an interesting fighting style too. The two stared at each other for a second before Hinata whipped a kunao from her pouch and threw it at Ajisai. The kunao was intercepted mid-flight by a shuriken, but Hinata used this small distraction to start running in the direction of a clockwise circle around Ajisai, throwing shurikens at her. Ajisai didn't want to use her stored weapons or any of her storage seals until Hinata was a bit closer, so she only threw her own weapons in retaliation, intercepting the shurikens as the two kunoichis entered a stalemate. I can't let her get close, Ajisai thought disgruntledly. But my weapons are not infinite. Once my supplies are depleted, I am screwed. I gotta either end this fight before that happens or stall until Aoi-sensei returns. That only made Ajisai even more dejected. She didn't like the Aoi guy. He was appointed as their jonin for this mission, but she was barely 15 and he subtly hit on her almost every hour. Basically, he was a prick and Ajisai was not sure about his capabilities. Waiting for him to rescue her from the stalemate was a gamble she was unwilling to do. All out, it is. Ajisai inwardly sighed and her eyes gained a determined glint as she crouched and pushed herself forward, straight at Hinata. Seeing it, Hinata jumped back instead of rushing to confront Ajisai in her niche, the close combat. Ajisai didn't like that the taijutsu-oriented kunoichi was trying to avoid getting closer. She instantly became wary but sped up a bit. She needed to get to the mid-range so her stored projectiles would have the best chance at hitting the Hyuga. As Ajisai was rushing forward, she was passing by the line of deflected kunao and shurikens, when her world suddenly shifted and she found herself falling down onto the ground. Wadash! Her mind confusedly asked before she registered the piercing pain from her foot. Stifling a pain-filled scream, Ajisai looked down and noticed her Achilles tendon was slashed. Her eyes widened and her body involuntarily curled into a ball as her hands grabbed her leg when the second Hinata slowly emerged from the ground nearby, holding a bloodied kunao. Hyuga's eyes can see through things. Hiding like a mole technique is incredibly good with them. The second Hinata gave her a small regretful smile. The original Hinata approached. I created two clones. You should have checked if both were dispelled by the boulder, she added as if lecturing the girl. Ajisai gritted her teeth, her arms snapping into her pouch as she tried to pull out her seals in an attempt to fight until the bitter end when something grabbed her wrists, both her hands just an inch away from her pouch. Ajisai found her world spinning and quickly found herself flipped upside down before her cheek painfully crashed into the ground, making her involuntarily whimper. The original Hinata and the second Hinata watched as a third Hinata sprang from under Ajisai, flipped her from her back to her front, and ended up pressing her knee to the girl's back while pulling her hands back, ready to snap them at any given moment. Shadow clones can create other shadow clones, the original Hinata pointed out. I never stood a chance, huh? Ajisai mumbled into the ground, relaxing her body. Are you going to kill me? She bitterly asked, knowing there was no way out of the firm hold with her skill set. Especially since the second Hinata approached and took away her pouch with seals and weapons, throwing it away from them before searching her body for more hidden weapons. No, I will not kill you. Hinata crouched down, making sure she was not at a striking distance from Ajisai. I think Anko-sensei would be interested in your budding Fuinjutsu abilities, so I am capturing you. What about becoming a Konoha kunoichi? She innocently asked. Ajisai couldn't believe her ears. This was just ridiculous. Fuck you. Just kill me now. I won't betray my village. She spat out. We shall see. Hinata smiled, causing a chill to go down Ajisai's spine before the world became back as the second Hinata knocked her out. Poor girl. Brainwashed to valiantly die for the cause. In this situation, you should agree and secretly plot your eventual escape, you dolt. What do they teach their recruits in Rain? Hinata exasperatedly shook her head. Now then, I wonder how Naruto and Sasuke are faring. Chapter 312, Genin vs Genin, Sasuke. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. My name is Petty. The mousy-looking Rain Genin stuttered, covering the lower part of his face with his sleeve in a show of embarrassment. Sasuke stared at him for a long while, causing him to nervously fidget. Inwardly satisfied with how cowed his opponent seemed, Sasuke decided to break off the staring contest. Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke. The duck-butt-haired genin introduced himself and the breeze suddenly gently ruffled his hair for an added cool effect as his eyes turned red and 3 tomios started spinning around his pupils. The mousy-looking genin sweat dropped, clearly detecting the small surge of chakra that provided the breeze. Alas, since Anko showed him how effective seeming above your game was, Suzuki gained a flair for dramatics. The two stilled as if waiting for a non-existent signal. Abruptly, Suzuki's hand blurred and a kunao flew towards Pete, who intercepted it with a shuriken, making the kunao spin upward. Pete was about to reach for another shuriken when he was surprised by a loud boom coming from above. Explosive tag. He freaked out, inwardly extremely glad he intercepted it with a projectile rather than trying to block it only to be blown up. Suzuki smirked to himself and used this brief distraction to start a rapid dash at his opponent. Knowing he couldn't possibly cover the whole distance between them fast enough to not give his opponent any time to prepare, he whipped a few shurikens and started throwing them. Pete forcefully shook off his shock when he spotted the quickly spinning dangerous pointy stars flying straight at him and started to deflect with his kunao. His situation wasn't great. His opponent was keeping him busy while shortening the distance between them. He couldn't really turn around and start running, and trying to jump back was also not a great idea. Pete had no doubt the second his feet left the ground, multiple pointy projectiles would be thrown at him. He couldn't possibly block all of that. Not in mid-jump. The only thing he could do was try to stand his ground. Suzuki saw the distress in his opponent's eyes, making him excited. The mousy-looking guy's body language oozed anxiety, and from how lanky he was, it was obvious the boy was no great hand-to-hand combatant. Suzuki was going to break him like a twig. One should never panic in combat. Suzuki mentally admonished his opponent. Contrary to his thoughts, he felt great. Finally, a real chance to prove himself in a fight? Suzuki was almost upon Pete, pulling his arm back in preparation for a devastating jab, when Suzuki's Sharinon noticed a great change in his opponent. Pete's body stilled, all previous indications of his panic, nervosity, and uncertainty disappeared as the boy outstretched his arms with a triumphant smirk and an almost predatory look. Gone was the fidgety prey. The world slowed down for Suzuki, his Sharinon showing him in great detail as the sleeves of Pete split, revealing 2 wooden canisters fastened to his wrists. The wooden canisters burst open and a spray of senbon was sent forward. At the next moment, Suzuki registered a few things. Firstly, Pete baited him the entire time. Secondly, he was too close to dodge. Thirdly, the area of effect was too wide for him to get out of the way. Fourthly, he cursed himself for not learning any dodon technique that could create a wall. Suzuki kicked the ground and pushed his body back, trying to widen the distance between himself and the wall of senbons flying at him. It didn't help much since the senbons were faster than him, but at least he got enough time to throw his kunao at Pete, preventing him from doing anything else. Then, in one fluid motion, Suzuki whipped out a new kunao from his pouch and started to weave through the rain of senbon while stepping back while his hand blurred, blocking every senbon that would hit in a vital area with his kunao. It took barely a few seconds until the attack was finished, and when Suzuki deflected the last possible senbon, he quickly threw the kunao in his hand at Pete, who was in the middle of doing hand seals for a jutsu, forcing him to abandon the thought and evade. Most senbon sailed harmlessly around Suzuki, and his Sharinon was a great help in helping him to evade the ones that flew in his direction. It was not enough, however. Suzuki wasn't fast enough and 13 needles were stuck in his body. He was annoyed rather than bothered by it though. He evaded the fatal ones and deflected more than 80% of the remaining senbon he couldn't dodge. Suzuki didn't have the time to pull the senbons out. His enemy would not give him such leisure. With a grunt, his hands sprang into weaving seals, and before Pete could press on with his attacks, a fireball rapidly flew in his direction. Pete was surprised that a genin could do elemental jutsu so proficiently, and his brows creased. Genins were not supposed to know elemental techniques. So this is what being from a major village means. Pete wryly thought as he threw a kunao with an explosive tag right at the fireball. This particular explosive tag had a very sensitive trigger, so it went off the second it entered the fireball. This cancelled the technique out in a bright flare of light before creating a smokescreen that obscured the unsuspecting Suzuki's vision. Worse yet, he had a Sharinon, so he was even more susceptible to such an attack. Grr. Suzuki tightly closed his eyes because of the suddenly intense light and tried to cover them with his hand. It was an instinctual reaction. Knowing that the fight was not yet finished and that his opponent had some dangerous tricks up his sleeve, he forced his eyes to open, the disorienting blurry world greeting him. Pete rushed through the place where the fireball and explosive tag met, not minding the scalding temperature that licked his skin as he dashed at Suzuki through the smoke, throwing 2 kunao at Suzuki the second he spotted him. Suzuki was still trying to refocus his vision to properly see, but his senses were sharp enough to enable him to feel the shifts in the air and dodge the 2 kunaos. That gave Pete the necessary time to close the distance between them, however, and Suzuki found himself barely blocking a punch aimed at his chin. Pete spun into a kick, trying to land it on Suzuki's abdomen, but Suzuki twisted his body to the side and instantly retaliated with an elbow nearing Pete's cheek. Pete pulled his head back, letting the elbow strike barely clip his nose while his right hand flipped a kunao out of his pouch and swung at Suzuki. Suzuki's eyes widened, seeing the approaching steel. He quickly reacted by kicking Pete into the left knee, making him falter, which gave Suzuki enough time to step back and avoid being knifed. Sweat rolled down Suzuki's brows, and only the fact that both he and his opponent breathed hard relieved him. This was challenging, and his lack of experience showed a great deal in this fight. His opponent was basically beating him with tricks and attacks that targeted his weaknesses. Sasuke realized this would require him to be a bit more cunning. Sasuke's eyes briefly locked with Pete's, whose expression was grimacing from the kick to the knee. Not willing to give his opponent a chance to regain his balance, Sasuke sprang forward, punching Pete's chest. Unfortunately for Sasuke, Pete was expecting this and let the punch through. He could see that it was not strong enough to break bones and would only create some bruising. In exchange, Pete's hand snapped forward and counterattacked. The difference was, he was holding a kunai. As Sasuke's punch landed, Pete's kunai buried deep into Sasuke's chest, causing Pete to show a tired smile. Then, Pete spat blood. Confusion obvious in his eyes, Pete looked down and his expression twisted in horror. The kunai he thought he held shimmered out of existence as he realized he had half of the kunai's blade sticking from his chest where Sasuke seemingly landed a punch. Pete looked back at Sasuke. Sharingan. He gurgled with a horrified realization as his body gave out, making him fall forward onto his knees before it fell back with a thud. Pete was dead. Sasuke chuckled before the pain from the blow to the chest and the senbons made him wince. Sorry. He sincerely apologized to the corpse. I wanted to enjoy our dance more, but you just had to use poisoned needles. He shook his head in genuine disappointment. Anko might have made all of the Team 7 resistant to most poisons, but that didn't mean they were fully immune. Sasuke was starting to feel aches and fatigue from all the poison in his veins. That was why he decided to end the battle so quickly. Turning around, he was just in time to see a clone of Hinata knock out her opponent, causing relief to flood his body. Sasuke walked towards his teammate while pulling out the pesky needles and discarding them on the ground. When he got near her, his cheeks gained a slightly pink dusting from shame as he realized that unlike him, she didn't have a scratch on herself. Hinata, could I get a detoxifying pill? Sasuke asked with a sheepish expression. Sage, this was embarrassing. Chapter 313, Genin vs Genin, Naruto. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. I am going to show you a prick, you orange retard. The short black-haired Rain Genin growled. Oh, sorry, I am not interested in your prick. Naruto lightheartedly refused while vehemently waving his hand left and right. That only made the short Rain Genin angrier and his cheeks flushed. Considering your height, it can't be very big anyway. Naruto pointed his finger at the Rain Genin and mocked as Anko taught him. You are shorter than me, bastard. The Rain Genin screamed in indignation. I am not. Naruto realized his insult could be used against him and flushed red too. R2. I am not. R2. I am not. You ugly. Naruto used his creativity. Ugly? You are ugly. Your mother is ugly. Your sister is ugly. The Rain Genin huffed, gasping for air from the heated exchange of words. Hearing that, Naruto quieted down and the Rain Genin took it as his victory. Unknown to him, mentioning Naruto's mother might not have been the best idea. My mother was not ugly, you short swine. You are ugly. Your mother is ugly. Your sister is ugly. Naruto suddenly erupted in an imitation of Iruka's big head jutsu, childishly screaming so loudly that the Rain Genin swayed on his feet, utterly deafened and dazed. The Rain Genin blinked and shook his head, trying to stop the ringing in his ears while Naruto was angrily huffing, glaring at him. The two boys glared at each other with the intensity of angry squirrels when the sounds of fighting reached them. Huh? I bet my teammates are already kicking the asses of yours. The Rain Genin smugly boasted, crossing his arms under his chest. Naruto naturally couldn't let that go without comment. Hinata-chan and Sasuke team are stronger. Hinata can spin so no attack can harm her and Sasuke team is a bastard. He childishly defended his teammates, making even the Rain Genin deadpan on him. Huh? As much as I don't like them, mine are better. Ajisai is good with seals and, he tried to fish in his head for the name but drew blanks. The other guy, is almost Chinin. The Rain Genin snorted in distaste. Are not. R2. AR-. Shut up. The Rain Genin rubbed his forehead that started painfully throbbing. Dealing with the hyperactive orange kid was starting to be too much for him. We are supposed to fight. He reminded. Oh. Naruto exclaimed as if he just remembered. Do you want to fight? He asked the Rain Genin and tilted his head. The Rain Genin's headache intensified when he heard Naruto's stupid question. In fact, he was fine with not fighting. His makeshift Genin team for this mission was one of the strongest in the Rain Village. When they won their fights, they would come here and the blondie would be screwed. Pete was Genin in all but rank and Ajisai was also one of the most skilled Genins of Rain. As for him, well, nobody said he could not show the loudmouthed kid who was the boss. Bring it. He smirked at Naruto, knowing the blonde would take that challenge head on. I, Genzo of Rain, will show you your place. Naruto's blue eyes gleamed with determination as he put his hands together in a cross-shaped hand seal, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He shouted, creating 5 copies of himself with a puff of smoke. All 6 Narutos instantly dashed at Genzo, who sneered and started weaving seals. Huh? You think your clones can defeat me? Think again, kid. Water release, water dragon technique. Only now did Naruto realize they were quite close to a water source. No wonder Genzo was so self-assured. No Genin was supposed to know and be able to perform a technique such as the water dragon. He must be quite the prodigy of his village. Naruto idly thought, not slowing his dash even for a second despite a massive water dragon rising from the lake behind Genzo. I argued with you so much in order to get time for infusing my chakra into the water? You can only blame yourself for your stupidity. Genzo yelled while mentally commanding the dragon to attack. The water dragon flew at Naruto and his clones, suddenly twisting to the left and with a big splash crashing into the first clone, flattening it into the ground from the sheer weight of the water. The head of the water dragon was destroyed by it, but a new head formed from the side of its body and flew straight at the next Naruto clone, easily sweeping it from existence as it ferociously slithered on the ground. The clone didn't manage to even yelp before it was destroyed, and the water dragon continued on its clone annihilation spree. 2 more clones were swept by the massive current of water shaped like a dragon, unable to keep their form due to the massive force behind the water. As the water dragon approached the last clone and original Naruto, its watery jaws opening wide about to devour them, the clone quickly grabbed the original and threw him at Genzo. Naruto was mid-flight, whipping a kunai from his pouch and throwing it at his opponent, forcing him to sidestep while distracting him from casting another jutsu. He was almost close enough. A water spear suddenly tore through Naruto's abdomen, creating a large hole through it and suspending him in the air a few feet in front of Genzo, who was smugly smirking at Naruto. A true ninja always has a trick up his sleeve, Genzo boasted, waiting for his gutted opponent to die. Naruto shakily lifted his head, looking straight at Genzo with a forced smile as he winced. "J-Jockey-S on YU," he said, causing Genzo to furrow his eyebrows before his eyes widened as the skewered Naruto poofed in a burst of smoke. Genzo heard another poof from his right side, the spot where Naruto's kunai previously landed, and before he could react, Naruto's form tightly hugged Genzo. Genzo instantly reacted, about to tear Naruto's form away from him when his ears suddenly heard his death sentence. "Exploding shadow clone." The Naruto who was hugging him whispered, and Genzo only managed to widen his eyes in fright before his body was ripped apart, followed by a booming sound and flash of the explosion. Naruto walked from behind a tree on the edge of the clearing, looking in a bit of dismay at Genzo's charred upper body while his other charred body parts were strewn on the ground not far away. He might have been a prodigy in the Rain Village, but in the end, Genzo was a genin while Naruto was trained by Anko. So what if he could use A-rank offensive water jutsu? He was a sitting duck while using it? A true ninja always has a trick up his sleeve, indeed. Naruto mumbled with a conflicted and unsatisfied look. "I was too cautious. I expected the guy in the clearing to be a water clone." He clicked his tongue and started to walk towards the corpse when he froze and a smile bloomed on his lips. "So Hinata-chan and Sasuke team already won." Naruto chuckled, "And the bastard is also injured? Oh, time to lord it over him." Just like that, Naruto rushed towards his teammates like a man on a mission. Chapter 314, Kakashi vs Reiga 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Kakashi and Reiga stood opposite each other surrounded by trees. Reiga held the Kiba blades in a loose grip, ready for a battle at moment's notice, while Kakashi was also slouching forward, seemingly not bothered that he would face one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist in mortal combat in a few seconds. "So, how did it feel to run away from your village after the Third War?" Kakashi lazily asked, his sole visible eye sluggishly observing every twitch of his future opponent. It was always a good thing to make your enemies angry before the battle even began, and Kakashi was a master at pissing people off. The only indication that Reiga was affected by the offhand comment was a slight twitch of his finger, but Kakashi's sharp eye spotted it. His lips almost involuntarily twitched at that. "I mean, to go so far as to steal a national treasure such as the Kiba blades. I must say I am grateful. Once I beat you, I will hang them on a wall at home as a trophy." Kakashi I smiled. Reiga's body tensed, before it relaxed, disappointing Kakashi a great deal. "Say what you want, copycat." Reiga chuckled, "You were not there. You have no idea how frightening the new Mizukage is. She could destroy Konoha in seconds, and you, tree-hugging twerps, would be utterly powerless." He divulged, making Kakashi's eyes dim a little. "You are basically comparing her to the likes of Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama. How ridiculous." Kakashi rebuked, not as nonchalant as before. There was not much information about the new Mizukage and her prowess. Everybody saw her fight against Yagura and the three-tailed Baijuyu, but after that, nothing. Kakashi wouldn't say no to free information from one of the most important Excary ninjas even if he would take it with a grain of salt. Reiga scoffed at Kakashi's disbelief. "Ha, you Konoha ninjas and your worship of past Hokages. You saw her prowess, yet, you still don't believe she could defeat your founders. As arrogant as ever, I see. Well, from where I stand, she seemed to struggle quite a bit against Three Tails, while both Hashirama and Madara could stop the beast with just a single jutsu." Kakashi casually shrugged, drawling his words out as if he was explaining things to a particularly stupid child while giving Reiga a condescending look. Not that he cared who was stronger. Both Madara and Hashirama were dead, and if the current Mizukage really was their match, well, it was quite a shuddering thought. Better not think about it. She was not even trying. Reiga shook his head. "All of us, the 7 swordsmen, fought her at the end of the Third War dash." This, Kakashi knew. Guy was always shouting how grateful he was for the youthful actions that saved his father that day. Do retired after that and now owns a bit unpopular dojo of youth in the village. Kakashi lamented if it wouldn't be better for him to meet his end that day. It would certainly make Konoha a bit more peaceful during the mornings. And we had no chance. All 7 of us together, and we didn't manage to make her even winded. That was years ago. I can only imagine what kind of monster Ringo Amarai is now. These blades, Reiga's expression was wistful as he tightly gripped the Kiba blade in his right hand and put its blade in front of him as if he was showing it to Kakashi, are the proof of her disregard for us. the disregard for the best the previous Kirigakura had to offer. Ringo Amayuri's childhood dream was to be the wielder of Kiba blades. She was one of the very few orphans who actually managed to do it too. Yet, the fact she let me have them after she defeated me proves they no longer matter to her. Or it proves that you are a coward. Shouldn't being defeated mean you should stop using these swords? Kakashi lightheartedly asked with an innocent look. Reiga gave Kakashi a silent piercing look before sighing. Whatever. I think it wouldn't matter to you since this will be your funeral. And just like that, the atmosphere around them became heavy, filled with chakra and killing intent. Both men were still quite leisure in their posture, but the look in their eyes was anything but. Kakashi slowly lifted his hand towards his forehead protector, about to lift it. Reiga used that exact moment to dash forward, pouring his lightning chakra into his muscles and nervous system, becoming even faster for it. The Kiba blades were crossed in front of him, surging with electricity and ready to be used. Kakashi silently cursed, pulling his headband up. It took just a second of distraction, but in that single second, Reiga closed a significant distance between them and was almost upon Kakashi. No time for Chidori. Kakashi's eyes flickered downward, ground too wet, hardening it into a strong enough wall would take too long. His lips pursed as he decided on the course of action. Snake rightward arrow, rem rightward arrow, monkey rightward arrow, boar rightward arrow, horse rightward arrow, tiger, fire release, great fireball. A searing fireball flew right at Reiga, who was dashing straight into it. He could already feel its burning hotness on his skin and had no intention to let it touch him. Unfortunately for Kakashi, Reiga used the electricity coursing through his nervous system to make his body respond, jerkily jumping to the left while using his heightened perception to duck at just the right angle so the edge of the fireball would miss him by an inch. His dash didn't even slow down as he mostly harmlessly passed the heated ball of flames, rushing at its caster. Kakashi didn't think Reiga would just dash right past his technique, nor did he actually think a C-rank fire jutsu would be enough to deal with someone of Reiga's caliber. He still hoped it would buy him a bit more time, but the lighting user didn't even slow down. Mentally cursing, Kakashi jumped back, trying to make some distance between Reiga and him. It was simple math. A guy with two swords and skilled at their use versus a guy who, while good, only had kunows at hand, equaled that the kunao guy would get cut. Close-quarter combat was therefore a big no-no in Kakashi's books. Reiga saw Kakashi jumping back and suddenly grinned, pushing his right foot into the ground with enough force to make it create a small trench, causing his body to abruptly stop. The momentum of his dash was not yet lost though. Instead, it was redirected into his upper body that was already mid-throw. Kakashi didn't have enough time to react. His eyes widened and the three tomos of his Sharingan desperately spun, seeing one Kiba blade fly directly at him, surging with a lightning coating. Even with the slowed perception of his Sharingan, the blade seemed far too fast. Reiga expectantly watched as his blade went straight through Kakashi's chest and two tree trunks behind him, only to stop being buried handle deep in the third one. His grin faltered, however, when the big backpack on his back whispered something to him. Clicking his tongue, Reiga looked to the left into the treetops, and Kakashi could just sheepishly come out of hiding since Reiga already knew where he was. That was when the corpse puffed into smoke, revealing a skewered log. Right. Konoha ninja. You love kawarimi. Reiga snorted. Don't diss the log. It did help me get rid of one of your swords. Kakashi jovially spoke. Both him and Reiga knew he would not give the Kiri missing ninja the chance to retrieve his blade. Kakashi liked his odds at facing Reiga with one Kiba more than facing him with both. Reiga just gave Kakashi an unamused look, not liking how much he was underestimated. A seal on his wrist flared to life and the Kiba blade he threw away was suddenly back in his hand, making Kakashi's non-sharing an eye twitch. Did you really think I would throw such a precious weapon if I had no way of retrieving it? What do you take me for? A Chunin. Reiga rolled his eyes. I said I am going to make this your funeral. I fully intend to uphold my promise, copycat. Kakashi's shoulders slumped and his mood darkened at that. Ah, shit, wasn't this supposed to be a C-rank mission? Honestly, if it is not Anko trying to kick my ass, it is some kind of rogue ninja. Where is my well-deserved vacation? Chapter 315, Kakashi vs Reiga 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Reiga lunged towards Kakashi, who stood on a tree branch, swinging his sword in an arc, causing Kakashi to jump back in order to evade the blow that instantly cut through the thick branch, separating it from the rest of the tree. Kakashi landed on the ground in a crouch, using the momentum to bounce into another jump, leaping backward and barely evading the falling Reiga's blades while whipping shurikens from his pouch and throwing them at Reiga. There wasn't much distance between Reiga and Kakashi. The shurikens were a certain hit and Kakashi thought there wasn't much Reiga could do against them, but to his surprise, Reiga's chakra surged around him, crackling with lightning, and the shurikens were deflected, not even making Reiga slow down. As Reiga landed, he slightly bent his knees, also using the momentum of his fall and redirecting it to propel himself forward towards Kakashi. Seeing the scowling swordsman leaping at him, Kakashi redirected his jump mid-flight by kicking a nearby tree, making his body fly to the right, and putting a tree behind Reiga and himself. Reiga understood that the copy ninja would not willingly enter close combat, so he didn't give chase. Instead, he started feeding his chakra into the Kiba blade in his right hand, making electricity crack around it before he swung it, sending forward a horizontal arc of concentrated lightning where his backpack whispered to him Kakashi's waist was currently located. The lightning went through the tree trunks like a knife through butter, cutting down several trees in the forest and making them fall down. Kakashi only barely managed to evade the lightning arc. Reiga simply conjured it far too fast, and he had to admit, going behind a tree was a bad move. It obscured his Sharingan, hence, his only warning was the chirping noise, and that didn't give him enough time. The shallow cut on his abdomen clearly proved that fact, and Kakashi was just glad he had the presence of mind to use Kawarami before he was bisected like the tree trunks. Kakashi wasn't given a moment of reprieve though. Reiga was again upon him, making him wonder how the ex-Kiri nin knew his position so fast. He didn't have a long time to ponder about that though, and was forced to block the initial strike with his kunao. Chakra metal met steel, and Kakashi could feel his disadvantage as Reiga's lightning chakra entered his hand through the kunao, venturing further into his forearm, upper arm, until it permeated his whole body. Only his own lightning chakra he instantly started molding saved him from full body paralysis. Kakashi's movements were still slowed down. Kiba blades amplified the lightning chakra of their user, so despite lightning being Kakashi's primary and most practiced element, he found himself disadvantaged. Got you. Reiga didn't tarry. The second he saw Kakashi's body stiffen due to his chakra, he grinned and swung his second Kiba blade at his neck. Kakashi's head separated from his body, but Reiga's grin turned into a frown the second he saw droplets of water as his blade went through Kakashi's neck. He was from Kiri and knew what that meant. Ranmaru. Reiga shouted, demanding his partner to tell him where the real Kakashi was as the one in front of him burst into a splash of water, forcing him to jump back. Kakashi wasn't about to waste this chance. Reiga was about to land when his body emerged from the ground right under him, Chidori already crackling around his right hand. Under you, came from Reiga's backpack, making him jerk his attention to the place where he was about to land. Reiga's eyes widened, his mind telling him it would be impossible to fully evade that blow because he was in the air and falling straight at Kakashi. He jerkily twisted his body midair and met Kakashi's Chidori with his left Kiba blade. Electricity clashed against electricity, creating a bright blue flash of light while lightning bolts were thrown around because of the intense clash, devastating the surroundings. Reiga didn't come out unscathed from this. His hand was numb and sported new burns. It didn't bother him much. He was used to lightning-induced burns, but he still felt annoyed because this injury would somewhat hinder him. His entire sleeve was in a worse state than his forearm. It was littered with new holes where the lightning burned through the cloth. I guess we can call this a draw. Reiga smirked as he looked at the state of Kapi Nin's right forearm and his shaking hand littered in burns. Pretty much. Kakashi smiled through the pain. This gamble didn't pay off. Kakashi was made aware of why Kiba blades were so legendary. He burned more chakra than he was comfortable with for that Chidori, and yet, the Kiba blades returned even more damage than he dished out while consuming a lot less chakra from Reiga. Lightning is out. As long as he has these swords, he can pretty much nullify any lightning attack that is under A rank, and the ones that can deal damage to him would be mostly resisted and are too chakra consuming. Kakashi inwardly grimaced. Lightning was his best element, and finding himself at such a disadvantage hurt his pride. Water is out too. As a Kiri ninja, he sparred against water users most. I don't think I can surprise attack him with a water jutsu. He spotted my water clone before he was even done dispatching it. Kakashi continued his analysis. That left Kakashi only with earth and fire jutsu since he was useless with wind release. Is that all you've got? Reiga suddenly asked, steadily walking to the left, circling Kakashi, and looking at him as if he measured his worth. This is the extent of Sharingan no Kakashi's power? How pathetic. He chuckled. Kakashi didn't mind the small talk. Right now, he needed time to recover and formulate his next plan, so he let Reiga talk his heart out. You know. Reiga gave Kakashi a sympathetic look. I was once in your position. Standing in front of Ringo Amarai, thinking I was a hot shit only to be brutally made aware of the cruel reality. Maybe this was how she felt after defeating me? This, disappointment. He shook his head. She let me survive and I trained. I trained and trained, hoping to one day defeat her. Then, the reality gave me a hard blow again when I saw her facing the Three Tails, and I understood. She let me live because there was no chance in hell I could ever match her. Reiga ruefully grinned for a moment before his expression went blank as he looked straight at Kakashi. Unfortunately for you, I am quite aware you could one day match me if I let you live. Kakashi's eyes suddenly widened as he felt the surge of lightning chakra coming from Reiga. Lightning cracked around him in a similar fashion to the Raikage's lightning armor, causing Kakashi to feel dread. Lightning release, full body activation. Reiga exclaimed, his body coated in crackling arcs of electricity. The name made Kakashi somewhat relieved, but his wariness didn't subside. The amount of lightning chakra wrapped around Reiga was monstrous. The air between Reiga and Kakashi became still as they stared at each other before. Reiga soundlessly disappeared. The tomos of Kakashi's Sharingan furiously spun, trying to get every bit of information they possibly could. It was only thanks to this Sharingan that Kakashi perceived Reiga approaching him, his Kiba blades about to skewer him through the chest. There was no way to dodge it. Reiga was too fast for Kakashi's body to react in time. He could see it, but he couldn't dodge it. The tomos in Kakashi's Sharingan suddenly came to an abrupt stop as Kakashi's eye met Reiga's gaze. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Reiga's stab suddenly redirected to the left, going through Kakashi's hip rather than the middle of his chest. The wound was instantly burned shut due to the lightning coursing through the blades, and Kakashi barely stifled his scream. Reiga blinked and furrowed his eyebrows, noticing the situation. He twisted the kiba blade, widening Kakashi's wound while cauterizing it before he brutally ripped the sword out of Kakashi's hip and jumped back. Both him and Kakashi were aware Reiga could have ended it then and there. He could have used his second kiba blade to kill Kakashi quite easily since there was no way the copy ninja could get away from that position. Kakashi fell to his knees, his left hand holding his right hip as he gasped for air through the immense pain both from the burned hole in his hip and from the unhealthy amount of lightning chakra coursing through his system, trying to paralyze him as it delivered insane amounts of pain. Genjutsu. I have to admit, I never expected it would be able to affect me in this state. Reiga did break out of the genjutsu in 1 second and anything bigger than the slight perception alteration Kakashi used would be instantly noticed and broken even sooner, but between the casting of the genjutsu and the stab, there was no time to dispel it. Kakashi simply used Reiga's speed against him. I have to commend you for that. Now, will you survive the second BL dash? Reiga suddenly stopped as Ranmaru in his lightning-proof backpack whispered something to him, causing his eyes to widen and his gaze to snap to the right, in the direction where Kakashi's team was supposed to be located. I see, my associates were defeated. Reiga muttered, are you sure, Ranmaru? Kakashi tried to focus his hearing but could only hear a muted, yes. Someone with chakra more potent than me, huh? Reiga clicked his tongue. His reserves were still half full but he thought Kakashi would be the strongest of the lot. Fine. He sighed and turned towards Kakashi. Looks like it is your lucky day, copy nin. He said almost sullenly before again soundlessly disappearing and Kakashi thanked the sage when his Sharingan perceived Reiga speeding away right before he fainted. Chapter 316, Kakashi Awakens. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Kakashi woke up, not opening his eyes or giving any visible sign he was awake as his first instinct cultivated by his ninja experiences dictated. He explored his surroundings with his senses, only relaxing when he found out there was no threat around. Naruto, who was on Kakashi watching duty, was almost dozing off when he noticed his Jonin instructor slightly stirring, instantly pulling him from his half-asleep state as he energetically jumped towards Kakashi's bed and saw the man's eyes opening. Kakashi-sensei, you are awake. He happily exclaimed in his outdoor voice, making Kakashi involuntarily wince as his head throbbed in pain, and cursed his luck. If he wasn't fully awake before, he definitely was now, alongside the entire house. N.A.R.2. Kakashi rasped, unable to pronounce Naruto's name because of how parched his throat was. Only now his head caught up and realized how shitty his body felt. Kakashi's lone visible eye slightly widened as the events before he fainted came back to him. Don't worry, I will bring you water. Naruto's face brightened before he scrambled out of the room. Kakashi could only helplessly watch his excitable student bounce out of the room with a deadpan gaze. Water would be nice but knowing what exactly happened to the rest of the team was the priority. He was responsible for them, damn it. Fortunately for Kakashi, he wasn't alone in the room. Naruto's scream awoke Sasuke who was shooting the door with very irritated looks, judging by his eyes most likely imagining 100 ways he could skin a certain loud annoyance. Sasuke just knew Naruto did that on purpose. The dope most likely doesn't want to explain the situation. He grumbled, feeling Kakashi's piercing gaze on him. Sasuke let out a long-suffering sigh at his teammates' antics. We won. Reiga ran away. The rain team was wiped out except the girl. She is being held prisoner in Anko-sensei's room. We are at Tajuna's home. Sasuke described their situation in a droll voice, trying to keep it short and factual. When he got to the part of the rain girl, he noticed Kakashi slightly winced at the fact she was rooming with Anko. Somehow, Sasuke could sympathize. Sasuke looked at Kakashi and saw the unasked question in his eye. Anko, she patched you up. I was also hurt. He said that in an almost sullen voice, watching her heal you was actually amazing. The burned flash rejuvenated at a visible rate and the gaping hole in your hip closed. I had no idea Anko-sensei was a medic ninja. Awe seeped through Sasuke's facade. Kakashi grimaced. Of course, Sasuke had no clue. Despite being Tsunade's apprentice, nobody in his right mind would let Anko into the hospital with the aim to cure people. He had no idea how Anko attained her mastery in medical arts but it definitely was not in Konoha Hospital. Which was strange, considering nobody could become a skilled medical ninja just by reading books. They needed experience and hands-on practice. Kakashi couldn't know that Anko had this much-needed practice in the village on the other side where she was a quite popular medic. Something in the way Kakashi's eye cringed must have given him away as Sasuke mirthlessly chuckled. Don't worry. I have watched the whole time she was healing you. She didn't slip any poison or otherwise experimented with your body. The sad part was he couldn't assure himself of that. He indeed watched Kakashi's healing, mostly because he was afraid of what was awaiting him since his turn was next. But once Kakashi was done, Anko zoomed on him, and unfortunately, Kakashi was unconscious so it was just him and Anko in the room, a very dangerous situation in Sasuke's opinion. He was on the verge of shitting himself the entire time until she finished with his wounds, expecting an excruciating pain to start at any given moment, considering her personality. It was this worry that made Sasuke faint halfway through his treatment, not that he would ever admit it wasn't due to fatigue, so anything Anko did to him after that, he wouldn't know. Oh, you believe you would notice, Genin. Anko's cheerful voice suddenly resounded through the room, making Sasuke flinch and splutter. You are still too overconfident in your Sharingan, Sasuke-chan. Hearing that, Sasuke decided to do the right thing. He threw her a stink eye, huffed, and lied back down into his bed, petulantly turning his back at Anko. Cute. She rolled her eyes before striding towards Kakashi and putting her hand covered in a light green aura on his forehead. She smirked at the older Jonin. Reiga got you good? Hey take. She patronizingly patted his forehead, not raising her palm high enough for the medical jutsu to stop affecting him. Kakashi groaned and wanted to do nothing more than to shake her hand from his forehead, but his body finally started to feel better. In the end, he could only silently bear with the smugness oozing from Anko as she enjoyed treating him like a misbehaving child. He was S rank. Kakashi croaked out after he finally regained his ability to talk. Got a J-jutsu similar to Rai, Cage's Lee lightning armor. That sentence made his throat hurt again, but he knew this might be a very important piece of information. Anko's patronizing smirk fell, easing into a wry and understanding smile. She knew best how hard it was to face S-rank ninja in 1 versus 1. Tsunade's training regime consisted of lot of battles between her and Anko, basically beating Anko into the half-dead pulp before healing her and repeating the process until Anko got better. Don't worry, I have already sent a report and request for reinforcements to Lady Tsunade. She informed Kakashi, trying to make him feel at ease. Kakashi closed his eye, relaxing into bed. Getting reinforcements was good, there was no telling what Reiga would do, now that he knew Team 7 was capable of handling the Rain team. Worse yet, what would Gato do? Gato was incredibly wealthy. Hiring ninjas was no problem for him. He didn't do it because most of his criminal activities simply didn't require ninjas. Common thugs were enough. If he suddenly decided to splurge in order to get Tajuna's head, though, Team 7 would be in trouble. Reiga was a problem, but if he was supported by some Jonin-level fighters, I should have discarded the mission the second I understood the client lied, shouldn't I? Kakashi sighed, finally feeling good enough to speak without gasping for air afterward. He inwardly marveled at her medical prowess. Not that he would tell that to her anytime soon. It would just inflate the woman's ego and give him more ammunition to tease him. Meh, I opted for continuing to. Anko carelessly shrugged. Nobody could have known there would be S-rank ninja in the opposition. And that was the truth too. S-rank ninjas were extremely rare. Most ninjas have a goal to become Jonins, not even thinking of becoming an S-rank level threat simply because of how small a number of them existed in the world. Most ninjas never met someone classed as S-rank in their whole lives. Anko reckoned there were not more than 60 of them in the whole elemental nations. Anko abruptly stopped channeling her soothing chakra into Kakashi's body through his forehead, causing him a mild headache. He opened his eye, inquisitively looking at Anko and finding her giving him a sheepish and apologetic look. Naruto is coming. I am in no mood to take on his exuberance this early in the morning. Sorry, Kakashi, it's time for you to act like a good team leader and sacrifice yourself for the team. With that, Anko poofed into smoke, revealing she was just a shadow clone, the original no doubt sleeping. And here I thought she cared. Kakashi's stomach sank as the door flew open. Naruto triumphantly bounced through them with an excited expression. Kakashi somehow knew this was his revenge for all the D-ranks. Kakashi-sensei? Here, water. Naruto hurried towards Kakashi. He was almost near the bed when he suddenly tripped, splashing the water all over Kakashi's face. Naruto lowered his head, hiding his grin before he looked towards Kakashi, his face a perfect picture of sheepish regret. Kakashi knew who to blame for his not-so-cute little orange Genin's sadistic streak and taste in revenge. His mind again strayed to the woman who left him to his fate in his bleariest hour of need, and his mood soured. That bitch. Some very hard hours with Naruto were upon the poor Kakashi who couldn't even move. Author note, and wow, it might be longer than the actual chapter. Okay, guys, long one here, so if you don't feel like wasting some of your time for the little ol' me, feel free to skip it. This one is more of me stating my opinion on Bleach anime girls and then a questionnaire because I am just that bored and interested in your opinion. Laughing face. Ha ha ha. A few days ago, I wrote my opinion on DxD girls in a comment. I stated I don't really like them as female leads for my MCS because, well, I do think they are hot. After all, they were created with that in mind by the author, but I simply find them not all that appealing and lacking in likable personalities or interesting background. The exception to this is maybe Sana, because damn if her way to evade engagement is not intelligent enough to be actually hot. Devils from the older generation would not challenge her because they would become a laughingstock for their peers for centuries. Such a marriage would be forever given the stigma of mockery, and in an aristocratic society, good reputation actually matters even among devils. There are just some things one should never do to bring dishonor to his house, and the younger generation has no way to win against her. She basically screwed with the entire underworld in her own way. Moving on, her always serious attitude just screams repressed desires, and I can't help but ponder how wonderful it would have been if her sin was actually lust and she was a closet pervert who is bottling up her desires, and then an MC would come and boi, and see her fall, because I find her the most reasonable of the Devil Kings, and the background and meaning of her being the main diplomat of her utterly deviant race with many misfits who do whatever they want, consequences be damned, and how hard and exhausting her duties must be for her opens a lot of potential for plot development and opportunities for interaction with an MC. Her Siscon act opens the 2-in-1 package route too, which is, interesting, wouldn't you say? But other than that, nope. I don't find other DxD girls all that interesting. I like Naruto girls more. To be honest, I like quite a few of the females in Naruto, as should be obvious from this story, so much so that I don't even know which one is actually my favorite, as it changed on weekly basis. I just realized how ridiculous it was after responding to that comment. Kishimoto stated he was bad at making female characters, but weirdly enough, his female characters are more appealing to me, have incredible potential for development, and have generally more depth to them than those females in DxD, despite females being a big part of DxD, unlike Naruto. Then one dude asked me for my opinion on Bleach female characters and I was stumped. I kinda don't like many Bleach female characters. Anohana, Yoriyuki, and I do understand this will set some of you off, but suck it up, here it goes, gender-bent Ulquiera. Yeah, degenerate much, huh? That's it. Both Anohana and Yoriyuki have that duality vibe with massive potential and interesting personalities. Anohana, she is that killer healer who seems to not really understand romance or enjoyment of life unless it has to do with the killing. She is weary and only seems a good fight as her only source of fun. That simply makes me want to write an MC who could coddle and spoil her rotten, showing her that there is more to life and her desire for death is misplaced because she did not truly even attempt to live yet. Yoriyuki, on the other hand, I perceive her differently. She has that coy and teasing vibe, but her background portrays a wholly different picture which makes her just as interesting. As an ex-captain of the 2nd Division, Yoriyuki is a ruthless killer with no shred of conscience. Logically, she could not be anything else. Not in that position. She was basically the leader of those who dealt with Soul Society's undesirables without asking any questions. That's very telling on what kind of person she was / and her values. Her personality in the story makes her seem approachable, mischievous, and friendly, but I find myself asking how much of that is real and how much is a mere facade. This gives her a unique flavor as a character in my opinion. She has tremendous potential for development as a character. She has depth. Also, her style of combat and the fact her Zanpakuto was never showcased in the story makes her character and her development potential even more open to speculations, which increases her interest value in my eyes. As for gender-bent Ulquiera, do you even need to ask? Ulquiera is cool and loyal to the death. Plus I like his Segunda Etapa form. That's all. Other Bleach girls lack these aspects. Bleach was not focused on expanding females into interesting characters. Not really. It was too hung up on fighting one strong opponent after the other. The women there are a bit underdeveloped as far as their background and personalities go. To name a few, Rukia, yeah, she is interesting, but for me, she is also too pushy and violent. I kinda like her looks and her Bankai is just massive wow. She is basically the opposite of Yamamoto and the potential of her powers is tremendous. But as a character, I just can't see myself picking her as a love interest for my characters. Her depiction in Bleach kinda screwed her up in that regard. Rangiku, I don't like her personality. I don't like the size of her melons. There should be a limit to the size of a female's rack and she is far past it. She is, meh. Her Zanpakuto, though, is basically a better version of Byakuya's, so her potential is massive, and I think her past interaction with Aizen screwed her over a lot. By now, she should have Bankai if not for that. Her backstory with Aizen taking something from her to create Hogyako could be expanded into a very interesting story on its own too. But I simply don't like her. I don't even properly know why. I just don't. Orium, meh. The character with the most op powers in the entire series, yet she is a clumsy waste of air who is unable to hurt a fly. Nuff said. Excluded by default. And then there are Nilil and Haribel. Nilil. I find her cute, but oddly enough not as a love interest. She is hot, but not in that way. I don't know if I am making any sense. It's confusing even to me, but it is what it is. I also don't like her released form. I mean, a centaur? Really? Not into bestiality? Sorry. If a character has less or more than 2 legs, 2 arms, and 1 head, it is not for me. BRRR. Haribel, yeah, this girl is the hard one. I do like her. I could picture her as a love interest. But at the same time, she is also the one I am most unsure about. I do find myself drawn to her, as in I would not mind having her as a love interest for my MC in a story, but I would also not mind her not being one. I like Tiburon and how it could be developed. I like her personality, her undying loyalty until she is betrayed, and her willpower. I, however, still have some hesitation and reservations when it comes to her. That, in itself, is an answer enough, so she is not included in my preference list. Oh, and I don't like the baggage of her faction that naturally comes with her as a package. Now, why would I waste my time doing this author note? First of all, I want to start a new story, and currently, I am in the stage of gathering facts, creating at least average plot that won't be just some wish fulfillment wank, deciding things like harem members and reasons for their addiction to the harem, their personalities, powers, future power development, future personality development, etc., and creating a solid background for my main character, his powers, appearance, and so on. Obviously, I will start with this new story only after I finish this Naruto fanfiction, so there is still a lot of time to really put effort into this preparation stage. Not that you should expect something grand because of it. It will still be fanfiction, so the quality is not guaranteed. That said, since I want to do it properly, I decided to give it a bit more thought. And you can only hope I won't get bored and decide it is not worth the trouble before I really start with it. Sucks to be you, laughing face. So, since you are here, meaning, you stuck to my story for the last 315 chapters and probably like something in it, I decided to involve you a bit. Naturally, your opinion will be most likely totally disregarded. Laughing face, yes, you read that correctly. No need to return to that sentence. but I am nevertheless still interested in it. So if you find so inclined, tell me your opinion on various female characters, your thoughts about their personality, your thoughts about their powers, and their probable development, anything you would like to say about them, really. I might not even use it as I like doing things my way far too much, but who knows? Maybe your opinion would influence my view on some things in some incomprehensible way. Maybe your input would make me more inclined to include certain characters in MC's harem, or maybe it will do the exact opposite. If you don't like certain characters, then you can comment on why too. Now, I don't want anybody to accuse me of trying to steal ideas or something equally inane. If you don't want to share, then don't. Well then, I will be reading all of it, so go nuts. Anyway, here is the list. 1. No, the main and most important female lead I have already selected and won't be listing her here. That one is mine. Your opinion on her is irrelevant. You will just have to wait and see. I doubt you will guess who it is anyway. To be totally honest with you, you really have no chance of guessing it. No need to feel bad because of it though. Even I wouldn't be able to guess it if I didn't already know. And no, I won't be revealing her identity. Damn, sometimes being an author is actually fun since I can screw with you like this. 2. Ano Hinaretsu. 3. Yoriyuki Shihoin. 4. Genderbent Ulquiera. Just for the kicks and giggles. I am really interested in your opinion on this one. Will I find more Dejin men of the culture here, I wonder. 5. Rukia Kukiki. 6. Tyr Haribal. 7. Daphne Greengrass, she will be included in the story, period. Dunno if she will be a love interest though, and I am kinda indecisive about it. 8. Bellatrix Black/Lestrange. 9. Narcissa Black/Malfoy. 10. Luna Lovegood. 11. Hermione Granger. 12. Natasha Romanoff. 13. Rias Gremory. Yeah, nope. Not adding this spoiled princess as a love interest. You would have to put some really good and solid points to change my opinion on this matter. I added her to this list because I am interested in your opinion on her and to mix things up a bit. 14. Sana Citrai. 15. Sirafal Citrai/Leviathan. 16. Artoria Pendragon. I am very unsure about this one. On one hand, I do want to add her, but I just don't know. I have a plan that actually makes sense and could make her extremely overpowered, so much so, that even Surtsk would shit his pants in front of her. That, however, also makes me hesitant. It would be pity nerfing her, and my pride would not allow me to do so since I thought up such a bullshit plan with all the necessary background for it to work that actually totally makes sense, but on the other hand, she would be far too powerful at the start of the story and I have some reservations about it. 17. Scat Hath. Not adding her either. I love her character as it has similarities with Ano Hinaretsu, but as of now, I don't plan on including her in my next story. Just want your input and see if it can influence me. Probably not, though. 18. Semiramis, too queenly and prideful. 19. Genderbent female fate Grand Order Merlin the Dick Witch. Okay, that honestly sounded, you with a potential for trolling people though. 20. Merlin, from Nanatsu no Taizai. 21. So iPhone? Meh. 22. Yasaka, unlikely. 23. Ancient One. Pft. As if. Could have added Nicholas Fury too if that was the case. 24. Wanda Maximoff. I actually forgot about her until I started writing this list. 25. Demon Maid Hildegard, from Beelzebub anime, could make her like a Mephisto or Dormammu since she is a demon. She would need a contract to be able to access her full power, and contracting MC would have made her power skyrocket beyond Demon King level for some bullshit reasons that would totally make sense. Well, it was just a stray idea of mine. I probably won't use it in my next story. 26. I shoot blanks. 27. Others. Here you can share your thoughts and write about any female that is not included in the list. Don't constrict yourself with just the franchises from which the girls on the list originate. You can write about As Death or Lady Death for all I care. It is however unlikely for me to really put any mind into adding them into my story. Still, you can freely write your opinion and I will read it. As you probably already found out, for now, I plan for my next story to be a massive crossover between several universes mashed into one in at least a somewhat reasonable manner. And yes, I am aware it will be hard to make it work, and I will try to justify it in the story. I won't say which worlds I will be using and which I won't. I gave some hints already and that's all you will get from me. I won't even confirm if these hints are actually truthful. It will be more interesting that way. Anyway, I posted over 20 choices for female leads, but do keep in mind I plan to make a harem. It's fanfiction, so of course, it would be a harem, at most of 7 girls, more like 3 to 5, but I am giving myself room for breathing here just in case. I can go over the self-imposed limit if the story will have more than a few hundred chapters, but I want to keep it small for the most part and the MC's interaction with his harem meaningful at least to a degree. I naturally don't intend to include every girl I posted in the list into MC's harem. That would have been ridiculous. Well, that's all from me. Have a nice day and thank you for putting up with my long author note, smiley face. Yeah, it is definitely longer than the actual chapter. Chapter 317, Kakashi's Training Methods. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. In the morning, Team 7 gathered around the table in the kitchen while Tsunami, Tajuna's daughter, busied herself with preparing food. Anko was mildly surprised. She sent a few shadow clones to survey the surroundings and saw how poor the people in the area were. She didn't expect to be served normal food in Tajuna's home. She briefly wondered where Tsunami got the ingredients. Kakashi still looked a bit drained, but that was expected. Healing a hole through his gut so fast must have taken a toll on his body, but Anko would rather him suffer for the next day and be ready to fight afterward than give him prolonged and comfortable medical care. So, what are we gonna do? Naruto asked, waiting for food. The man was giving Naruto a subtle stink eye while the whiskered boy was grinning like a loon. Must have enacted his revenge for all the physical drills. Anko thought with pride swelling in her chest. Kakashi suddenly smiled, unnerving his 3 young charges at the sudden flip of his mood. Why, we are going to train, of course. Hearing that, Anko couldn't help but give Kakashi a deadpan look. She wasn't very satisfied with how Kakashi was leading the team. Teamwork drills and physical exercises were important, but not that important. Individual combat capability was what really mattered, no matter whether Konoha focused on teamwork. 3 weaklings working together would not be able to beat one strong ninja no matter how good their teamwork was. If Anko didn't train Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata during their free time, they would have been hopeless and useless right about now. 3 months being a team and Kakashi didn't even try teaching them tree walking yet. Anko knew that Asuma, for example, went straight for water walking in the 2nd week of his tutelage. Sure, Kakashi was their Jonin instructor, not their mother. It was expected of the Genins that they will train by themselves, but Kakashi should still have asked and tried to help in this regard. The man, however, was too used to teaching Umbu. Oh, you are finally going to stop being a dick and start doing your job? Anko sweetly asked, making Kakashi slightly flinch. Now, when their lives are already on the line. They had a deal when the team training started. Kakashi didn't want Anko to interfere with his tutelage and she reluctantly obeyed. After all, she was just an assistant while he was the team leader. She could possibly beat him every time he decided he wouldn't let her have her way, so she took the wait-and-see approach. And boy wasn't she impressed. That's harsh, Anko-chan. Kakashi replied in a shaken tone, I was focusing on teamwork and you are an inept idiot who is too prideful to admit your shortcomings as a teacher. Anko rolled her eyes, giving him a harsh tongue lashing. Our team is not Umbu, who are already competent ninja needing just the final polishing and can visit various secret libraries of Konoha anytime they want and learn whatever they want. They are amateurs who just started out. Anko had to suppress her smirk at Naruto's pout, Sasuke's scowl, and Hinata's lowering of her head. Her students were not exactly weak. They could fight against Chunins, but they had no real-life experience, hence, amateurs. Not that the trio would dispute her claim. She long ago beat defiance out of them. And physical exercises are good and all, but they are still children. Unless they work out 24/7 every day, their bodies simply won't match the capabilities of an adult ninja. That's why you are supposed to teach them chakra control first, so they can somewhat level the playing field by enhancing their bodies with chakra. Anko flatly finished. Well, then I guess it's a good thing I intend to teach them water walking. No, Kakashi flippantly replied. He was secretly quite ashamed now that Anko told him to his face his faults. In Umbu, he was one of the best instructors, but she is right. He sighed, these kids are not Umbu recruits who already have years of active duty behind themselves. Maybe I was blinded by their competence. We already know that. Sasuke grumbled, unimpressed at Kakashi's attitude. Honestly, if he didn't get tutelage from Anko, who didn't even have to teach them anything since it wasn't technically her job, he would probably contemplate defection right about now. What? Kakashi slowly blinked. He knew the kids already mastered tree walking. They regularly used it during spars, and their 3D maneuvering was something even Kakashi had to praise. We already know that. Anko taught us when we were still in the academy. Naruto poutingly whined and averted his gaze, slouching a bit more in his seat in a show of petty protest. Why didn't you tell me? Kakashi furrowed his eyebrows at Anko. I wanted to see how long would it take you to finally take interest in your genin's capabilities and act as a responsible instructor. She casually shrugged. You practically demanded I didn't interfere in your teaching methods, so I wanted to see them for myself. Kakashi let out an awkward laugh at the pointed look of his assistant teacher. It wasn't that Kakashi didn't teach the kids anything useful. He did. He gave them plenty of useful information and advice during the D-ranks and team training. One just had to look a bit deeper into the meaning of his bored lazy drawl in between the giggling induced by reading his smut while answering the questions of his genin. Again, the problem was the man expected the genin to act like veteran ninjas wanting to join Umbu. The team drills were incredibly useful. Anko couldn't dispute that. They had to be done and showed the 3 munchkins their individual weaknesses and faults when fighting as one unit. Some of the things Kakashi taught them during these team drills was straight out Umbu material. The problem was, Kakashi was too focused on it as if he was training skilled Umbu recruits to make a proper team out of them. Slumping his shoulders, Kakashi let out a long-suffering sigh, lamenting why he couldn't just stay in the comfort of the Umbu division. Fine. He said almost whinily, is there anything I can help them with? He asked, inwardly complaining that Anko was taking all the fun from being a teacher from him. Anko chuckled, and leaned forward, patting Kakashi's head as if he was a kid. Good boy. She cheerily praised, making Kakashi even more annoyed. I am not too versatile with ninjutsu, and you are the guy who is said to have copied thousands of techniques, Anko stated, and Kakashi instantly understood even before she continued. Both Hinata and Sasuke's main nature is lightning, and I don't have even one lightning jutsu. Naruto is wind-natured, so that is a huge problem as well. I started them on the leaf exercise for their natures, but that was as far as I went in their elemental training. As you most likely already saw during spars, they know some useful earth and fire techniques, but I am sure you will know a whole lot more of these than me and can probably give them sound advice on how to improve in this regard. Anko listed, straightening one finger on her hand every time she made each point. There is a lot you can help them with. If you are finally done moping around, just pick one thing and start teaching. Okay, I will think about it during breakfast. Kakashi relented, returning to his book while he could. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata threw Anko a grateful look. They were weary of not improving at the fast pace as before since they became genins. Anko also told them she could not teach them as much as before since that was Kakashi's privilege now. For 3 months, their rate of progress slowed to almost a halt and every single one of them hated it. Anko smirked in return. She knew their feelings, but this was necessary. The kiddies were far too advanced for their age and had everything handed to them on a silver platter by her. They needed to experience what it was like for other genins. For those who didn't have a teacher hell-bent on making them strong, she would rather slow their progress for a few months and then make their lives hell on earth to catch up than make them grow arrogant and think they will always get what they want. Kakashi showed to be a bit disinterested in their personal prowess, so the kids naturally went back to Anko, asking for more spanking. She had to deal with a lot of whining, complaints, and dissatisfaction when she refused to advance their training. Anko was pleasantly surprised though. The kids got the message. Hinata focused more on her gentle fist and started studying from her clan libraries. Naruto used his shadow clones to improve his somewhat passable but still nothing extra chakra control. And Sasuke finally started to improve his skills with genjutsu now that there was no juicy ninjutsu or taijutsu lesson just waiting to be delivered for the great last Uchiha. Sometimes I feel as if I was babysitting kids, rather than training killers. Anko sighed, her cheek twitching as Kakashi again started to perversely giggle, his nose buried in his book. The breakfast is ready. Tsunami suddenly interrupted the impromptu team meeting as she carried a pot onto the table. Chapter 318, Reinforcements. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. 4 days passed and Team 7 gathered again around the kitchen table in Tajuna's house, eating dinner alongside Tajuna's family. Anko enjoyed these past few days a lot. Now that Kakashi took his teaching duty seriously, she had nothing to do for most of the day, so it was her who accompanied Tajuna to the bridge. She also confiscated a certain book from the copycat to make sure he won't be distracted during training. I have to admit, Ika is not half bad. Anko inwardly snickered. Frankly, all members of Team 7 except Anko looked like crap. Even Naruto was swaying in his seat, his eyelids drooping from time to time. Kakashi certainly didn't pull his punches during the training, but Anko suspected that it was more from the build-up frustration rather than wanting to make the brats stronger. She knew best how hard it was to deal with them. Teaching Naruto, even when he was serious, was nerve-wracking. The boy was the type that learned by doing, and trying to explain something to him with words was simply pointless. Unfortunately for Kakashi, Naruto was still pissed that he didn't learn anything for 3 months straight, so he decided to step up his excitement and made the training literal hell of exuberance for Kakashi. No wonder the Jonin was dead tired on his feet, and that didn't even take into account the other 2 of his students. Sasuke was moody and liked to hold his grudges. He would not interrupt Kakashi mid-explanation with inane questions like Naruto, bouncing up and down with an innocent look and a wide stupid grin. No, he rather liked to take a different approach. Anko's eyes flickered towards Kakashi, letting out a small snicker at his singed clothes with various burn marks. He was a mess and his lone visible eye conveyed profound exhaustion. While Naruto and Hinata got shadow clones, the real Kakashi focused on Sasuke. It wasn't because of favoritism or anything like that. It was simply because Sasuke liked to bathe the shadow clones in fireballs, so sending them was counterproductive. I taught him so well. He can already perform techniques fast enough to clip Kakashi with his fire release. She thought proudly before her eyes landed on the brooding Uchiha, causing her to snort. I will have to give him another brutal behavior correcting training session when we get back to Konoha. No student of mine would be brooding emo. Anko did watch all of these training sessions with shadow clones. Sasuke's drive was clearly to barbecue Kakashi alive, and the brat was putting extreme determination into it. Anko might or might not have provided some more advanced tips for fire release so the play of Burn Kakashi would get a bit more interesting. Needless to say, seeing Kakashi desperately dodging small balls of searing flames with a disturbed look was always fun. Especially since he couldn't really retaliate and had to take it. The funniest of the lot was by far Hinata though. She was quite vindictive and decided to give Kakashi the stuttering treatment. And Sage, was it irritating to teach her anything when it took her 5 minutes to just ask a simple question. Anko remembered her own early experiences with the Hyuga heiress. Kakashi's patience was put under an extremely straining test. He had to repeat any explanations at least 3 times. Every time Hinata asked a question, she made sure she stuttered in the exact right places to ensure Kakashi wouldn't clearly hear her, so he had to ask her to repeat the question. Teaching Hinata in this mode was a long, frustrating, headache-inducing process. Especially since the girl took to her lessons under Anko like a fish to water. While it was a shadow clone that was annoyed by Hinata's behavior, when it popped and gave Kakashi the memory feedback, it made him instantly weary and frustrated out of nowhere. It was the sort of emotional bullying one would expect from Anko's apprentice. The only reason why he didn't find it suspicious was that he never really paid much attention to Hinata. He left her in Anko's care while he focused more on Sasuke and Naruto. That galled both Anko and Hinata, but it was better that way anyway. Nobody spoke during the dinner. The civilians kept to themselves, seeing how tired the ninjas were, and the majority of the ninjas were too annoyed or tired to say anything. As such, the awkward silence was maintained until suddenly, 3 knocks resounded from the door and everybody instantly tensed. I assume you don't expect guests this late in the evening, Tajuna-san. Kakashi quietly asked in a laid-back tone. The bridge builder just frantically shook his head. Kakashi was about to give orders, but Anko decided to give her team a break. Relax. It is the reinforcements Lady Tsunade arranged. And how would you know? Kakashi raised an eyebrow at that. He had the house surrounded by his shadow clones keeping watch, yet, the people near the door slipped right past them without being noticed. He didn't really think anybody in Konoha would be able to get past him like this. The same way as you are keeping the perimeter watch. Anko casually remarked. While I guarded Tajuna, I also made a few shadow clones to scout ahead. One of my clones met them earlier today. They were quite suspicious, so the clone decided to confront them to find out if they were hired by Gato and would attack me or not. Such suicidal tasks were best for shadow clones, after all. And you didn't deem it important to tell me. Exasperation seeped into Kakashi's voice. You were busy, and I am telling you now. Anko nonchalantly shrugged. Honestly, she might have been taking out her own frustration on the man at this point. Scouting ahead the entire 4 days and getting no real result was quite maddening. Anko tried to find the hideout of Gato and Reiga. Unfortunately, she had no success. She couldn't create an army of clones like Naruto, so her means were limited, and despite everything, the Land of Waves was a country. It was impossible for one person to scout even 1/10 of it in 4 days. Before Kakashi could give some snarky reply to Anko's easygoing excuse, one of Anko's shadow clones led inside 2 people wearing Kiri-Hitai-8. This is Zabuza Momokai and his apprentice, Haku Yuki. The clone introduced them before gesturing towards Team 7. The civilians are Tajuna the bridge builder, his daughter Tsunami, and her son. I have no clue what his name is, nor do I care. The gloomy broody is Suzuki Uchiha, the blushing mess is Hinata Hyuga, the brat who is half asleep and leaning on Hinata is Naruto Uzumaki. The annoyed creep is too famous for you to not know him, and I am your awesome guide, Anko Mitarashi. The clone exclaimed with a thumbs up. The rest is up to you, original. With that, the clone popped out of existence, making the real Anko chuckle while the people in the room felt very awkward. Kiri? Kakashi eventually asked, suspiciously eyeing the 2 newcomers. As much as he wanted to trust Anko's words, he wouldn't just accept them at face value. Yeah, Anko dismissively waved her hand. Reiga is Kirigakuru's missing ninja, so Lady Tsunade reached towards her friend Lady Mizukage, and the result is this creep being present. She pointed at Zabuza, who was getting seated behind the table, and threw her unamused look. Anko just ignored it. Don't worry, Kakashi. I am sure you will get along smashingly. You aren't all that different. Both of you are ashamed of your faces and art sundaries. She tried to reassure them, but for some reason, it only earned her 2 heated glares. Anko wondered why. Chapter 319, Anko's Mission Experiences. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Author's note. Patreon, 35 chapters ahead. If you want to support me or read ahead, https://www.patreon.com/kasicare. For those that read this author note later on and are interested in joining my Patreon, don't subscribe at the end of the month. It is better to wait for a new month and then join. A few days worth of wait won't kill you, laughing face. It was 2 weeks since Team 7 arrived in the Land of Waves, and Anko was getting more and more frustrated as her attempts at locating Gato failed one after another. The rat was hidden well. Much too well, for her tastes. If only she was able to reach him and introduce him to her snakes. The rest of this entire mission would be a piece of cake after that. But no. At first, Anko tried the old-fashioned way and sent shadow clones as scouts all around, listening to rumors and trying to find Gato's hideout with their tracking and sensing prowess. That didn't do much. She didn't have a proper lead for tracking to work, and Anko quickly understood that her meager sensing capabilities were rendered useless by the fact Land of Waves was a country. It didn't matter, she could sense almost anything in several hundred meters when she really focused. In the end, that was not even a drop in the bucket compared to the size of an entire country. Since her first attempts failed, Anko decided to go a bit smarter about it. She decided that tracking Gato was pointless for now, and as such, she focused on his subordinates. Anko tracked several thugs working for Gato. Some she interrogated and killed, others she let be and just followed them to their hideout. Unfortunately, this was yet another miss. Anko did discover several hideouts across the country, but there was no sign of Gato in any of them. No matter how much Anko searched them, she simply found out that these were hideouts for his mercenaries, and the businessman clearly didn't stay in such lowly accommodations. Anko's 3rd attempt was fueled by her frustration. She honestly decided to stop giving a damn and straight out infiltrated a town where Gato's shipping activities were focused. That was Gato's domain. Everybody important in the town worked for Gato. It was the only port in the Land of Waves that was allowed to trade with the outer world, and Gato's ships were coming and going on a constant basis. Anko quickly found out the main reason why Gato wanted to keep the Land of Waves under his rule was the humid temperature good for growing a particular drug that was all the rage nowadays in the capital cities. Most of these trading ships simply smuggled drugs and occasionally slaves. Not that she cared. It was a horrid sight, but during her career as a kunoichi, Anko saw and did worse. Unfortunately for the slaves, nobody paid her to free them. She was not a hero, and helping these people would not help her in finding Gato. She did briefly ponder about causing a commotion and hoping the businessman would show up, but that would take too much time. It would be a waste of effort considering Anko suspected Gato's men would definitely attempt attacking Tajuna again in a week or so. Gato most likely already sent mission requests, so his reinforcements should be arriving anytime soon. His wealth was also nowhere near the land of waves or its slowly bankrupting banks. Even if Anko fully destroyed the town, it wouldn't matter in the grand scheme of things. The only thing capable of making their mission easier was Gato stopping his breathing activities. The next thing Anko did was to check on the supply lines of the town. She broke into various offices and checked what was imported and exported. Sadly, she didn't find what she was looking for and had to grudgingly admit she started to feel a bit of respect towards Gato and his methods of hiding. Wherever he stayed, he probably received supplies from somewhere else than this town. In hindsight, that was quite smart, as it prevented anybody from finding out the location of his hideout by simply following the paper trail. That was Anko's last attempt at locating Gato. She simply lacked the necessary time to find the midget. Fortunately, the two Kiri ninjas arrived, and that meant the responsibility of guarding Tajuna could be split among them and Team 7. Zabuza and Kakashi usually were on the babysitting duty, taking the genins of Team 7 to the bridge and attempted not being bored to death watching the process of bridge building, while Anko enjoyed some of her secret stash of dango at Tajuna's house, blazing a rudash. Ahem, she meant guarding Tsunami and Inari. Zabuza's apprentice, Haku, was quickly snatched by Anko when she found out the trap could actually make dango. As such, Haku was stuck with house guarding duty with Anko, where she served as the main dango maker for what she thought was a slightly deranged snake-loving kunoichi, too dangerous to offend. Hence, Haku made damn sure her dango was tasty. Needless to say, this was one of the more bizarre missions for the young trap. It was only natural to split their forces in this way. Reiga was apparently S rank, so while Anko was also S rank ability-wise and could theoretically face Reiga in 1 versus 1, Kakashi and Zabuza would be outmatched if they found themselves alone facing Reiga. Putting them together on one team was to simply give them a chance to survive and withstand Reiga's attack until Anko arrived. Inari actually tried to tell them how hopeless facing Gato was and how utterly outmatched they were by the civilian dwarf. Poor kid miscalculated his candies with that decision, because Zabuza was not one for coddling kids. Nor was the extremely frustrated Anko. The killing intent that washed over Inari the moment after he tried to be a childish prick made the boy cream his pants brown and fall on his butt, bawling his eyes out from the sheer fright. Anko could swear it was mostly Zabuza's fault. She released only enough killing intent to scare a Chunin. Who in their right mind would use their whole killing intent on a small brat? She utterly ignored the fact Zabuza, even when using all of his killing intent, would not be able to scare an experienced Chunin. Poor Inari forgot how to speak for the next day. Good for him that Anko knew some rudimentary mind healing, otherwise he would have had nightmares until he was middle-aged. After that, Tsunami was quite cross with both Anko and Zabuza, and they suddenly found themselves without breakfast privileges. What a bummer. On a less depressing note, Kakashi was also glad for the addition of Zabuza and Haku once the two tsunderies became comfortable around each other and stopped secretly palming their weapons every second of the day. Nowadays Zabuza only glared at the giggling Kakashi whenever the perv read his books in front of Haku, who became red as tomato every time. This led to little Suzuki developing a small crush on Haku. Oh, the mighty Uchiha tried to hide it and act indifferently, but Anko saw right through his facade and noticed the subtle glances in Haku's direction with his Sharingan activated, etching the sight into his memory. Anko wasn't about to tell the poor boy that he fell for a trap. She could almost taste the sweet opportunity for some high-end teasing that would present themselves when the Uchiha finally realizes he etched Haku's image forever into his mind, linking it with the feelings of attraction and that Haku is actually not as female as Suzuki first thought. Anko wondered if this would cause some problems with the boy's sexual orientation later on. Sharingan was a powerful tool, but it could be utterly devastating to the user if used during emotional moments, since anything seen with it can't be unseen. She almost pitied Suzuki. So far, this first mission was proving to be an incredible success as far as getting new experiences went, and provided a lot of entertainment for Anko. Alas, all good fun has to come to an end. Anko sighed, sipping on her tea as her senses picked up two hostile people approaching Tajuna's house. She stood up and rolled her shoulders. Time to earn my keep, I guess. Chapter 320, Attack on Tajuna's House. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. We will have uninvited guests soon. Anko informed Haku, who briefly stiffened before resuming her dango-making activities, only acknowledging the information with a small hum. Tsunami, who was making lunchboxes for the bridge builders, threw Anko a nervous glance, but the kunoichi didn't deem it important to assuage the woman's worries. She simply created a shadow clone, sending it to guard Inari in his room, while the original Anko leisurely walked to the porch and sat on the stairs there, waiting for the two attackers while chewing on dango. Despite her being a picture of perfect calmness outwardly, Anko was very worried about her team on the bridge. She felt only two hostile signatures with chakra around Genin level approaching Tajuna's home. That either meant the bulk of Gato's forces would focus on the bridge, or that these two were just an obvious distraction and there was somebody else hidden in the shadows. Anko wanted nothing more than to send Haku to the bridge or even go there herself while only leaving shadow clones for Tsunami and Inari's protection. For the two approaching thugs, that would have been more than enough. Unfortunately, there was still that second option and the possibility these two were just a cheap diversion. It was at times like these Anko cursed that she was not a natural sensor. The sensing technique Lady Tsunade taught her was good and Anko's sensing abilities were great, but that was still far from incredible. Guess I will just have to believe in Kakashi and the brats. She mentally frowned. Her shadow clones scattered around the country didn't report anything unusual, and the clone she sent to tail Tajuna and her team still existed. The clone would pop the second it deemed the brats were in danger, so its continuous existence was reassuring for Anko. It took 10 more minutes until Anko saw two thugs exit the forested area near the house, confidently grinning as if they already finished their tasks. Anko instantly recognized them from her time of infiltrating Gato's town. These two were not the good sort even among the slavers working there. Karazu and Mamoto were quite infamous for their raping tendencies, and while they would not disobey orders, they were also known to be overly brutal fulfilling them. Unless it was stated their target was to be brought back unharmed, these two would take great pleasure indulging their sadistic urges. Sage forbid if their target was actually some hapless woman. Gato must have definitely handpicked them for this. The only indication of Anko's displeasure was a slight twitch in her cheek. It was obvious what the midget wanted to happen to Inari and Tsunami. Not for a second did Anko doubt that if she wasn't here to protect them, Inari would have been given a slow and painful death in front of Tsunami, as the two would have raped her while forcing her to watch her dying son, probably taunting her with some cheap lines like, "Don't worry, we will give you another son soon," or something similarly disgusting. The life of Kunoichi made Anko desensitized to many things, but that didn't mean she didn't find some of them extremely displeasing. The two thugs in front of her? There was no way Anko would give them an easy death. "Ha, you must be one of the ninjas boss mentioned." Mamoto's grin widened as he spotted Anko, his eyes caressing her curves. Anko did wear somewhat revealing clothes. It was nothing like what she was used to wearing before meeting Lady Tsunade, but her clothes still clearly showed her curves and a bit of cleavage. It was a perfect distraction, considering the majority of ninjas were males. "Looks like we hit the jackpot," Karazu exclaimed, also ogling Anko, who just lazily watched them from her spot on the porch. "Not only can we play with Tajuna's daughter, but there is also another bitch for free," he snickered. Anko felt a bit disappointed at their reaction. Clearly, these two belonged to the majority of civilians that never saw a ninja nor had any idea what it meant to be a ninja. It was a curious thing, considering their profession. They are probably just locals who were thugs and became mercenaries for Gato when the midget showed up. Experienced mercenaries would run the heck away the second they got to know ninjas were involved, Anko thought. Despite the existence of ninjas, there were still some nutjobs who would risk being a bandit or a mercenary. Then again, that might have been due to the fact the prowess of ninjas was not widely known among the masses. Anko's lips widened into a sadistic smirk. "Oh, boys. Yes, you are right. You hit the jackpot and can now play with Ankone," she whispered to herself, licking her lips in anticipation as she slowly stood up. Karazu and Mamoto heard her words, and while the content slightly aroused them, the looks the woman was giving them unsettled them and killed any boner they could have had. Mamoto opened his mouth to say something, but Anko didn't care for idle banter. These two were weak and had no information she was interested in. Before either of the two thugs even comprehended what was happening, they found themselves enwrapped in a bone-crushing embrace of two massive serpents that threateningly hissed into their ears. Only then did they realize their feet were no longer on the ground as they powerlessly dangled through the air, making the two thugs struggle for air. With every jerk, however, their prison only tightened. "Gotta love constrictors, nah." Anko chuckled, slowly approaching the two in a purposeful gait, her body language screaming danger while she twirled a kunao in her hand. Karazu wanted to retort. He really did. But he was barely able to gasp for air. Letting out a sound was impossible in his current situation. Instead of an angry retort, only an empty wheeze left his lips. Mamoto, on the other hand, watched Anko with wide frightened eyes. He was afraid of snakes, even the small ones, so the massive one currently crushing his bones had a profound effect on his bowels. He already realized what was coming and that this was the end for him. Just for their respective reactions, Anko chose to plunge her kunao in the gap in between the coils of her snake summon, who was giving Kuraizu a hug, nailing it handle deep in the unfortunate man's thigh, causing him to scream. Anko didn't like his defiant look. She decided to correct his attitude before asking her questions. "I dislike rapists," Anko cheerfully said as she jerked the kunao out of Karazu's body in a fluid, quick, and very painful motion. That kind of threat always hangs above the head of every kunoichi. Quite a lot of us actually do find ourselves on the receiving side at least once during our careers. The snake coiling around Karazu shifted, revealing his groin area, only giving him a second to realize what is to come. Anko also decided to slowly approach the man's bits with her kunao, savoring the growing horror in his eyes. "Some of us," Anko abruptly slashed, and enjoyed the man's pain-filled shrieks instead. Learn to accept it as a part of the job. Continuing to inflict pain on Karazu would be pointless for now. He was almost drowning in it. Anko decided to turn towards Mamoto, who was shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. Anko gave him a cheerful smile and continued talking. Others, mostly those who already experienced it once, tried to get used to it. You wouldn't believe how many kunoichi like rough play in the bed as a result. Anko's bloody kunao gently dug into Mamoto's cheek, creating a small gash almost from the side of his mouth to his ear. I heard it is much easier to cope with it when you can find at least a minuscule enjoyment in that shitty situation. Anko hissed in Momoto's ear while her words dripped with venom as her kunai carved into his flesh, hitting all the most painful and tender spots, causing him to scream. 2 minutes later, Anko suddenly stepped back, her kunai just shy of Momoto's eye as she realized that she might have gone a bit too far. I got carried away. She wryly smiled in self-mockery and rubbed her forehead. Her face contorted into a grimace. Damn, that was so much fun. I wonder if I would have ended in torture and interrogation department if Lady Tsunade didn't take an interest in me. I gotta say. She appraisingly looked towards two gasping and whimpering men. I do have a talent for this. Her story about kunoichi and? That was just to rile herself up and unnerve the two poor sods. A passionate torturer with a personal vendetta is much more frightening than a stone-faced one who is doing it just because it is his job. In a way, it was a form of mental torture. Not that it didn't happen. It's just that only an enemy ninja had a chance to a kunoichi and most would sooner kill than. Anko's opinion on that particular part of kunoichi life was simple. If you are weak enough to get raped, then you clearly deserved it. Anko's view was cold and unsympathizing. As expected from a woman who didn't have all that many friends and was hard to get along with. Now then, let's continue. Anko excitedly thought, giving the two bloodied men a starry-eyed look. She already decided to ask the lazy-ass Hokage to assign her some interrogation missions after this. Training her brats couldn't compare to tending to someone she knew deserved her worst. It filled her with quite a bit of satisfaction, seeing these rapists' faces contort in pain. Unfortunately for Anko, it was then she froze as memory feedback from her clone entered her mind, causing her head to alarmingly whip into the direction of the bridge with worry in her eyes. Chapter 321, Assassination Attempts. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Kakashi leisurely stood on the side of the bridge, enjoying his book while also making sure his senses of hearing and smell were sharply monitoring the surroundings. This was thankfully shaping up to be one of these boring and slow days where nothing happened, and Kakashi was glad for that. He understood and accepted that as a ninja, strife was inevitable, but every day without a fight was a win in Kakashi's books. Zabuza looked a bit annoyed as he sat on the opposite side of the bridge, focusing on maintaining the mist around it. There was no mist on the bridge, but the area surrounding it was utterly shrouded in white cloudy substance. It took quite a bit of concentration on Zabuza's side to keep it from spilling onto the bridge, but this was the best defense against any ranged assassins. It would block sight for obvious reasons and chakra sensing because the mist was full of chakra, hence, a chakra sensor would see only a big gathering of chakra unless he crossed the mist, which would instantly alert Zabuza. Naruto was helping with the construction of the bridge alongside his clones hunged as workers while Hinata was silently cheering him on. At first, she occasionally turned her Byakugan on and off to scout the surroundings, but that brought her quite the headache because of the chakra-infused mist. Now she didn't even bother. Zabuza and Kakashi were very focused, and Hinata doubted anyone could sneak close to the bridge without them noticing, no matter if she occasionally used her Byakugan or not. Zabuza's mist wasn't the only precaution either. Naruto also had a few clones stationed around, hung as inanimate objects. Somehow, they could still see just fine despite being a rock or a twig. Sasuke was near Kakashi, practicing Uchiha Taijutsu katas while also training with his Sharingan. He was definitely not wasting his time just lazing around like Hinata and Kakashi, and he was not paid for helping with the construction, so there was no way he would do that like the dork Naruto. Kakashi supposed he should have reprimanded Sasuke for not paying attention during the bodyguard mission, but he simply couldn't be bothered. It was around lunch when Kakashi suddenly saw Sasuke's eyes widen, and just like that, the Uchiha disappeared only for Tajuna to appear in his spot. Kawarimi. Kakashi's head whipped towards the place where Tajuna stood just a split second ago. He was just in time to see Sasuke bending back, barely avoiding a massive long golden arrow, having it only tear a bit of flesh from his shoulder rather than skewer the right side of his chest. Sasuke was for the first time in his life glad he was still a kid. Only his small stature compared to Tajuna allowed him to dodge the sneak attack. Gasping for breath, Sasuke's head tilted to the right and his sight instantly fell upon the huge golden arrow struck in the bridge, just an inch from his cheek. Sasuke gulped as he realized his quest for revenge against Itachi and restoration of the Uchiha clan almost came to an end if the arrow was aimed a bit to the side. Naruto, evacuate the workers. Kakashi shouted, and Naruto instantly got to his assigned task. Fortunately, the bridge workers kept their calm and let themselves be led away, surrounded by Naruto's clones for protection. The two Jonins quickly understood their peaceful day was over and somebody was attacking. Zabuza's mist seemed ineffective, and that could only mean the enemy had some way to bypass it. As such, Zabuza instantly dissipated the mist, cursing a second later when he realized the attacker stayed a foot away from the mist on the opposite side, not entering it and therefore not alerting Zabuza of his presence. But how could he locate Zabuza through the mist? It can't be hearing or smell. The distance is too great for that, and my mist would interfere. Zabuza disgruntledly mused. Something felt amiss to him. It was then that a big grey ethereal worm-like creature phased through the floor of the bridge, rushing towards the frightened Zabuza who was retreating with the other workers. Only quick interference of Naruto's clones that grabbed the men, lunged them onto their shoulders and jumped out of the way saved them from the creature reaching them. The creatures didn't stop though, and a game of cat and mouse started, creating mayhem and panic among the civilian workers. It just became that much harder to do their job for the ninjas. Hinata's mind instantly comprehended that there must be an enemy who somehow managed to sneak under the bridge. She activated her Byakugan and rushed towards the side of the bridge. Flooding the kunai with her lightning chakra, she made it sharp enough that when she threw it into the ground, it sank handle deep into the stone. Hinata somersaulted over the railing while holding a thin wire fastened on the handle of the kunai. Only channeling chakra into her hands protected them from being cut as she flew through the air, using the length of the wire to propel herself under the bridge. There was a red-haired woman, using tree-walking exercise to stick upside down on the ceiling of the underside of the bridge while 3 humanoid monsters encircled her, one of which was the source of the grey worm. Thanks to her Byakugan, Hinata still saw the mayhem the worm was causing on the bridge and understood dispatching the creature was extremely important. Needless to say, Hinata sprang forward, running on the ceiling, intending to engage the red-head woman and her apparitions. Kakashi and Zabuza wanted to go and confront the archer. Leaving him be was not an option with how accurate he was despite the mist. Now that the mist was gone, letting him shoot more would be suicidal. It was a lifesaver that Naruto's clones hung as inanimate objects were somehow managing to distract him so far, preventing him from interfering. But their intention to go and deal with the archer was stopped when Reiga appeared on the edge of the bridge, his arms crossed under his chest and dissatisfied scowl marring his face. Kakashi was glad the man didn't sneak attack during the chaos. That would definitely result in losing a member of the team. Unfortunately, the 2 Jonins now had to deal with Reiga. The choice between a dangerous archer and S-rank lightning-using swordsman was a no-brainer. If they went for the archer, Reiga would slaughter everybody on the bridge. Worse yet, they had no chance of facing Reiga unless they ganged upon him. Grimacing under his mask, Kakashi shouted towards Shizuke, "Shizuke, go and deal with the archer? He can't be allowed to shoot." He didn't like giving Shizuke this task. He wasn't really convinced Shizuke could pull it off, but letting the archer do whatever he wanted would definitely decide the battle. The original Naruto was hiding among the retreating workers, leading them away from the bridge. They were almost at the entrance leading towards the land of waves when Naruto's chakra senses started tingling. Naruto realized he didn't have enough time to completely negate the attack. His hands instantly blurred into a cross-shaped hand seal. Multi-shadow clone technique. He shouted, creating hundreds of cannon fodder between the ground and the workers who were being lifted into the air by the growing pile of orange-clad bodies under them. Every clone of Naruto used their chakra sensing to shift the workers to a position that would hopefully save them from death, but they had only a split of a second before massive crystal-like light purple spikes grew from the ground, skewering everything in their path and popping a huge amount of shadow clones out of existence. No bridge worker died from the attack, and Naruto knew it was due to sheer dumb luck and the fact the target was Tajuna. Another batch of clones grabbed the workers one by one, none too gently, not paying attention if they had broken bones, cut off limbs, or whatever injuries. Then, the clones rushed with their respective workers towards the village, each of them in a different direction to make it harder for the attacker to give chase. Naruto knew the actual target was Tajuna and didn't think the attacker would go and chase after ordinary workers, but it was better to take a precaution than later regret not doing anything. As for Tajuna, Naruto couldn't lead him to the town. That would endanger the civilians living there. He just saw his hidden opponent attempt to kill tens of men in order to get to Tajuna. As such, Naruto decided to make his stand near the entrance of the bridge just as he finally located his hidden enemy with his chakra sensing. One of the clones who was about to pass through the entrance of the bridge, carrying a middle-aged man, suddenly glowed orange, causing the man to widen his eyes before a sudden explosion deafened the world. From the dust that rose due to the explosion, a shadow jumped out, revealing a blue-haired woman in green kimono as she slid on the ground, a thin crystal-like armor covering her body with multiple cracks scattered all around it due to the explosion. The woman was however unharmed, making Naruto inwardly curse. The explosion was supposed to hurt even Jonin, and he just realized these crystals would be extremely hard to deal with. To think none of our 3 plans worked. The woman grumbled, watching Naruto's clones in front of her like a hawk. "You are quite good." Naruto could only wryly smile at the praise. After all, it was just pure luck that saved the day in this particular situation. Chapter 322, Hinata vs Teiwa. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Hinata dashed straight at the monstrous humanoid who was the source of the grey worm, intending to knock it out with one hit. Unfortunately for her, she was spotted far too soon by Teiwa, its summoner. Teiwa didn't let it show though. Her back was turned to Hinata and it stayed that way. The only thing she did was bring her flute to her mouth, not something an inexperienced ninja would suspect being in any way a threat. Hinata was almost upon the hulking figure, her palm raising its way through the air towards it while chakra gathered around it. Her goal was almost in her grasp, but suddenly Hinata's eyes widened when the second hulking figure, one holding a massive club, moved to intercept her. It was fast. Too fast for its apparent frame. Hinata found herself facing a decision. She could strike the figure in front of her and get struck by the club, or evade backward. Maybe I could deliver the palm strike and go instantly into Kaiden. Hinata mused as her brain worked overtime to create a valid strategy. It was then that her ears registered a vibrant sound of music as her opponent started playing her flute. Hinata's very first thought was that it was an instrument that would help the woman with controlling the massive figures, but when she saw her chakra's erratic flow, genjutsu, Hinata inwardly freaked out and instantly flared her chakra out of several tenketsu, just to be sure. While it didn't take even a split of a second for Hinata to realize she was caught in a genjutsu and then breaking out of it, in fact, she broke out of it so fast, she didn't even get to see what effect the genjutsu had. Her body still stopped advancing and that made Hinata's decision for her. Realizing she no longer had time to strike and then use Kaiten to avoid the club, Hinata's only option was to forego the attack and step back, evading the club by a small margin thanks to the precise vision granted to her by the Byakugan and her natural nimbleness. As the club crashed into the ceiling on which they all stood, Hinata used the situation to her advantage and swapped her Hyuga fighting style into the snake taijutsu style taught to her by Anko. Her hand instantly grabbed the club and the girl hurled her body above it, snapping her feet towards the humanoid monster holding the club. Her foot smashed into the monster's head with her whole momentum behind the kick, snapping said head back and sending the figure flying. A moment later, the monstrous humanoid goofed into a copious amount of smoke. Summon, huh? Hinata fell to the ground into a crouch briefly pondering if she should use her momentum against the ground as a springboard and try to take out the Grey Worm producer nearby when a soft melody entered her ears again. Taewya was incredibly shocked when the little girl managed to break out of her genjutsu in under a second. It made her turn around and pay more attention to her own fight. She completely stopped trying her distraction tactics above the bridge and recalled the Grey Worm back. Her opponent clearly needed her full attention. Nobody, not even other members of the Sound 4, could manage such a feat. There was a reason why she was one of the foremost elite ninjas of the Sound Village. Her techniques were special, unexpected, and the synergy between her genjutsu and summons enabled her to take down most jonins. To think a genin would not only break one of her genjutsu quicker than it would take a jonin to even notice something was wrong. What the fuck was Konoha feeding its kids nowadays? Taewya didn't even manage to get out of her first shock when the small girl suddenly completely changed her body movements and the next thing Taewya knew was that one of her summons was forcefully sent back into its home realm. That shook Taewya out of her reverie pretty quickly. She noticed Hinata's eyes calculatingly flicker towards her doki who was the source of her best weapon, the ethereal grey worms. Oh, no, you bitch. No way am I letting you go for it. Taewya thought and started playing her flute again, this time choosing a more vicious and immediate genjutsu. It clearly worked as Hinata flinched and obviously abandoned her plan to press her attack as she retreated back, creating some distance between them. Hinata inwardly groaned. The last genjutsu took her even less time to dispel than the first one since she expected it, but even for that split of a second, she felt a massive surge of pain. It was all mental and her body was completely fine, but this only proved her opponent had a way to affect her. That wasn't a very reassuring thought. At least it is not 4 versus 1 now. Hinata mused, her mood souring despite the fake cheer she tried to summon. Right, it's 3 versus 1. Not a big improvement. She forcefully calmed herself and focused on her Byakugan. Sidestepping to the right, Hinata evaded just in time to make the grey worm that emerged from the ceiling under her feet. Her opponent clearly liked to use the phasing ability of these worms to attack, but Hinata had an advantage of see-through vision. She was also incredibly disinterested in what would happen should the worm actually land a hit on her. She saw it was composed mostly of spiritual energy and whatever its purpose was, it would not be good for her continuous health. Taewya narrowed her eyes when the girl evaded her sneak attack. So that is the ability of the fabled Byakugan? It will be almost impossible to hit the girl with those freaky eyes stalking my every move. Damn it. Just my luck. She disgruntledly cursed in her mind, already forming a plan to resolve this lavender-eyed problem of hers. Doki, go and smash her brain out of her skull, she shouted. Hinata noticed one of the humanoid monsters rushing forward with the intention of engaging her. This surprised her while making her quite happy as she ran at it, hoping to even the numbers. She was vastly outnumbered and dealing with the summons was her best bet. She was a Hyuga and her chakra strikes were powerful enough to send the summons on their way with just one well-aimed hit. The problem was getting the opportunity to land such a hit with all the dangerous distractions along the way. Whether it was the grey worms or the sound-based genjutsu, if they affected her during an unfortunate moment, it could spell disaster for her. Hinata wanted to summon shadow clones so much, but it would be for naught. The sound-based genjutsu would disrupt their chakra flow, dispelling them. It would have been just a waste of chakra. She and the doki were almost upon each other when Hinata registered the sound of a flute, flaring her chakra even before a genjutsu could affect her. It still brought her a brief surge of pain and gave the doki a chance to attack. This doki had its upper body naked and on his forearms were strapped claw-shaped devices. It almost managed to hit Hinata with one of them. Only thanks to her inhumanly trained flexibility was she able to bend backward, go into a bridge position before flipping herself back through the air. Apparently, Taewya counted on it and used that particular moment to throw a kunao at Hinata. Hinata noticed too late. She was midair and couldn't dodge the kunao. It was also too close and too fast for her to whip out her own kunao and parry it. There was only one thing she could do. Kaiden. She spun midair, releasing a surge of chakra to the surroundings as a blue spinning ball appeared around her, deflecting the kunao. To be honest, Hinata wasn't happy with being forced to use such a chakra-heavy technique to deflect a normal kunao. As she was spinning, she suddenly noticed the half-naked doki figure that almost landed an attack on her opening its mouth, and another grey worm emerged out of it, snapping into her direction. It was honestly disgusting. Hinata didn't panic. It might be too close for her to evade and she couldn't simply stop Kaiten midway. That said, she was mid-Kaiten so the energy-based worm should be easily repel. Got you, bitch. Taewya suddenly screamed excitedly. Before Hinata could comprehend the reason for her opponent's excitement, the grey worm, much to her horror, went right through her kaiden, passing through her body as if it was intangible. Hinata got out of her shock and ended her kaiden, seeing as it was useless against the worm, and jumped back, getting the worm out of her body. She was fine. There was no wound or even any injury. And then vertigo hit her, making her sway on her feet as incredible tiredness spread through her body. Hinata quickly understood that a massive chunk of her stamina was just consumed. Well, at least now I know what the worms do, she thought while wincing at how much weaker her body felt while she started breathing hard. She was a taijutsu-based fighter. Someone who could bypass her best defensive jutsu and sap her stamina was a nightmare to deal with. Taewia clicked her tongue. The small girl still managed to stand up after her attack landed? Really? How was that supposed to be genin level? Most genins would be unconscious from the grey worm going straight through their heart, the major chakra point in the body. Taewia depended on genjutsu, which apparently barely worked against the girl. She also mostly used the grey worm's ability to phase through obstacles to land a hit with them. Someone who could see through things was a nightmare to deal with for her fighting style. Isn't this bitch my natural enemy? Both women wryly thought, warily staring at each other as they realized this fight would be a lot more troublesome than they first suspected. Chapter 323, Sasuke vs Kidomaru 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Sasuke heard Kakashi's order and grimaced as the wound on his shoulder tingled with nervosity. He wanted him to fight the archer who almost killed him? Well, okay, then. Sasuke thought, trying to muster eagerness for a battle but somewhat failing when images of his head popping like a balloon due to a well-aimed golden arrow emerged in his mind. Sasuke ran towards the railing, grabbed it, and somersaulted over it, letting his body into a free fall as he pumped it full of chakra. When he finally hit the water surface, a large splash was sent all around while Sasuke's body was at most slightly rattled as opposed to being turned into a broken mess as would happen if he didn't enhance his body. Crouching down, Sasuke sprang forward like a rocket, running straight in the direction of the archer while his Sharingan was in full blaze, hoping to notice any arrow flying at him soon enough that he will be able to dodge. Yet, even after 5 seconds of running on the water, no arrow was shot at him and he was almost upon his opponent. Seeing that Naruto's clones that were previously morphed into inanimate objects and strewn around the surroundings were distracting the archer long enough for Sasuke to close in was relieving for the Uchiha. It wasn't as if Naruto was allowed to spread around his traps so, with Naruto's current strength, these clones should be easily dispatched by any competent jonin in under 3 seconds. The fact the archer did not have them dealt with already which allowed Sasuke to approach unhindered lessened Sasuke's nerves a lot when he started thinking that maybe his opponent is not all that skilled fighter. Kidomaru finally popped the last orange nuisance and with the corner of his eye noticed the Uchiha brat closing in. Great. He inwardly groaned, just my luck to get Uchiha as an opponent. Oi, Uchiha? Kidomaru was about to try to stop this clash but Sasuke wasn't listening and dashed at him, throwing a punch Kidomaru promptly caught with his lowermost left hand. Oi, time ou dash. Before Kidomaru could take a proper hold on Sasuke's fist, Sasuke jumped into the air and twisted his body, snapping a high kick aimed at Kidomaru's throat. Needless to say, Kidomaru blocked it with the forearm of his middle right arm, scowling in annoyance. Uchiha, listen to me damn I dash. Sasuke used the momentum of his foot clashing with Kidomaru's forearm to spin midair on said forearm, making Kidomaru wince which almost prevented him from blocking the follow-up kick aimed at his head. He only barely managed to intercept it with the palm of his uppermost left hand, pushing forward, intending to unbalance Sasuke. Sasuke however used that to his advantage and pushed against, more like kicked, really, Kidomaru's palm with his foot, launching himself away from the six-armed man. As he was flying through the air, he again twisted his body, intending to land on his feet rather than his head, but he also used this twist to sneak throw a kunai at Kidomaru's chest. Kidomaru's eyes widened for a moment. This was actually a pretty good combo and most shinin would fall for it? Not everybody was awesome and had 6 arms, after all. The kunai hit Kidomaru's chest, only to shock Sasuke who just landed on the ground a few feet away when the sharp pointy steel uselessly bounced away from Kidomaru with a metallic clang. Armor, huh? Sasuke frowned. Ninjas seldom wore armor as it got in the way too much so he didn't suspect his opponent to wear one either. Next time I shall aim at the throat. Oi, Uchiha brat? It's rude to throw kicks and punches at people when they are talking to you? Nobody taught you manners, Hua. Kidomaru shouted with a tick mark pulsing on his forehead, his lowermost arms crossing on his chest. Honestly, what do they teach Konoha's brats these days? He disgruntledly muttered. He couldn't hurt the Uchiha, damn it. He was already in deep shit because the damn red-eyed bastard had suicidal tendencies. His arrow almost took the brat's head clean off when he swapped places with Tajuna. Try to explain to Orochimaru that the target of his latest obsession was almost killed by you because he jumped into the way of your attack. That shit ain't fun. Kidomaru already inwardly wept when he imagined the punishment he would certainly be awarded when they came back from the mission. Not only that but now the Uchiha decided to engage him? Was the brat trying to kill him with a borrowed knife? Shit. I can't even rough the brat up? Lord Orochimaru would be most displeased if the Uchiha didn't attend the Chunin exams. For fuck's sake? Why me? Taewia that bitch? She always got the most luck. I can already imagine her laughing at my misfortune. Kidomaru inwardly cursed. May she choke on Seikan's dick. Look, Kidomaru tiredly sighed, irritably scratching the back of his head with his uppermost right hand. I don't really want to fight you. Can we call this a day? Sasuke blinked at the six-armed man, giving him an Uchiha trademark look reserved for idiots before scoffing. I won't let you interfere with the other fights. And that's what I was afraid of. Kidomaru mumbled, his eyebrow twitching. If it was up to Kidomaru, they would just kidnap the Uchiha right here and now. The opportunity was ripe and there was no horde of Konoha ninja just waiting to save their precious boy wonder. Every Konoha ninja in range was preoccupied. It would have been so easy to. But no, he had no idea why Lord Orochimaru was so hellbent on getting the Uchiha during the Chunin exams. The singular event when the defenses of Konoha will be dialed up to their maximum setting and the Konoha's ninja force will be fully alert. Look, kid. My lord would be very displeased if I hurt the last Uchiha. Could we? I don't know, maybe just stand here and pretend to have an argument. Kidomaru lamely proposed, instantly regretting it when his ears heard how it sounded. Sasuke lifted his eyebrow at that. So you are holding back because of this so-called lord of yours? He asked, condescendingly smirking. Kidomaru's eye twitched as he decided he really didn't like this brat. Yes, he simply said, not trusting to stop himself from adding some special Teiwa-approved words to that statement just to spite the Konoha brat. And I assume if you hurt me there would be consequences for you. That's why you stay on the defense. Sasuke's smirk widened the more Kidomaru's expression turned ugly. Yes. Kidomaru barely croaked out, hoping, for all that is holy in Orochiland, that the bastard is not intending to do what he suspected would happen next. This brat might one day be his superior if Orochimaru got his way. Kidomaru really didn't want to. Alas. Sasuke sprang forward, dashing at Kidomaru whose expression twisted in an ugly scowl as he mentally cursed 8 Uchiha generations back for raising arrogant pieces of. Sasuke suddenly dropped low to the ground and aimed a sweeping kick at Kidomaru's ankle since his upper body was protected 6 times over. Kidomaru jumped, avoiding the sweeping kick, his instincts urging him to return it with a skull-crushing kick to Sasuke's head. He only barely resisted actually throwing one. Sasuke pushed against the ground with his hands, propelling himself slightly up and to the side in order to evade any possible retaliation while his free leg snapped towards Kidomaru's knee while he was mid-air. Sasuke's kick hit its mark but the Uchiha didn't rejoice. Instead, he was forced to wince as if his foot impacted something extremely hard. Knowing his combo was forced to a sudden stop by this, Sasuke jerkily spun mid-air yet again, just enough that his hands would reach the ground before he flipped himself back, creating a small distance between himself and Kidomaru. This will require a lot more cunning and explosives, won't it? Sasuke bitterly lamented. Chapter 324, Struggle Against Reiga. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Kakashi and Zabuza stared at Reiga who stood in front of him while his body language screamed irritation and annoyance to the whole world. Thank you for not participating in the assassination. Kakashi suddenly spoke. He fought against Reiga and knew well that Tazuna would be long dead if Reiga decided to sneak attack him in his lightning mode. Kakashi obviously had a few countermeasures prepared but he was not 100% certain they would work. Reiga grunted in acknowledgement. It's the fault of Gato and those conceited sound bitches. He disgruntledly said with a dark dissatisfied look, if it was up to me, I would have tried assassinating Tazuna the first day he started working on the bridge again. You would have been much more vigilant but also much less prepared. Kakashi had to admit, Reiga had a point. Deep inside, he wouldn't really mind such an outcome either. He didn't delude himself into thinking they could protect Tazuna if Reiga was dead set on sneakily assassinating him. Anko could probably fight him on equal footing, maybe even slightly overwhelm him, but she definitely was not fast enough to save Tazuna if Reiga got a lucky shot in. If Tazuna died, Kakashi's team would have failed the mission but they would be alive and well. Kakashi felt a bit ashamed for desiring such an outcome but, it was only natural. But no. Reiga continued with loud exasperation, the midget suddenly decided that killing Tazuna is not enough. Now he wants all the ninja protecting Tazuna also dead. Worst of all, he wants to do it in an overbearing display of strength to, show the bastards they should have never messed with the mighty Gato, or something like that. He mockingly tried to imitate Gato. I had to wait days for the sound ninjas to arrive and then they started acting as if they were some hot shit on sale. The midget is probably acting out to overcompensate for his height. Zabuza snorted in sympathy. He was a missing ninja for a time. He knew exactly what Reiga was going through. S-rank or not, he had to play nice if he wanted to earn money in a way that didn't include the death of his client and robbing him blind. Alas, having honor was not a very good quality for a missing ninja. Reiga waved his hand in a so-so gesture before speaking. I only stayed because I have unfinished business with the copycat. He jerked his head in Kakashi's direction. But since you are here, Zabuza, I'll gladly witness how much stronger you got, brat. His lips stretched into a condescending grin as he slowly unsheathed his blades. Huh? No threats of brutally murdering me and taking my sword? Zabuza asked in confusion as he briefly wondered if the man in front of him was really a former member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. Reiga just shook his head as if he just heard something absurd. Even if he killed Zabuza, he would not be taking Kubikaraibasho for himself. He was too afraid of Mizukage deciding to personally hunt him down for that. He would not risk such a thing. Enough talking. Reiga's body was abruptly enveloped with a thin but concentrated coating of lightning chakra. Your partner received enough time to finish his preparations. His eyes flickered towards Kakashi, who slightly tensed. Reiga stepped back and spun the Kiba blade in his right hand, making its tip aim at the ground before he swiftly intensified the lightning aura around the blade, plunging it to the ground as if it was just butter. Kakashi grit his teeth as he felt the connection with his shadow clone, who was under Reiga, waiting for the best opportunity to strike. Disappear. I was right. Kakashi bitterly thought with a small frown under his mask. He can somehow sense his surroundings to an incredible degree. No matter. Reiga suddenly widened his eyes, not having enough time to move even with his lightning aura when a massive explosion engulfed him, sending sharp jagged pieces of bricks from underneath him straight at his lower body. Kakashi smirked. His clone was destroyed, but not before it planted the special and extremely potent explosive tag he prepared for this fight. He and Zabuza instantly sprang forward, intending to press this advantage of theirs, hoping Reiga would be injured enough to tip the clash in their favor. When they were halfway the distance to their target, Reiga suddenly pulsed his chakra, creating a small shockwave that dispersed the dust in the air from the explosion, showing he was completely unscathed. Unlike Reiga's lightning armor, Reiga's lightning release, full body activation didn't possess extreme defensive capabilities, but it was still made of a dense lightning aura coating his body, hence, an explosion and shrapnel were not enough to penetrate through it. Unfortunately, neither Kakashi nor Zabuza could use large-scale destructive jutsu because it would wreck the bridge. As much as they didn't like it, they had to try and engage Reiga in close-quarter combat. The first to reach Reiga was Zabuza, swinging the Kubikuraibasho in a downward arc while putting as much of his strength and weight behind it as he could manage. Reiga furrowed his eyebrows, remembering that the wielders of Kubikuraibasho were always exceptionally gifted strength-wise. He didn't go for a full block, and instead tilted the Kiba blade he raised into a blocking position slightly downward. Kubikuraibasho and Kiba blade clashed, sending a mix of blue and orange sparks into the air as chakra metal ground against chakra metal. Reiga's arm buckled under the weight of Zabuza's strike. His initial assumption was totally correct, and Zabuza's strength was massive. He must have trained a lot in the last few years. Reiga idly thought as he tilted the tip of the blocking Kiba blade a bit more towards the ground, slowly letting the Kubikuraibasho slide alongside it to the side, mitigating most of the force from Zabuza's strike. Kukiyos no Jutsu. Reiga suddenly heard from behind Zabuza, making him show a surprised expression. He expected Kakashi to team up with Zabuza for the initial strike. That's why he blocked Zabuza's slash with only one of his blades. He needed the second prepared to deal with whatever attack the copycat pulled out of his ass. He however didn't expect that. Smoke engulfed both Zabuza, and a split second later Reiga as Kakashi used his summoning just a few feet behind Zabuza, using his hulking frame as cover. There are 8 new chakra signatures. Ranmara quietly whispered to Reiga from his backpack. They feel like dogs and are trying to encircle us. Reiga's expression shifted back to indifference, but his tone contained a hint of irritation. Tell me when they are about to attack. He mumbled under his nose in a low enough voice that Zabuza had no chance of hearing it. Kakashi didn't want to waste the smoke from the summoning technique. The second his ninja dogs were in positions, all surrounding Reiga from every side, he pulsed his chakra in a special pattern that was established as an order to attack. Zabuza, knowing what to expect since he and Kakashi discussed possible strategies a lot, put more chakra into his arms, trying to pin Reiga down, maybe even force him to use the second Kiba blade as support against his strength. As Kakashi's dogs neared their target, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a bad premonition while he was in the middle of doing hand seals necessary to call forth Chidori. He was about finished with them too, when he senses a flicker of lightning chakra originating from Reiga's position, causing him to widen his eyes in alarm. He stopped needing his chakra for Chidori and instead quickly pulsed his chakra for retreat order, but he was far too late. Out of nowhere, a lightning strike descended straight at Kiba blade, blocking Zabuza's Kubikuraibasho, causing Zabuza to feel as if a horse kicked him in the chest. All air forcefully left his lungs. Zabuza recognized this technique and knew it was not over yet. He instantly forfeited the clash of blades and jumped slightly back, in the hope to avoid most of the follow-up while putting the blade of Kubikuraibasho in front of himself as a makeshift shield. At this time, Kakashi's dogs were just a few feet from Reiga, but then a surge of concentrated lightning chakra in the shape of a dome spread outwardly from Reiga's position, frying everything in its path. One after another, the dogs burst in smoke, unsummoning themselves because of the extensive burns they suffered. Zabuza was a bit luckier as he managed to mitigate most of the damage thanks to Kubikuraibasho. When the initial surge of Reiga's technique smashed against his sword, it gave Zabuza enough momentum to propel him out of its range. He evaded the worst of it and only suffered small burns. Kakashi watched the smoke disperse with the burst of the lightning dome, feeling his connection to his summons to disappear one after another in quick succession while Zabuza landed next to him, sliding a bit on the ground to stop his momentum, wincing as his hand was slightly burned. We underestimated him. Kakashi darkly muttered as the realization struck him. Reiga was not only a swordsman. Being the Kiba wielder meant also being the foremost expert on lightning techniques in Kirigakure. Yeah, we should never have assumed he would rely only on swordsmanship, Zabuza gruffly admitted, miffed at himself for forgetting this fact. In his defense, it was over a decade since Kirigakure actually possessed the Kiba blades. Maybe I will be really forced to use that. He grimaced. Chapter 325, Naruto vs Gurren. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. I won't let you hurt the old man, Naruto foolishly exclaimed, pointing at Gurren with gusto. Heh. Gurren smirked and put her hand on her hip. You won't let me, you say. Before Naruto could again proclaim his answer to the whole world, Gurren disappeared from her spot, using the talk as a small momentary distraction. Naruto noticed too late that Gurren was rushing towards him at Jonin-level speeds. He could only take a subconscious step back from apprehension as his eyes widened. Just as Gurren reached him, Naruto was almost out of his funk, his hands shooting into the classical cross-shaped seal. Two things happened at once. Naruto cast the shadow clones, which means he was distracted for a split of a second. This allowed Gurren to run past Naruto, straight at Tajuna. Only then did the original Naruto realize he had been had. His opponent was clearly not an honorable ninja. Gurren inwardly snorted, knowing she had already won. There was no way for the blonde moron to reach Tajuna in time to save him, and the two clones guarding the old man were no threat at all. Just mere annoyances. Her mission was clear. Help Gato retain his power over the Land of Waves and make him indebted to the Sound Village. While there was no immediate benefit, Lord Orochimaru surmised being owed a favor by someone like Gato would help with the invasion of Konoha in one way or another. Rich backers were always in demand, after all, and if Sound helped you with underhanded schemes once, well, let's just say expecting to not pay the price and then some was foolish. Gurren reached Tajuna guarded by two Naruto clones and with 3 hand signs, created 2 crystal spikes in her hands in an instant, surprising both clones that already steeled themselves to try and buy time for the original. Unfortunately for them, Gurren accelerated even further, and before they could even blink, not to mention actually adjust to her new speed, one of them found itself speared through the chest while the other was swiftly decapitated, both poofing out of existence with smoke. Tajuna fell onto his bum, shaking like a leaf while Gurren, half covered with smoke, menacingly loomed over him, giving him a cold look while holding the 2 crystal spikes. At that moment, Tajuna knew he was a goner. Gurren raised her right hand and with a quick swipe, she slit Tajuna's throat with the tip of her crystal spike, her lips stretching into a victorious smile. Even if her group was somehow defeated, forcing them to retreat, with the death of the bridge builder, their mission was as good as completed. Her smile however froze when Tajuna burst into smoke, revealing it was just another shadow clone. Gurren instantly spun around, fiercely looking at the original Naruto who widely grinned. Got you? Mehahaha. He mockingly laughed, pointing at her in the same way he liked to point at Iruka after a successful prank. You. Gurren grit her teeth while her mind worked overtime, trying to come up with Tajuna's whereabouts. Her eyes widened as she realized Tajuna couldn't use henge. That would mean, you used the distraction of my previous attack and the retreat of other bridge workers to get Tajuna away unnoticed. Gurren's body relaxed but her eyes continued to glare at the grinning prankster. This was bad. Tajuna was just a civilian and by now, he could be anywhere in the city. There was no way to pinpoint his location through chakra sensing, and if he is hidden well, it would be a pain in the ass to locate him. The most viable option would be to reduce the entire city to rubble, but there was no guarantee the bridge builder is actually in the city. He could just as well be hidden outside of it. Not to mention, the Konoha ninjas won't simply let us look for him without intervention. We will first have to defeat them, which will give more time to Tajuna to hide and make us a bit tired. Gurren clicked her tongue. The situation didn't look all that favorable for them. But, aren't you forgetting something? Gurren sweetly asked, rolling her shoulders. Naruto was confused. He was quite sure his plan worked. Did he overlook something? No, that couldn't be. Stop bluffing. He flatly deadpanned at the blue-haired woman, making her eyebrow twitch. My target is gone. That means I will have to satisfy myself by killing you. Gurren smirked and her body tensed. Naruto knew what would follow. He fought against Anko often enough. Gurren disappeared in a burst of speed, but Naruto was prepared. Kunao made of crystal abruptly lodged in Naruto's eye socket, its tip exiting from the back of his head, as Gurren appeared in front of him with a small disdainful sneer that hid well her own distaste at killing a child. Gurren inwardly sighed, her eyes flickering towards the entrance to the village as she started to contemplate how to locate Tajuna. She let her guard down so much, she only noticed the chakra surge from the corpse in front of her at the last moment. Suddenly, a booming explosion shook the ground, sending Gurren's body barreling through the air before it hit the ground and started bouncing from it due to the massive kinetic energy that affected it. Gurren only managed to create a crystalline spike and plunge it to the ground in an attempt to stop herself when she was already a few tens of meters away from her initial spot. What the fuck was that? She dizzily thought, her ears ringing and head throbbing. She just ate an explosion point blank, and only thanks to her incredible reflexes did she manage to create a thin covering of crystal armor on her skin. She was uninjured, but her body hurt as if she was smashed by a baijuyu. Gurren didn't have much time to gather her bearings. 3 more Narutos emerged from the ground near her and proceeded to rush at her. She was still mostly out of it, but as Jonin, she wasn't as vulnerable as it would seem. Only 2 of the 3 clones managed to evade the thin crystal needles Gurren created in the air and hurled at them. Unfortunately for Gurren, there was no more room for an additional attack. She hurriedly stood up, slightly swaying on her feet as the crystal spike in her hand transformed into a kunao. She was forced into defense, but she wasn't worried her crystal armor should protect her. The Naruto clones were almost upon her and Gurren lowered her body a bit, bracing herself for the upcoming clash. This, however, prevented her from reacting when the clones abruptly changed their directions. Instead of dashing straight at her, they went a bit to the side, one to the left while the other to the right, sliding on the ground to halt when they were right next to her on both sides. Gurren's eyes widened, getting a bad premonition from the wide grins on the clones. And then she felt déjà vu as a familiar surge of chakra emitted from them. Fu Gurren thought as two massive explosions reverberated through the surroundings of the bridge. A few moments passed and another Naruto slowly and cautiously emerged from the ground a few hundred feet away. Did I get her? He quietly asked himself, staring at the smoke-covered place where his clones exploded themselves. The shockwaves from two explosions crashing against each other while her body was in the middle of them should be enough to tear the woman apart inside out. This was Naruto's tactics against Jonins. No way would he fight them head-on. Naruto was about to relax when his senses screamed at him to dodge. A foot impacted his face with enough force to bust his nose and crack his left cheekbone as he was sent barreling backward through the air. Gurren landed on her feet, instantly having to support herself by grabbing her knees as she heaved and gasped for air. Her body was screaming at her to stop and her head felt as if it was repeatedly smashed into a wall. She managed to Kawarami with a crystal clone she had nearby exactly for these kinds of emergencies and only got hit by the initial wave of both the explosions and the subsequent shockwaves. At most, she had nasty bruises all over her body as the crystal armor protected her from both burns and being ripped apart. She could continue to fight. She was used to pain. It was still surprising the genin could do this much to her. She almost fainted from the pain when she didn't expect it and it first hit her. I have underestimated the brat too much. Gurren grit her teeth, trying to alleviate some of the pain she felt as she inwardly swore to return it tenfold to the annoying blonde nuisance. No more holding back. Chapter 326, Naruto in Pinch 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Author note. I see that many are complaining in comments that this arc is too long. Well, sorry for that guys, but it is already finished so nothing I can do about it on that front. Anyway, let's see, if you don't like this arc, you should probably stop reading till the end of this month. Maybe 3 weeks. That's about it. To be honest, I did have fun writing this arc. But I fully acknowledge that it might not be as interesting for some and the non-presence of MC can be a huge source of irritation. Yeah, I basically screwed up in that way. Gurren didn't like killing, especially killing children. But it was what Lord Orochimaru wanted of her, so she gritted her teeth and did her best to fulfill his expectations. The most she could do was to make sure to give painless and quick death to the children she had to dispose of. That's why she held back against Naruto at first. In her eyes, he was a child. An overconfident foolish genin who learned a dangerous technique. Not really a threat. But this kid showed cunning and enough capability to plan that he could catch even her in a trap. Because she held back, she was almost injured and that simply wouldn't do. Gurren knew Lord Orochimaru would be disappointed if he knew about her current situation. As such, she once again gritted her teeth, and decided to hold nothing back as she attempted to slaughter the blonde annoyance. In her eyes, Naruto ceased to be just an unwitty naive kid. It took Naruto a few moments to recover from the heavy kick to the head. He shakily stood up, his head still spinning and his cheek intensively stinging. He could feel his cheekbone was cracked and the pain made him involuntarily tear up. But Naruto could also feel the damage already slowly mending itself and knew he had to focus on his enemy. Gurren didn't give him a chance to fully recollect himself though. He didn't get even 3 seconds of a reprieve since he stood up and Gurren was already near him, her hands blurring in hand seals. Feeling his danger instinct screaming at him, Naruto tried to focus, which was hard with a throbbing head, but, in the end, he managed to notice Gurren's intended attack in time and put his all into his chakra senses since it was obvious she would be using ninjutsu. Crystalline bloom. Gurren exclaimed and Naruto could instantly sense chakra gathering under him. His eyes widened before he hurriedly shifted his body to the side, not having enough time to properly evade before large crystal spikes bloomed from the ground. Naruto barely managed to evade most of it, getting only a nasty large gash on his side rather than being skewered from his groin up to his head. Sweat rolled down Naruto's forehead as he gasped in pain before forcefully closing his mouth and trying to breathe through the pain while a bit of fear crept up into his eyes. It was times like this that he couldn't help but profusely thank for the brutality Anko called training that helped him refine his chakra sensing enough to predict enemy ninjutsu. Naruto forced his body to jump back, distancing himself from the crystal construct that struck him. He had no idea if Gurren could use it for an additional attack, so it was better to get the hell away from it. Naruto landed on the ground, instantly swaying as his injury flared up with more pain because of the impact of his jump. He wasn't given the time to overcome it though. His chakra sensing instantly alerted him to numerous crystal senbon flying straight at him and Naruto did his best to somehow scramble out of the way. That didn't help him much as he was still hit by many of them, but instead of hitting a vital place, because he moved the senbon now embedded themselves in relatively unimportant spots. Naruto almost let out a relieved breath, until the chakra in the senbons flared, causing dread to fill his eyes while he started pumping his chakra towards the places where these senbons struck him. Not unlike the crystal spikes, these senbons also bloomed, creating small razor-sharp crystal shards inside Naruto's body, tearing chunks of flesh from him and scrapping numerous bones. Naruto screamed and fell to his knees as he became a literal pincushion of small crystal spikes. The only reason why he survived was that he protected his vital organs with his chakra. Now I understand why Ankone was always so brutal with us. Naruto winced and dryly chuckled. His body screamed in unholy pain, but it wasn't the worst he had in his life. Anko could do much worse with much less. Naruto pushed himself back onto his feet through sheer willpower while ignoring as his pain receptors flared. He only barely managed to put his arms in front of his head before Goran's kick impacted his forearms with enough force to crack them and send him uncontrollably rolling on the ground. I have no choice, Naruto realized as his body was bouncing against the hard bricks of the bridge. He didn't want to use it, but the woman was too strong. He could fight shinins without a problem, but he had no chance to even start fighting back now. Thinking I could manage just because I initially surprised her was a bad idea, Naruto inwardly scolded himself. Goran wanted to do another follow-up attack on the rolling boy. She could still feel he was alive, and the sooner she ended this, the better. She was almost about to jump at him again when something changed. The body of her opponent suddenly flared with a red chakra cloak, going straight for Three Tails. Jinhyuriki. Goran's eyes widened while she inwardly cursed and started to strengthen the crystal armor on her body. The now feral boy in front of her slowly stood up, her crystal needles and the shards created by them shattered into dust from the sheer intensity of the chakra cloak around the boy. Goran winced at that. She would have to pack much more chakra into her crystal constructs if she wanted to make them capable of getting through the dense chakra of the Baijuyu cloak. The worst part, she could see the gash on his side and numerous holes in his body healing at a visible pace, fast enough that Goran would be hard-pressed to intervene even if she discarded her caution. Naruto wasn't rampaging. He retained the clarity of his mind thanks to the training he underwent with Anko. As such, the moment he was healed enough to move, he disappeared in a burst of speed and appeared in front of Goran, punching her in the midsection. His hand went right through her stomach, and for a second Naruto thought he got her good, before the Goran in front of him shattered into pieces of crystal that quickly dispersed into the air. Realizing he fell for a trap, Naruto felt a chakra spike behind him and was about to turn when he suddenly felt a piercing pain from his thigh. Looking down, he noticed a sturdier than normal crystal spike going right through the middle of his thigh, only barely missing the bone. Naruto's pupils dilated. This attack was not aimed to injure him but to pin him down. He quickly flared his chakra, pushing the air around him away, which created a small shockwave. This saved him as it redirected the follow-up attack. Another crystal spike, instead of skewering him through the middle of his back, veered off its course and went through his right hip before splinting into multiple razor-sharp shards, not unlike the previous senbons, just at a much larger scale. Fortunately for Naruto, most of the spike was outside of his body when that happened, so only his right side was totally shredded, causing him to look like some half-human, half-crystal shard creature. If the attack went through his upper stomach as intended, Naruto would most likely miss his upper body completely. Howling in pain, Naruto brutally tore himself away from the massive crystal shard, leaving chunks of his flesh on its spikes, and blood started oozing out of his massive open right side. His organs stayed in their place only because his chakra kept them there. Otherwise, they would be already spilled on the ground. Naruto was openly crying from the pain, but his head was still clear. The wound was closing quite quickly, so that was no concern. But he knew his opponent would not just wait for him to heal. Goran inwardly clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. Her attack failed, but it did manage to injure the brat. She sneaked behind him, intending to use his distraction from the pain to deliver a fatal blow. Kyuubi chakra or not, a blade through the brain should still kill him. No. Unfortunately for her, Naruto was trained to withstand massive amounts of pain due to his sadistic sister. He wasn't as distracted as Goran hoped, and the second she got behind him, Naruto spun on his heel, surprising Goran enough to make her reaction speed lag a bit. She only got out of her reverie when Naruto's fist smashed against her chest, creating multiple web-like cracks in her crystal armor and sending her flying through the air with the velocity of a cannonball. Naruto grinned victoriously, knowing his punch in this form was almost on par with Anko when she was half serious. That was still enough to liquefy everything in the chest of his opponent. His grin froze and his expectations were betrayed when Goran slowly stood up, taking a deep breath and shook herself out of the daze before looking at Naruto with a conflicted gaze. If I didn't have my crystal armor, that would have killed me. She respectfully nodded at Naruto. You are indeed an impressive young man. I am just sorry I have to end your journey here. Naruto realized she was utterly unscathed. Her armor absorbed all the force behind his attack. Isn't she basically unbeatable for me? He mentally screamed, wondering if he would have to go further than Three Tails and shuddering with knowledge of what it would do to his body. Not to mention, he couldn't control it yet. No, not yet. I am the prankster king of Konoha? I will find a way. He desperately thought. Chapter 327, Naruto in Pinch 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. The fight between Naruto and Goran continued, becoming only more and more crazed as time went on. Naruto lost count on how many times he evaded certain death by the slightest margin. Once Goran realized he had an immense healing factor, she started aiming at spots that would be a one-hit kill even for him. Naruto managed to dodge, but it usually ended with one of his limbs being separated from his body, his guts spilling out, or similar debilitating injuries. By now, Naruto was not even feeling the pain, his brain too used to it. Goran, on the other hand, was becoming more and more fed up. She also lost count of how many times she missed the killing blow. During the exchange, Naruto managed to land a hit quite a few times, whether with a physical blow or a jutsu, but unfortunately for him, her armor prevented any damage from reaching her body. It was obvious the kid had no jutsu in his arsenal that could harm her. That said, Goran was also getting nervous and frustrated. She couldn't just stand in her spot and take hits. She had to dodge and keep out of Naruto's attacking range. She was doing hit and run tactics for the entirety of the fight, and it took a toll on her mind. While Naruto could not pierce her armor with a single blow, he was still a Jinchuriki using 3 tails of his Baijuyu's power. One strike could crack her armor enough to make the second strike count. She still had to be very careful in this fight. Gurren has lost count of how many times she has repaired her crystal armor by now. Only her depleting chakra reserves were an indicator she was not as unscathed as she outwardly appeared. It was obvious that while she could go on for 2 more hours with this pace, at this rate, the young Jinchuriki would outlast her unless she landed a killing blow. The fight was one bloody stalemate full of gore, one combatant desperately trying to stay alive while the other desperately trying to kill him in one strike as nothing else would work. Gurren took a deep breath and straightened up, looking at the gasping Naruto in apathy. You are the most irritating brat I had the displeasure to fight against. She had to admit, there was a bit of admiration for the boy growing inside of her. For the last 30 minutes, he was on the very edge between life and death, yet, he didn't make even a single mistake. Just one would have been enough for her and his head would sport a new edition of a crystal spike going through it. As much as this feat impressed her, Gurren was also annoyed to the extreme. She had to relax her body and mind for a second because the frustration was slowly gnawing at her efficiency and she almost made a few mistakes in the last 5 minutes of their fight. That's why she spoke. Then KS. Naruto half-gasped, half-hissed in between his labored breathing. He didn't dare to answer with more than one word lest his focus slips. He couldn't afford that. His carefulness paid off when he felt a surge of chakra from behind, causing him to throw his body forward, only barely noticing a crystal clone with 2 crystal spikes growing out of its forearms, skewering the air in the place where his body was just a second earlier. Naruto wasn't able to pay more attention to the clone. He felt another chakra surge, again from behind him, realizing he dodged towards where the real Gurren stood. Diverting his momentum by forcefully pushing himself to the side, he evaded a crystal spike hurled at him by the real Gurren that instantly bloomed into a razor-sharp crystal shard made of multiple crystal spikes. Rolling on the ground, Naruto flipped his body into the air with just enough force to get himself back onto his feet. And he had to quickly duck again as a katana made of crystal passed just an inch above his head. His downward momentum was cleverly used to spin his body towards his attacker as Naruto delivered a punch to her guts, shattering her into multiple small crystal shards. From experience, Naruto knew what would follow. That's why he jumped back, barely a second before these crystal shards exploded with a multitude of crystal shrapnel. Despite his efforts, his body was still blanketed with this shrapnel and he only managed to cover his face with his arms at the very last moment. One surge of his chakra later, the splinters embedded in his body were crushed to dust and his wounds started healing. Naruto inwardly cursed as Gurren certainly didn't let this opportunity go unanswered. He had to lean back in order to evade a downward axe kick but the follow-up punch got him good in his gut, causing his feet to lift from the ground as he was forced to hunch over Gurren's fist while the air was driven out of his lungs as he thanked his luck that it wasn't one of her crystal clones because that would mean his stomach would have sported a new hole by now. Since it was Gurren herself, he had a split of a second before she created a crystal gauntlet with spikes around her hand. This split of a second was fruitfully used by Naruto as he lashed out with his fist, smashing it into Gurren's shoulder without really aiming. His desperate attempt succeeded and Gurren was launched backward, brutally ripping the half-formed crystal spikes covered in blood and Naruto's intestines out of his gut. Naruto fell to the ground onto all 4 as he coughed up blood. He could afford a very brief moment of reprieve. Gurren was sent flying and rolling on the ground which meant he had around 4 seconds before her crystal clone reached him. Calculations, plans, strategies were formed and discarded in Naruto's brain at a pace that would have surprised even Nara, all in order to survive. Exactly 3.5 seconds later, Naruto raised his head, looking straight at the crystal clone next to him that was swinging crystal konao at his neck. He let the chakra he was building up for the past 2 seconds spike to the max, creating a shockwave that was sufficient to crack said crystal clone. With this crack, the clone was weakened enough to shatter and disperse into the air before it could fully deliver its strike. Naruto still got a small and very shallow wound on his neck but it barely reached past his skin. Naruto felt like shit but more importantly, he felt the chakra of around 20 senbon-like crystal projectiles flying at him. The real Gurren clearly already shrugged off his attack. Deciding that jumping into the air would be too risky, Naruto gritted his teeth and smashed his fist into the ground in front of him. The floor of the bridge rose, creating a wall in front of Naruto that intercepted the crystal projectiles before they exploded into more crystal shrapnel which was also stopped by the wall. Naruto really didn't want to use the bridge this way. He tried to evade damaging it as much as possible but he no longer had the leeway to mind Tasuna's efforts and feelings. His life was more important. He hardly finished getting himself back on his feet when Gurren appeared in front of him with a burst of speed, her hand cocked back in preparation for a punch. Naruto's eyes widened as he recognized he had a huge problem. There were 3 new chakra signatures. One to his right, one to his left, and one behind him. He quickly realized Gurren took out the big guns and created 3 more crystal clones. Something which must have affected her chakra reserves quite a lot. Naruto was presented with a choice. Getting rid of the clones and making himself vulnerable to Gurren's punch to the face or blocking Gurren's punch while letting the clones skewer or slash him into pieces. It wasn't really a hard choice. A second passed and another shockwave spread out of Naruto's body as he wildly flared the Baijuyu chakra. It wasn't as strong as the previous shockwave but it managed to destroy the clones before they delivered their attacks. The real Gurren, however, wasn't even slowed down by this kind of shockwave as her fist barreled through the air towards Naruto's face. The world slowed down for Naruto while his breath hitched and his eyes widened as he realized his gamble didn't pay off as he hoped. Around Gurren's fist, a crystal covering started to form. He knew what that meant. Worse yet, he had no chance to evade it. Her fist would collide with his face and promptly form a spike of crystal through his head. Naruto tried to lean his head to the side, aiming to get his brain out of the way and letting Gurren's spike go through his mouth and cheek rather than anything important. His life flashed in front of his eyes as Gurren's fist approached, a victorious gleam passing through her eyes. Naruto was not the only one who tried to make the most of the situation. Gurren also tried to adjust the position of her punch to ensure her spike would go through Naruto's brain. It was a battle of wills and wits and Naruto's life and death depended on the next moment. Gurren's fist came close to Naruto's face. 10 inches, 5 inches, 1 inch. Naruto prepared for an impact and planned to jerk his head to the side the second it came. Gurren prepared to twist her fist the second it impacted Naruto's head, intending to ram the crystal spike that was starting to form straight through Naruto's brain. Both had expressions of utmost concentration and refused to give in. And then, the world froze alongside both Naruto's and Gurren's minds. Naruto realized first what happened and his eyes relaxed while his body slumped down before he fell onto his bum and released a long and strained sigh of utmost relief and happiness. Gurren blankly stared at her wrist that was now tightly held by an unknown hand, the scene of her fist just an inch from the brat's face replaying in her mind. She forced her head to robotically turn towards the bastard that stopped her attack, only to realize it is actually a bitch. The most amazing and sexiest but unfortunately unavailable Anko Mitarashi has just arrived. Anko loudly exclaimed with a big shit-eating grin, enjoying the looks of pure frustration on both Naruto and his blue-haired would-be killer. Chapter 328, Anko has arrived. 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Before Gurren could recollect her wits, Anko used the fact she was gripping her wrist and jerked her forward, unbalancing her. Normally, that wouldn't have been a problem for an experienced kunoichi but Gurren was quite distraught and the move worked, making her stumble forward. Before anyone could react, Anko's free hand snapped forward, smashing into Gurren's midsection. The force behind the blow was massive but so controlled, Gurren wasn't sent flying because it washed through her in a manner that only affected the organs in her stomach before leaving her body through her lower back. This caused the woman to bend over Anko's fist and release a silent scream of pain. Her intestines instantly liquefied and a resounding snap announced to the world that her spine broke too. Both Anko and Gurren knew better though. The part of Gurren's spine located on her lower back broke in 7 different places, completely paralyzing her. To be honest, Anko thought Gurren should be glad she controlled the force behind her punch enough to go around her spine, otherwise, it would have liquefied too. Alas, after seeing Gurren's abilities, Anko deemed her too precious to just kill. Capturing her and sending her to the village on the other side through Lady Tsunade would earn her more benefits. If Gurren decided to cooperate and join the other-sided village, that was not Anko's problem. She knew well that everybody had their price. It was only the question if the other-sided village had the means to find out and afford Gurren's. And if not, well, some research material that would help Lady Tsunade in her hobby of bloodline recreation was always welcomed. That was also why Anko quite admired the administration of the village on the other side. Their ninjas would be hard-pressed to betray them, not because they knew of all the precautions against betrayal the village had but, because the benefits the village provided could simply not be found anywhere else. Gurren slowly slid off Anko's fist, falling down onto the ground like a marionette whose strings were cut while Naruto watched with wide disbelieving eyes at the spectacle. That easy? He grimaced, looking as if he was constipated. Anko grinned. After surviving Lady Tsunade's boot camp, dealing with scrubs like this should pose no problem to your awesome sister. She proudly proclaimed to the world without any shame, putting her hands on her hips and straightening her back while raising her nose high into the sky. Naruto could only groan, not in the mood for Anko's boasting. Why were you so late? He petulantly asked while starting to slowly cancel the chakra cloak around him, trying to make the transition as gentle as possible for his body. I had to deal with a lot of thugs all around the town. Killing them was easy but finding them took time. Anko's eyes softened. I had faith in your ability to survive, you know. Plus getting his stuffing beaten out of him in a serious life-threatening battle was good training for him. When sparring against me, he knows there is no danger of him dying no matter how much I hurt him. This will be good for his growth. No pain, no gain, as they say. It was definitely a delight to watch too, she inwardly snickered. Not that he has to know about that particular part. Naruto smiled, taking his well-earned praise. Unfortunately for him, this was also the moment when his chakra cloak fully dissipated, causing him to feel as if a baijuyo smashed him. The strain on his body was enough to make him slump onto the ground and disable him from any kind of movement. At most, Naruto could move his lips and eyes, and even that was kinda hard for the exhausted boy. Recognizing that the after effects from the baijuyo cloak started to kick in, Anko created a shadow clone that proceeded to unceremoniously put Naruto on her shoulder, not minding his painful wincing or silent protests. The boy was hurt badly during his fight, and while the chakra cloak healed him, now that its effects were gone, Naruto's body felt all the trauma it was forced to go through. It was overly sensitive and even the slightest of motions brought extreme pains to the boy. Oh, man up. I can't leave your helpless self here, in the middle of the battlefield. The real Anko rolled her eyes. She didn't know Reigakuro Saki, but the man was fast. As such, Anko decided it would be better not to leave any sort of temptation lying around. Who knows if the man would have used Naruto as hostage once he found himself in deep shit. Anko's clone then approached the paralyzed Gurren and gently took her body into a princess carry, ignoring the intense and pain-filled glare the woman was giving her. She couldn't just uncaringly slump her over her shoulder. All that held Gurren's lower and upper body together were her abdominal muscles, which were a mangled mess. "Get well, kiddos," Anko exclaimed, playfully swatting Naruto's butt with a massive grin, causing the blonde to spasm and thrash from the intense pain that surged through his body. He felt that swat all the way on the skin of his scalp. It hurt like a bitch. Aware that Naruto was silently cursing her in his head, Anko was satisfied and sent the clone off on its way. Now then, she looked around, where to next? Anko mused to herself, but her question was answered a moment later when she winced from memories of her clone that just popped out of existence. Hinata's location was found. Anko approached the edge of the bridge and slowly walked on its side, heading towards the place where Hinata faced her opponent. Anko didn't instantly reveal her presence though. She first observed for a minute, briefly wincing in pain every time she heard the melody of the flute. The genjutsu wasn't very effective against her. After all, it was Anko who taught Hinata how to properly counter them, and after Lady Tsunade's training, this pain was nothing special, but it was still akin to an annoying sting. Especially so, because Anko could and did turn her pain receptors off after the redhead's jutsu first hit her. But it was to no effect. The pain caused by this genjutsu was more mental than physical. Hinata was faring well. The girl had no wounds on her body. She nimbly and gracefully evaded every attack of her opponent, but Anko could see the small tremors in Hinata's body. The girl was obviously gritting her teeth hard to resist the accumulated pain, and it was putting a lot of strain on her mind. It only made the fact she was not yet hit despite facing 3 opponents that much more admirable. Hinata's opponent. Anko almost blanched when she noticed the marks of activated cursed seal spread on the redhead's body. That at least explained whose flunkies were these ninjas. If it was her past self, she would no doubt already jump at the redhead, screaming like a monkey while trying to kill her in a blind rage full of hate. Alas, that part of Anko was beaten out of her by Lady Tsunade. Instead, Anko carefully analyzed the situation. The redhead wasn't hurt either, as Hinata didn't manage to get past the 2 hulking humanoid summons. The girl was trying to mask it with all the vulgar things she screamed at Hinata, but she was subtly using her speech to cover her gasping for air. Clearly, she was utterly exhausted. So that is why she already used the seal. Huh? Somebody is running on fumes. Anko proudly thought. Based on Gurren's prowess, if the Blunnet was the leader, the redhead as her subordinate should be at the low to mid Jonin level. The fact Hinata could fight her to stalemate and even force her to activate the seal. Anko was immensely proud. The girl desired a cookie and Anko would make sure she would get one. But, the fighting style of the redhead. I gotta capture her too. Anko unwillingly thought, a bit of dissatisfaction welling up in her heart. On one hand, the girl probably had a lot of information on Orochimaru and would no doubt be a great asset with her ability to weaponize sound waves without any sort of device. On the other hand, Anko felt this need to beat her up the second she saw the activated cursed seal. Obligation or personal satisfaction, that was the question. And Anko had a hard time deciding which to choose. Chapter 329, Anko has arrived. 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. The battle between Hinata and her opponent intensified, and Teiwa decided to activate the second stage of her cursed seal, causing her skin to darken and horns to grow from her head. Anko's eyes widened at the sight. Orochimaru improved the cursed seal to this degree. Her jaw slightly dropped. It was ridiculous. The redhead became twice as strong as before while nature energy was being sucked into her body. It wasn't sage mode, that much Anko could tell. It was some kind of inferior bastardization of the real thing, but it still provided a substantial boost to the user. Then again, I doubt Orochimaru is generous enough to not incorporate some nasty hidden features. Anko wryly thought while rubbing her REI remastered former cursed seal, remembering the piece of his soul that REI pulled out of its original version. But Anko didn't have time to reminisce about the time when her time changed for the better. It was time to intervene in the fight, since Hinata, as good as she was hiding it, was becoming too tired to continue without getting hurt. And in this kind of fight, where both fighters are in a stalemate, one wound would most likely decide the winner. Anko hid behind the corner and quietly used the summoning jutsu while trying to make as little smoke as possible, calling forth a yellowish snake. Poke. Anko grinned, causing the snake to disgruntledly hiss at her. Why did you call me, bitch? Poke grumbled. He disliked Anko since he was old enough to understand he was stuck with the name Poke because his parent had the bright idea to let Anko name him. I need you to dig yourself a hole in the ground dash. Fuck you? Poke hissed out, but Anko simply ignored him. And sneak attack the dark-skinned redhead when she is about to play her flute. Make sure to snatch it from her since it is her primary weapon. Can you do that for me? She asked with a small gentle smile. As rude as he was, Poke was always her favorite tsundere. Fine. Poke petulantly averted his gaze. Anko was still his summoner, so he supposed he was duty-bound to help her with her insignificant problems. Poke submerged into the bridge, using his earth release. This was the reason why Anko chose him among all of her many summons. Poke was born with an incredible innate talent for earth manipulation, which made him into an incredibly good and undetectable ambusher. Time to do my part, I guess. Anko sighed. Not far from the place where Anko was hidden, the battle between Hinata and Taeya was starting to enter its deciding moments. Taeya entered the second stage of her cursed seal, getting a boost in both potency and volume of her chakra, which made her genjutsu that much more impactful. Hinata barely dodged the claws of one of Taeya's summons, flinging a kunao at Taeya, who leisurely sidestepped it. Taeya's second summon, the one looking like a mummy, suddenly rushed at Hinata, who was still midair, and threw a punch at her. Hinata managed to start Kaiten, countering the force in the punch, sending it back at the summon, and toppling him to the ground. She was however forced to stop her Kaiten and twist her body midair because a grey worm was almost upon her and she had no intention to let herself be hit by it again. Hinata landed on the ground in a crouch, and her eyes widened as her Byakugan noticed the smirking Taeya taking a deep breath, about to start playing her flute. I am trapped. That's when Hinata realized her position. Grey worm above her, turning its head towards her, the clawed summon with the bare torso in front of her, already starting his next attack, and the mummy summon to her right, releasing the second grey worm that was on this way to attack her. If Taeya managed to pin her down for 2 seconds with pain, there was a high chance Hinata would not be able to avoid the following attacks. Taeya inwardly cheered and Hinata braced herself. Both girls were utterly flabbergasted when in the next moment both summons were blown away into the air by a shockwave so strong it took them a second to realize how much damage was caused to them before they poofed away. Taeya suddenly found herself trapped as a yellow snake tightly coiled around her body, locking her in place. Worst of all, it snatched her flute from her hands as she was about to play. It was the moment when her hold on her flute was the weakest, as she had to use her fingers to cover holes on her flute to produce certain sounds, meaning she couldn't muster any sort of resistance when the snake's jaw suddenly pulled the flute out of her fingers. Not even her enhanced physical prowess from the second stage of her cursed seal was any help, and Taeya realized she was fucked. Hinata suddenly realized Anko was crouching in front of her with a proud smile. It was obvious the woman saved her from the defeat, and Hinata was very grateful for that. Well, look at that. You did well, girl. Anko praised, ruffling Hinata's hair. Leave the rest to me. Hinata tiredly nodded and weakly smiled before she let go of her intense focus, passing out. Withstanding the momentary intense pains caused by Taeya's genjutsu while fighting the summons was way above her pay grade. She only stayed conscious because of her mental fortitude. Any ordinary genin would have fainted from the pain long ago. Well. Anko stood up, seamlessly creating a shadow clone that started tending to Hinata, using a spiritual healing technique that would alleviate the mental pain of the girl. The original Anko didn't want to think about it. Such advanced stuff always brought her headaches. Better leave it to clones. What to do with you? Anko gave Taeya an appraising look, threateningly narrowing her eyes and subconsciously licking her lips in a way that made the redhead shudder before she even realized it. Taeya was slowly coming out of her shock, realizing the situation she found herself in. Her summons were all taken out and she didn't have her flute. Welp, I am fucked, ain't I? She fearfully thought. The fact it was Orikimura's disciple, the snake summon, was a dead giveaway, who was supposed to hate everything even remotely connected to the guy in front of her, made Taeya quite clear about the fate that is awaiting her at Anko's hands. Just kill me already, Taeya resignedly grumbled, scowling at Anko. It took a supreme effort to not add bitch to her sentence. Anything that would most likely earn her torture was to be avoided in her current situation though. She tried to wiggle out of the snake coiled around her, but it was just a futile effort. Oh, so eager to die? Anko teased, slowly walking closer to the restrained redhead. Poka suddenly jerked his head, throwing the flute at her, and when Anko expertly caught it, any hope of escape, escaped Taeya. Not really? Taeya sighed, it doesn't matter. The mission is a bust. Even if I return, at worst I will be punished in a way that would make me beg for death. Taeya knew well about the many ways ninjas, and especially kunoichi, could be punished in sound. She was not eager to be on the receiving side. That was the whole point of becoming one of the strongest ninjas of the village. Or at best, I would be killed outright in a painless and quick way. Why work for Orikimura, then? Anko furrowed her eyebrows, wondering what kind of masochists her former mentor was gathering. I can't. Anyone who has the cursed seal can be killed anytime Lord Orikimura desires. Taeya irritably answered in a low, complaining tone. She didn't like the weirded out and careful look Anko was throwing at her. I am not a masochist, damn it. She inwardly screamed. So Orikimura implemented a kill switch into his cursed seal? Huh, who would have thought he retained enough mental clarity to do something smart like that? Anko amusedly hummed before widely grinning at Taeya, who suddenly got a bad premonition. If I manage to disable the kill switch in the cursed seal, would you be willing to change sides? Anko asked, her grin only widening. The Senju household could use a maid. And Taeya had to resist the loud instinctual fuck you that wanted to exit her throat. Chapter 330, Sasuke vs Kidomaru 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Sasuke kicked towards Kidomaru's face. His foot was naturally blocked as he expected. He fought the six-armed creep for a few minutes now and gained quite the knack for predicting his movements with his Sharingan. Using the forearm with which Kidomaru blocked his kick, Sasuke propelled his body towards the ground, twisting his body midair to land on his feet into a crouch before he used the momentum to spring himself back at Kidomaru. Sasuke would never use this tactic against somebody who fought back. It would have been too dangerous to get to such close proximity even against a jonin who has only 2 arms, not to mention one who has 6 and can expertly control them. Unfortunately for Kidomaru, he wasn't intent on fighting back and Sasuke deemed going up and personal safe enough. Sasuke's fist raised its path through the air, heading towards Kimaru's chin while Sasuke's Sharingan lazily spun, analyzing every twitch in Kidomaru's muscles in order to come up with the best strategy. As expected, Kidomaru again lazily blocked Sasuke's punch, and was promptly surprised when Sasuke used the sudden stop in his momentum to flip his lower body higher than his upper body and sent a strong kick at Kidomaru's chest. As surprised as Kidomaru was, he was still a Jonin and had 5 more arms at the ready. Sasuke didn't get more than a slight widening of his eyes as a reaction before his kick was blocked, again. Kidomaru gave Sasuke an amused look, knowing the kid's combo ended there because he simply lacked the necessary momentum to continue. What he didn't expect, however, was Sasuke whipping out kunai and throwing it at Kidomaru point blank while his body was slowly starting to fall towards the ground. As he casually leaned his head to the left, letting the kunai harmlessly pass by his cheek by an inch, Kidomaru had to admit the kid deserved a bit of praise. He even used his body's descent to cover his action of taking out the kunai, making his opponent notice at the last possible moment. Unfortunately for him, Kidomaru had the best eyes out of the Sound 4, and noticing things was his specialty. That's why, when he noticed Sasuke's slight smirk, he got confused. At least, until Sasuke in front of him disappeared in a burst of smoke, from which immediately a kunai quickly emerged with a great velocity. Kidomaru was utterly unable to react due to its incredible suddenness and the kunai hit his throat, before uselessly bouncing from his golden armor. Sweat rolled down Kidomaru's forehead as he realized he would have been a goner if he didn't have a thin layer of his armor on his skin. He didn't get time to ponder about it as not even a split of a second later, he felt the air currents behind him shift, causing him to hurriedly turn around with his arms defensively in front of his face. The first thing Kidomaru noticed after turning around were 2 excited red eyes with 3 tomos madly spinning in them. The second was Sasuke's foot getting through his hastily raised defense, pushing through all of his arms. And then Sasuke's foot smashed into Kidomaru's face with his entire weight behind it. Kidomaru's body lifted from the ground as he was headfirst sent flying back from the impact before he hit the ground, which shook him out of his shock. He bounced from it, using it to flip himself back onto his feet, holding his bleeding nose with one of his hands, staring at Sasuke in bewilderment. "Wha dat?" Kidomaru exclaimed through his nosebleed. He was naturally not much injured. His face couldn't have a thick enough layer of his armor covering his skin to prevent all the damage, but it did mitigate most of it. He was more surprised that Sasuke devised a way to get through his defenses than hurt. Before Sasuke could even start contemplating if he should answer, Kidomaru got another shock of a lifetime when a kunai smashed into the right side of his neck with such power. He choked and bent his head to the right. Needless to say, this scared him shitless. A split second later, Kidomaru was already turning around, brandishing his arms in an attempt to hit whoever sneak attacked him. The attacker, however, just jumped back, evading Kidomaru's reckless flailing of his hands. Anko. Sasuke furrowed his eyebrows at the scene, marveling at the masterful use of distraction he provided to sneak in a killing blow. Just a pity Kidomaru's armor stopped the kunai from doing anything more than going skin deep and drawing a bit of blood while also giving him neck cramps because of how much brutal strength Anko used in that swing. She would sooner break his neck than slice it. Sasuke's sweat dropped, as expected from Lady Tsunade's apprentice, and his lips twitched. Kidomaru found himself subconsciously shivering. He knew best how close he came to death. That could have either broken my neck or slit my throat. He fearfully gulped, not daring to let Anko leave his sight while reinforcing the armor all over his body. That was not the main problem, however. Kidomaru might not be a chakra sensor, but he was the most observant member of the Sound 4, and the woman managed to sneak up on him, only letting him notice because the kunai already impacted his throat. Sasuke was at this point half forgotten by the 6-armed man. The boy posed almost no threat compared to the woman who almost killed him without him even realizing how. "Heh, so you are the last member of the Sound team? Well, the crystal user is already defeated and the redhead decided to side with us after some gentle persuasion." Anko smiled like sunshine. "In short, you are already fucked, Spider Boy." Kidomaru would obviously not believe an enemy. He mentally contacted his spider summon on the bridge that allowed him to target Tajuna through the heavy mist with pinpoint accuracy, and found out the woman told him the truth. I knew Teiwa was a bitch, but to think she is also stupid enough to betray us. Screw this shit, I'm out. Kidomaru wryly whispered before he quickly threw a smoke bomb under himself and started running away. Fighting a woman that managed to incapacitate Gurren in one punch? That was way above his pay grade, even if the supposed attack was a sneak attack. Sasuke wanted to pursue the 6-armed man, but Anko's hand landed on his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks and making him give her a pondering look. He had no idea why Anko didn't pursue the man. She was definitely faster and stronger than him. She could permanently take him out of the picture with ease. When his Sharingan eyes landed on form now that she was so close, they widened. "You are just a clone," he exclaimed in surprise. Partially at the fact that he didn't notice from the start despite possessing fully matured Sharingan, and partially at how ridiculous it was for Kidomaru to run from a clone. But the 6-armed creep didn't know that. Anko snickered. "Deception is ninja's biggest weapon. Remember that, Sasuke-chan." She condescendingly patted his head, making him click his tongue in annoyance. "You used the sneak attack to paint an illusion of your superiority. Neat." Suzuki nodded in understanding, a bit odd at how easily she screwed with Kidomaru's head. A shadow clone would pop upon being hit. Even if Anko was an S-rank ninja, her shadow clone would be utterly outmatched against a jonin of Kidomaru's caliber. Not because it didn't have the necessary firepower or experience to deal with him, but because each hit was fatal for it. Well, it's not like retreating was a bad move on his part. He failed the mission but won the battle. It's not a total loss for him. Anko leisurely shrugged, taking Suzuki's hand into hers while starting to heal his busted knuckles. What do you mean? Suzuki asked, not understanding how Kidomaru supposedly won the battle. His master must be immensely interested in you since he was afraid to hurt you. If that sorry excuse for a failed experiment was serious, you would be defeated in under a few minutes. With this fight, he measured your combat capabilities, so it is not like he is returning with empty hands. Anko explained. Ha, then it's probably good I held back. Suzuki proudly said, a bit of arrogance seeping into his tone, which was instantly smacked out of him with a prompt swat to the back of his head. I know, you did quite well while using only taijutsu. Anko's clone hummed with mirth dancing in her eyes as the young Uchiha glared at her and rubbed the back of his head. You want to say you watched the entire fight without helping me? Suzuki exclaimed in bewilderment, quite miffed. The whole battle he was waiting for reinforcements, aware he couldn't possibly win against Kidomaru as he was now, and yet, said reinforcements were just watching and enjoying his struggle? How was that fair? Meh, was a good experience for you even if your opponent didn't fight back. And you can't say I didn't interfere. I attacked the second I saw you were out of taijutsu options. Anko's clone rolled her eyes at her butthurt disciple. Good lot that did, you barely injured him. Suzuki petulantly muttered, childishly averting his gaze. He knew this was unfair to the clone, but he didn't really care for the small details right now. Such a bloodthirsty kid. Must run in the family. Anko sighed, mockingly shaking her head, knowing it made Suzuki even more irritated. Alas, the Uchiha brat long ago had his temper and outward hatred of all things Itachi beaten out of him by Anko. He didn't dare to do anything but grit his teeth when he understood Anko's reference. That said, Suzuki was well aware Anko did not mention it only to tease him but also to make sure he got his emotions under wraps so others wouldn't be able to use them against him. Chat, no fun. I honestly thought you would flip with so much adrenaline still coursing through your blood. Anko pouted when Suzuki stayed relatively calm, making him nervously sweat drop. Anyway, Suzuki, you say I let that creep go, but aren't you forgetting something? Suzuki furrowed his eyebrows and looked at the clone in confusion, noticing how she playfully smiled while playing with the kunao she used to attack Kidomaru. Seeing that he is still confused, Anko scoffed and knuckled Suzuki's head in irritation. Not even knowing your teacher's specialty? Why the heck did I take you under my wing again? She grumbled, I am one of the very few poison specialists in Konoha, ya brat. Just because you don't care for the finer things in life doesn't mean you should completely disregard them. Suzuki's eyes suddenly snapped back at the kunao in Anko's other hand and widened. She might not have managed to get through Kidomaru's armor enough to seriously injure him, but the tip of the kunao was slightly bloody. Hey, Anko noticed the widening of Suzuki's eyes and smirked. Yeah, the failed experiment will be glad if he gets to his master in time for his funeral. He has at best 24 hours. Tick-tock, hee. Anko gleefully cackled. She wasn't about to tell Suzuki that Kidomaru would have to keep his second stage of the cursed seal activated if he wanted to get even those 24 hours. Which was basically an impossible feat. The spider boy is fucked, he just doesn't feel it yet. Anko inwardly snickered. I wonder how long will he last until he succumbs to the excruciating pain. He should be starting feeling the start of a dull ache in a few minutes that will only get worse as the time goes on. Ah, a pity I will never know, she thought with a bit of disappointment. In hindsight, this poison might be a good way to train the brat's pain tolerance. Just gotta administer the antidote before they actually kick the bucket. Now that cheered her up. Chapter 331, Zabuza's Mission. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Kakashi and Zabuza breathed hard, their bodies and clothes sporting multiple cuts that were thankfully not life-threatening or incapacitating. Facing off against Reiga was like fighting a bit downgraded version of Reikage, one that used swords to boot. It was definitely not a pleasant experience, and the only thing that saved Kakashi and Zabuza was their experience and teamwork. Despite that, the two looked as if they went through a blender. Oi, hey take, you still fine? Zabuza worriedly asked between his slowly calming breaths. He was clearly in a better physical form than Kakashi, which was understandable since the copycat was mainly a ninjutsu-based fighter while Zabuza was a swordsman with a big-ass heavy sword. I can still go on. Just make sure you don't slow me down, Kakashi quipped while trying to refrain from wheezing. Unfortunately for Kakashi, he had to rely heavily on his Sharingan in this fight and his chakra reserves were becoming quite low. Zabuza snorted at that. As if, you are the one who is almost keeling over. He rebuked in his mind but played along and outwardly provocatively smirked. Zabuza knew Kakashi was just trying to hype himself up to keep going. But, should I just use? Zabuza bitterly shook his head. No, I can still go on. My pride won't allow me to just give up. This is why I trained so much. A chance to face down another swordsman who reached strength far beyond mine and push my own limits? I won't give up. Not yet. A new, determined fire was lit in Zabuza's eyes as he tightly gripped the cubic Araibisho. Zabuza felt powerless standing in front of Reiga. He could barely keep up with his speed by using all of his experience to predict where will the man strike next, and even then he was relegated into the ass-saving duty on the sidelines while Kakashi took the brunt of the fight due to his spiny red eye of wonder that allowed him to somewhat keep up with Reiga. But Zabuza was used to this feeling of helplessness. He felt it every time the current Mizukage decided to have a go at her versus all Kiri swordsmen. Considering this usually happened whenever Ringo deemed a sword she created good enough to go against the famed Kiri swords, and that because of this, the former 7 swordsmen of the mist were now unofficially 15 swordsmen of the mist. Zabuza basically fought with his fellow swordsmen against someone who eclipsed their capabilities despite them working together and their opponent not even properly trying. Needless to say, this pushed the man's teamwork ability and experience of fighting against a superior foe to new heights. That was also the only reason why Kakashi was still breathing. In the past 10 minutes, Zabuza saved his ass 37 times. He counted. I think you had enough time to rest. Reiga's voice suddenly pulled both Kakashi and Zabuza back into reality. Only his instincts allowed Kakashi to bend back, evading the horizontal slash that passed an inch above his chest. Reiga's offense was far from over though. He abruptly raised his second sword in a burst of speed, before slashing at Kakashi in a downward swing, intending to bisect him. With his Sharingan, Kakashi saw the movements but his mind and body had a hard time reacting. Especially since he was forced to assume a quite awkward position to evade the previous slash. Luckily for him, at that moment the tip of Zabuza's cubic Araibasho passed near Kakashi's neck in an upward slash, missing it by less than an inch before intercepting Reiga's downward strike a bit above Kakashi's head. Zabuza yet again managed to save him. Or, at least, such thought passed through Kakashi's mind before he noticed the gathering of lightning chakra in the clouds above them and his eyes widened as he realized Reiga was about to use a lightning jutsu. Kakashi quickly crouched to get his head away from the place where the 2 dangerous swords were locked and his hands blurred in the hand seals needed for his sole original jutsu before his hand coated in lightning snapped upward. Lightning strikes suddenly descended from the heavens, hitting the place where Zabuza and Reiga's swords crossed and the struggle for dominance intensified as Reiga boosted his downward slash with the immense power of lightning smashing into his Kiba blade while Kakashi's Chidori put the much-needed counter-lightning behind Zabuza's cubic Araibasho. The surroundings lit up with cracking and blinding blue lightning flying all around the bridge while intense screeching and chirping deafened the world. Despite their efforts, Zabuza and Kakashi were blown back by the sheer force of Reiga's attack, landing on their backs a few feet away and rolling on the ground. Not only was Reiga slashing downward, giving him an advantage, but his lightning jutsu was more concentrated than Kakashi's Chidori. They didn't stand much chance of withstanding the attack. It was the Chidori, however, that saved the 2 battered Jonins from worse injuries. Both of them were quite bruised and slightly burned, but considering the intensity of Reiga's lightning jutsu that hit them point blank, they were barely harmed. Kakashi and Zabuza quickly stood back up onto their feet, prepared to block, evade, or assist the other at a moment's notice, only to be surprised that Reiga didn't press his advantage and attack them when they were disoriented because of the previous blow. Heh, you are playing with them. That's not nice. The answer to Kakashi's and Zabuza's confusion appeared a second later when Anko's voice resounded from behind them, making them stiffen. They were so focused on the opponent in front of them, they kinda ignored everything else. When their minds finally caught up and realized it was just Anko, they relaxed in relief, hoping her appearance would give them the necessary advantage to defeat Reiga. As for Anko, she looked at the battered forms of Kakashi and Zabuza and inwardly clicked her tongue. They will be useless. Her mind tried to assess the situation. They are not injured too much but their bodies are exhausted, hence, more prone to a fatal mistake. Making them get the fuck out of the way would be more beneficial than teaming up with them. She realized, a bit miffed. The problem was, Anko knew she could not match Reiga's speed. Oh, that didn't mean she had no chance to defeat him. She was simply power-oriented while he was speed-oriented. Alas, her going against him would result in the total destruction of the bridge as she would not be able to hold back. Worse yet, she really wouldn't be able to prevent him from running away or bypassing her to target Zabuza or Kakashi. While Anko was assessing the situation, Reiga was observing Anko as Ranmaru in his backpack was frantically whispering into his ear, warning him about her strong chakra. She was the reason why he went easy on Kakashi and Zabuza. Reiga knew the Konoha team had someone strong enough to match him, so killing these 2 Jonins would have been a waste. Making them tired and therefore a burden for this newcomer was a much better strategy. Seeing the wary look Reiga was throwing at her, Anko sighed, a wry smile appearing on her face. She could either completely disregard the purpose of their mission and engage Reiga, or she could risk showing that she knows more than she should be capable of. To hell with it. Her decision was made. Zabuza, I think now it is the time to stop screwing with your mission because of your stupid pride and do your goddamn job. Anko ordered, making the swordsman stiffen and give her a cautious look. Please, she rolled her eyes at his sudden wariness, you have no way of defeating Reiga. It is obvious the Mizukage did not send you here as combat reinforcements. I don't have to be a genius to understand that. She reasoned, trying to divert Zabuza's attention by easily lying through her teeth. She knew exactly why he was sent here the second he appeared, but Zabuza nor Kakashi didn't need to know that. Now she only had to make him use his secret weapon, or rather, force the prideful buffoon to fulfill his initial mission. Seeing Zabuza about to open his mouth, most likely in protest if his stormy look was any indication, I know you have your pride as a swordsman, but we are in a pinch here. Don't make me punch you. Anko rebuked before he could start talking. Zabuza gruffly grunted and petulantly stuck his hand into his ninja pouch. Fine. He ground out as he took out a scroll. He then opened it, crouched down, and unrolled it on the ground in front of him, not taking his eyes away from Rega, who wanted to intervene, but Anko was too close to Zabuza for Rega to risk doing anything. I wanted to measure the difference in our skill a lot more, but it appears the fun ends here. Zabuza dryly chuckled and gave Anko a stink eye. Then again, Haytake was barely standing, so maybe it was high time to do his duty. Zabuza knew he would be getting punished the second he returned to the village for purposely delaying the accomplishment of his mission. He was totally fine with that. In exchange, he managed to fight Rega. If Haytake actually kicked the bucket, though, his punishment would be much, much worse, and that made Zabuza involuntarily shiver. Ah, well, this is no longer my responsibility. Zabuza weaved a few hand seals and slammed his hand onto the scroll as he shouted, Kukiyos no Jutsu. Chapter 332, Summoning Scroll. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. A massive amount of smoke burst into existence above the scroll, and everyone tensely waited with bated breath. What exactly was Zabuza trying to summon that he was utterly confident it could help him deal with Rega? Even Rega waited, wondering when did Zabuza gain a summon, and found the situation extremely amusing. Only Anko was carefreely grinning like a loon, already knowing what would happen and that she could just chill. The smoke slowly started to dissipate and the tense atmosphere intensified, only to utterly collapse when nothing appeared after the smoke was completely gone. Rega tilted his head, making a silent question to Ranmaru on his back since he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Ranmaru, however, also just shook his head, signaling that he also didn't sense anything but the brief fluctuation of chakra from the summoning technique. Rega's eyebrow twitched as he gave the sheepish Zabuza a deadpan look. You know, Rega started in a drawl, I expected something more. How do I put it? I knew there was a reason why you went for the most muscle-brained of the 7 swords, Zabuza, but even I didn't expect a Jonin could mess up such an easy jutsu. He slowly spoke with a hint of disbelief and mockery in his voice. I must say, you surpassed my wildest expectations. Zabuza, who was blankly staring at the scroll and wondering where he went wrong, heard Rega mocking him and flushed red from embarrassment. But Zabuza wouldn't be Zabuza if he didn't instantly glare at Rega and attempt to play his embarrassment off as anger. Shut up. I did everything as instructed. I don't know why this piece of junk doesn't work. He growled, willing to burn both the scroll and Rega with his heated gaze. Next to Zabuza, Kakashi tiredly rubbed his face. I am too tired for this shit. Does this mean we have to fight more or not? Can't somebody finally decide and tell me? His eyes were involuntarily closing and it was only his will that kept him awake. Kakashi then noticed that Anko's grin was still present on her face despite the apparent failure of the summoning, and his shoulders slumped as his body relaxed. Whatever. Anko is already here. She can deal with the rest. Whatever. Rega scoffed at Zabuza, now sure the jutsu really failed and this was not some elaborate ambush. He had the utmost trust in Ranmaru's abilities, and when even after 3 minutes of scanning the surroundings the kid could not find anything amiss, then that meant there was nothing amiss to be found. Raising his swords to a ready position, Rega grinned at Anko. Let's see what you are made of, girly. With that, the lightning crackled around Rega's body before he disappeared in a burst of speed, dashing straight at Anko, who he perceived as the sole remaining threat. He was excited too because the woman's chakra was potent and Rega was itching for a challenge that would push his limits further. As for Anko, she continued condescendingly grinning at the quickly approaching Rega without a care in the world, her hands in her pockets. She looked like a casual observer who had immense fun watching the show rather than someone about to fight. Her body was completely relaxed and unprepared for a fight while her chakra was calm and unbothered. Rega was confused and with a mild disappointment thought he had her. Kakashi's Sharingan eye widened in horror as he powerlessly watched Rega's sword nearing Anko's face, heading straight towards her eyes while she didn't even start preparing to evade. He wanted to jump and tackle her out of the way, but his body was too exhausted and he knew he would not make it. He could only watch with growing despair as his comrade, even though one he didn't particularly like, was about to get killed. Rega's blade was getting closer and closer to Anko, whose eyes sparkled in amusement. Crazy bitch. Rega thought, worried that this was some kind of trap, but he couldn't really stop his attack at the last moment, and both Ranmaru and his own senses were telling him there was no trap awaiting him. He simply couldn't comprehend the situation. As he was about to strike her, his instincts suddenly flared, screaming at him danger. Rega knew that his instincts were one thing that would never betray him and listened, instantly halted his attack, and froze in his position, unable to move, causing the slightly trembling tip of his blade to stop an inch from the grinning Anko's eye. Anko looked straight into Rega's frightened quivering eyes, and her grin widened even more as she slowly raised her hand and with her pointing finger smugly pushed the tip of Rega's blade to the side with silent amusement still written in her eyes. The rigid Rega looked down and confirmed that yes, the thing he felt cutting into his neck was indeed a blade, and the wetness he feels is his blood. If I didn't stop thanks to my instincts, I would have split my neck on the sword due to my speed. He shuddered and leaned a bit back to separate his neck from the blade before gulping. The cut was shallow, but in his current position, there was nothing he could do about this sudden attacker. His right arm was outstretched forward in a strike towards Anko while his left was prepared for both the follow-up attack and defense position, holding his left kiba blade in front of his chest. The problem was, this sudden attacker appeared out of nowhere behind him and managed to sneak a blade around Rhaega's waistline, under his left armpit, and position it across the left part of his chest, going all the way very closely towards his neck. Rhaega couldn't jump back because that's where his attacker stood. He couldn't use his blades for defense because he simply wouldn't make it. He had a sword on his neck while his blades were nowhere near his body. He would be dead sooner than he could even start the pulling motion to return his blades closer to his body. The blade was going under his left armpit, which was the biggest obstacle. It would take some serious maneuvers to get his left arm out of this entanglement without having it cut off. This would not have been enough to mentally shake Rhaega. The thing that hit him the hardest was the instant dispersion of his lightning cloak the second the blade touched him. As his body instinctually trembled from being so close to death, Rhaega idly wondered if the blade was some special anti-lightning tool created to counter the rakeage or something. He was beaten and he knew it. He would not give up though. If sacrificing his left arm was to be the cost for preserving his life, then so be it. Before he attempted his last-ditch effort, Rhaega leaned his head to the side, trying to get a good look at the motherfucker who almost killed him. He couldn't see much with the corner of his eye, but he did notice blood-like crimson locks belonging to a woman of small stature, causing a chill to go down his spine. This was his worst nightmare. The Mizu cage. Rhaega mentally freaked out and his breath hitched. Any plan to resist was instantly abolished in his mind. He knew there was no point. He would not make it. Even if he tried to sacrifice his left arm, he doubted Ringo would be unable to take his arm and then kill him before he blinked. Quite a lot of Rhaega's discouragement came from his instinctual fear of Ringo caused by his fight against her when she attacked the 7 swordsmen of the mist during the Third Ninja War. He had no idea about her true power, but for Rhaega, this was the one enemy he was too afraid to oppose. He could laugh in the face of S-rank ninjas. He fended off the infamous bounty hunter Kakuzu who thought he was hot shit, only to get a lightning slash going through the middle of his chest before running off like a bitch. To this day, Rhaega had no idea what made Kakuzu so scared nor how the dude survived having his heart and chest cleaved in half, but that didn't matter. Kakuzu never showed up again in front of him. Rhaega showed middle finger to Itaki Uchiha when the boy came to recruit him for Akatsuki and managed to send him running with his tail tucked between his legs when Rhaega's ability to fight with his eyes closed and his lightning cloak completely nullified the brat's illusions and Sherry-non. He was not even afraid to face off against the rakeage, confident that his swordsmanship technique and admittedly slightly inferior speed when using his lightning release, full body activation could get him through the battle and give him a decent shot at winning against the brainless brute. But facing Ringo Amaeri was different. Rhaega subconsciously forfeited before he could even try to resist. That was the extent of his fear, of the trauma Ringo inflicted upon him during their last clash. How? He croaked out in dread as his heart wildly hammered in his chest. You should be more careful where you are standing, Rhaega. Ringo's soft tone entered Rhaega's ears, causing his fearful eyes to widen. Looking down, an abrupt realization hit Rhaega, making him dizzy. The summoning scroll? I am standing right above the ending part of the unrolled scroll? That's why the Konoha bitch was so calm? She knew. Chapter 333, I shall make this extremely easy for you. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Did you really think I would have given someone away to forcefully summon me? Do you think I am really so stupid? Ringo amusedly asked. Even she was surprised at how stupid that question sounded when she said it out loud. As if I would have given away something that would enable others to ambush me at their leisure at any given moment. Especially to someone as muscle-brained as Zabuza. She scoffed and rolled her eyes while Zabuza could just avert his eyes in embarrassment but couldn't really say anything in his defense as he indeed tended to lose things he didn't care about. That was why he was never used as a messenger. Ever. Ringo discreetly looked around and saw the white-haired Jonin stare at the scroll as if he saw a ghost, probably thinking that Kurigakura redeveloped Hiraishin or something. With a heavy sigh, she decided to give a small explanation despite her instincts screaming at her not to. After all, what kind of ninja screams his attack out loud and gives an explanation on how his secret skills work? In this instance, however, Ringo decided to prevent the trouble for Tsunade, fully aware that if the Konoha Council heard something like, the Kiri has a variant of Hiraishin, they would freak out, which would then spoil Tsunade's week, possibly even the entire month. Normally, Ringo would not care even though Tsunade was a sort of motherly figure for her, but she was well aware that if her inaction here caused trouble for Tsunade would repay it with interest. Her forging time and special REI time were on the line, so screw her instincts. The scroll is only a beacon that sends me Zabuza's coordinates and opens a passage for me. I can then use said passage in the following 3 minutes whenever I want. Ringo indifferently revealed. Needless to say, she lied with a straight face. Once the passage was open, she could use it anytime in the following hour unless the scroll was completely destroyed. On top of that, quite a number of the seals on the scroll were actually a remote viewing function that lets her monitor what is happening around the scroll after it is activated. But there was no reason for her to reveal that particular tidbit. Ringo had to stop her urge to smile when the white-haired Jonin relaxed after hearing how the scroll worked. She also didn't miss how intently he listened to her explanation. No doubt he would be reporting it to his higher UPS the second he returned to his village. I will have to prepare my own counsel for some pesky complaints from these insignificant moaning bitches. Ringo inwardly groaned. Unfortunately, Tsunade and Pakura were concocting a little plan for their villages and dragged Kiri into it, so she now had to pay attention to diplomatic issues. Diplomacy, such an unpleasant word. Well, let's see. I will have to instruct my council to say fuck you more politely than usual. That's one problem solved. Obviously, Ringo wouldn't pay much attention to the future complaints of the Konoha Council. Not even Tsunade, their very ruler, cared about their unceasing babbling. Why should Ringo be any different? Returning her attention to Reiga, who was still frozen stiff in front of her, Ringo had to admit she felt great knowing her mere presence was the reason why this S-rank ninja was so tense and trembling in his boots. I shall make this extremely easy for you, Reiga. Either you surrender and become Kirigakuru's wielder of Kiba blades under my command for the rest of your life, or this will be where you meet your end. Ringo dispassionately spoke in a monotone voice. She wasn't all that interested in Reiga. Having another S-rank ninja in her village would be nice, but she could always train others to reach this milestone. She didn't like Reiga much, and one more S-rank didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. The boy hiding in Reiga's backpack, however, was a different story altogether. His sensing prowess was incredible, and once his body is repaired, he would be very useful. Sadly, Reiga and Ranmaro came as a package deal. After hearing Ringo's offer, Reiga was silent for a moment. He was in disbelief that he even got an offer like that. He was a Kiri rogue ninja, and as someone who was previously a part of Seven Swordsmen, he was well aware of what Kirigakur did with its rogue ninjas. Forgiveness? That was never an option. Once you betrayed the village, you would be a traitor for the rest of your life. Why? Reiga cautiously asked. He didn't think this was some kind of cunning scheme. Ringo had him at her mercy, so there was no need to plot anything. Plus, the Ringo he knew didn't have enough attention span and patience to scheme anything. I thought you don't like me. Ringo snorted. I don't. When we first met, you were a massive prick and took away the Kiba blades from me. She deadpanned. Since she put it that way, even Reiga had to admit she indeed had a reason for disliking him. Honestly, he totally forgot about that. But at the same time, when I first became the Mizukage, I disliked 3/4 of my council, Ringo confessed. Alas, as time went on and we got to know each other better, things changed. I see, you found respect for each other. Reiga nodded, careful of the blade in front of his neck. That happened quite often in these situations. Councilmen usually didn't like each other, but they had to work together for the greater good of the village. Poor Reiga didn't know Ringo as well as he thought. No, now I hate only half of it. They, however, are well aware that Kirigakura is under my dictatorship. What I say goes, or else. If you have any problem being a good little peon, you are free to disagree, Reiga. Ringo said, and despite his back being turned to her, Reiga could almost swear she sported a menacing smile on her face. It made him shudder. He suddenly found Ringo's sword pressing a bit closer to his neck before hearing Ringo's words, your answer. Reiga bitterly smiled. Die or serve. How? Kirigakurish. The village has changed, my ass. Frankly, being a rogue ninja wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Sure, he was free to do what he wanted, but he lacked a place he could call home. He was always living in fear, and later on in annoyance, that a hunter ninja would discover him. He has been raised a Kirigakur ninja and realized it only after he defected. One can say whatever about Kirigakur, but their indoctrination of kids was top-notch if a bit brutal. That much Reiga had to admit. Even though he knew there was nothing but death awaiting him at home, he was still homesick. That feeling only intensified when he met and adopted Ranmaro. The kid grew on him and he wanted to give him a proper home, but it was simply not to be. Reiga didn't have to think for a long time. Fine. I will go with you. He mumbled, his voice laced with dissatisfaction. He wasn't unhappy with the situation though. This way, he will be able to give Ranmaro a proper home. Ringo knew he was not dissatisfied with his choice. He was more resentful that he was strong-armed into it in this manner. Well, she honestly didn't give a shit about his feelings. Pulling her sword away from Reiga's neck and taking a step back, Ringo released him from the deadly position. She wasn't afraid he would try to run or go back on his word. She was faster than him and the guy clearly knew it. Good. Your answer was just in time too. Ringo turned towards the end of the unfinished bridge, showing Reiga her unguarded back. We have uninvited guests. I am sure you can prove your loyalty by dealing with them. Reiga saw what she did there and inwardly cursed, this insane bitch testing me, isn't she? He then noticed thugs trying to sneakily gather on the end of the bridge and sighed, realizing what Ringo meant. And she wants me to kill my client. Great, now even if I double-cross her and defect Kirigakura again, my rogue ninja reputation will be in tatters. Reiga sourly chuckled before inaudibly whispering, well played, bye. Ringo gave him a look that told him he was apparently not quiet enough. TC, ahem, I mean, Lady Mizukage, well played. He averted his gaze, getting a pitying look full of understanding from Zabuza. Chapter 334, Gado's Arrival. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Gado smugly climbed the ladder towards the top of the bridge from his ship anchored underneath it. He could already see the surprised and enraged expression of Reiga. His plan was impeccable. Making a deal with the Sound Village would certainly allow Gado to spread his influence far and wide. Sure, he could not double-cross them to save money, but these were not some rogue ninjas nobody would miss. No. This deal was a game-changer for Gado. He could push his influence into the major nations with the Sound Village as his backer. To think all it would take is a bit of financial support. Gado shook his head. He knew there would be a much bigger price in the future, but he didn't really care. He had enough money, and while he was indeed greedy and stingy, even he could admit that much, he didn't become one of the richest men by not knowing when to let go of temporary benefits for long-term fortune. Gato was aware that once this plan is successful, the Sound Village would most likely want to use his new position as the hidden ruler of the Land of Waves to spread their own influence. Gato was a businessman, however. He wanted to be the top dog, that's why he started with his profession, but he didn't care to rule over people. He liked to order his grunts around, but being responsible for their actions and well-being? No, thank you. That was not for him. Being a tyrant suited him quite well. He had it all. Power, even if only indirect one. Wealth, and yes, it was satisfying knowing most of it was taken from someone else. Women, Gato did love the resignation on the faces of his bed warmers, and the fact they were unwilling and illegal slaves did not bother him at all. Letting the Sound Village use the Land of Waves as their outpost would not bother Gato at all as long as his businesses would not be affected. Who cared about these poor bastards anyway? Finally reaching the top of the bridge, Gato quickly but silently ordered his thugs to gather around him. It was time to give Reiga Kurosuke the surprise of a lifetime. While the man would most definitely slaughter Gato if he didn't have allies, he would no doubt not expect the Sound Ninjas to stab him in the back. What Gato didn't expect was to see Reiga at the mercy of an unknown petite woman who held a sword under his neck, but that only made Gato halt for a second before a grin again sprang up on his face. I knew I should have never trusted Reiga. Honestly, the man can't even complete the mission despite having reinforcements. Gato exasperatedly thought. It didn't matter to him that Reiga lost. The two famous Jonins, Zabuza and Kakashi, seemed dead on their feet. That meant Reiga did his money's worth. Not that Gato intended to pay him. As for the two women, Gato spared them a cursory leer before disregarding them. Oh, he would certainly order his men to capture them, but he didn't deem them a threat. That's why when the red-headed woman let Reiga go and turned towards Gato, her ice-cold eyes looking straight at him and making him involuntarily shudder, Gato didn't care that it seemed the rogue ninja betrayed him. He was confident in his preparations and allies. Heh, scum as always, Gato. Reiga sneered, looking at the gathering of bloodthirsty thugs, making Gato widely grin at the naive fool. If you did your job well, I wouldn't have needed to take things into my own hands. You have only yourself to blame. Gato confidently exclaimed, pushing his nose up to stare at Reiga, who was at least 3 times as tall as the midget. I see. Reiga lowered his head and tightly clutched the kiba blades. Betrayal was a common sight in the life of a rogue ninja, but that didn't mean Reiga liked the feeling of being betrayed. Seikon, Jirabu, take care of the fool. Gato shouted, pointing at Reiga. Seikon and Jirabu appeared among the gathered thugs, looking quite irritated at their role of nanny for the short stuff. Alas, Orochimaru ordered them to keep the wealthy midget happy and safe so he can pay them for their efforts. Keeping him safe was easy. There was no one with enough balls to oppose Gato in the Land of Waves. Keeping him happy, however, Seikon could only sigh in exasperation. Seikon, persuade that woman. Seikon, show him the error of their ways. Seikon, can't you use your ability to make me taller? Seikon, 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 for fuck's sake, one of these days, I am going to gut the short piece of shit. Seikon ground his teeth. Calm down, brother. His usefulness will run out eventually. Your time will come. Yukon, who was hidden in Seikon's body, mentally responded, getting an annoyed grunt of reluctant agreement from Seikon. As for Jirabu, as long as he was fed and watered, he didn't care much. He knew he was on the bodyguard duty because of his strong defensive earth jutsus. He also knew his intelligence would prevent Gato from giving him complicated tasks. That was perfectly fine for him. Seikon could have them. Hehe. He may not be the smartest, but he surely knew how to make use of it to get less work and more food. All it took was to offhandedly lie that the more he ate the stronger his earth jutsu became, and he received an all-you-can-eat buffet from Gato. Frankly, Jirabu didn't dislike his current job. Not at all. When Reiga saw the 2 sound ninjas, he raised his eyebrow at them. Wasn't there supposed to be only 3 sound ninjas? Where did these 2 come from? Outwardly, however, he amusedly spoke, intending to provoke his opponents. Huh, that's it? A fatso and freak. Jirabu's eyebrow twitched and his lips curled into a sneer. He understood the insult. Nevertheless, he turned towards Seikon and smirked. He called you fat. The high-pitched whiny sound of repressed irritation was so worth it. Whatever. Seikon eventually muttered, his expression scrunched in a grimace. Let's just deal with them so you can go back to gorging yourself to an early death. As if you and your brother didn't have your pick of women under Gato. Jirabu scoffed with an eye roll in his last retort before he turned around and focused on Reiga when they arrived in the space in between the gatherings of Gato's thugs and the spot where the 2 women and 2 exhausted Jonins stood, intent on watching the spectacle. Zabuza was quite amused at the carefree attitude of these 2 while Kakashi looked at them as if they were idiots. Ringo didn't care enough, so she just indifferently wondered how much time would she waste here, and Anko, well, she had an inkling the 2 had no idea how strong Reiga was and probably thought their allies were still in the game. Poor bastards. She snickered. Reiga looked at the 2 cocky brats, because 15-year-old shits didn't deserve to be called adults, and inwardly sighed. Such confidence and arrogance. To think I was once like them. He wryly grimaced, remembering his own past self before his ass came in contact with Ringo's boot. Unknown to the 3 combatants, just as their clash was about to commence, they thought the exact same thing. Well, let's just get this over with. I will finish this in a jiffy. Chapter 335, Various Ends. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Seikon and Jirabu rushed at Reiga with their low jonin speed, surmising that after dealing with 2 Konoha A-rank jonins, he must be tired enough for them to take him on. Despite not being the strongest in the Sound Village, both Seikon and Jirabu were a part of the Sound 4, Orochimaru's elite squad. While individually their strength wasn't all that great, barely scraping low to mid jonin levels, they were trained to be the strongest when fighting together. It wasn't a problem for the Sound 4 to take down even high A-rank rogue ninjas with their superb teamwork and individual fighting styles that covered each other's weaknesses. Yes, they really thought the 2 of them were more than enough for one tired S-rank ninja. Plus, there was always Yukon hiding inside of Seikon, ready to react at a moment's notice if necessary and spring up a trap. The second Seikon or Yukon manages to meld with their opponent's body, it is game over. Seeing the eager expressions on his 2 quickly approaching opponents, Reiga grimaced and prepared his blades. He didn't particularly like that he was all but ordered to end these skilled but cocky teens. Since he took Ranmaru in, he grew somewhat soft. The fact Kakashi was still breathing after their 2 encounters was irrefutable proof of that. The 2 teens were almost upon Reiga when he suddenly released an intense surge of lightning chakra and the world halted for them. On the sidelines, Kakashi humorlessly chuckled when his Sharingan failed to spot when Reiga struck due to the sudden burst of his speed. The bastard was holding back. He thought sourly as his pride stung, yet, he was also grateful towards Reiga for taking it easy on them. A split second passed since Reiga disappeared and reappeared right in between and slightly behind the 2 stunned Sound ninjas who stood frozen in their spots. Blood was quickly evaporating from Reiga's Kiba blades due to the intense electric energy coursing through them, and a charred line slowly appeared on both Seikon and Jirabu. Seikon's upper and lower body was diagonally separated at the waist. His eyes were wide in disbelief as his upper body slid down his lower, both cuts already burned shut so no guts nor blood started gushing out. He realized he did not feel his legs a moment later before he started screaming bloody murder. Jirabu had more luck. His bulky stature and earth nature prevented Reiga's blades from cleaving him in 2 like happened to Seikon. Instead, he only had a burnt gash going through his gut that didn't reach the spine. If it wasn't burnt shut, it would be a debilitating injury, but since Reiga's lightning sealed the wound shut, Jirabu could still fight. He survived worse injuries under Orochimaru. Nevertheless, he slowly fell onto his knees from the pain and stifled a moan of pure agony as his body needed a brief break. Reiga turned around in order to face his opponents and raised one of his blades towards the sky. Lightning release, final descent, and impassively intoned the name of his jutsu. Yukon, who was hiding inside of the screaming Seikon, suddenly widened his eyes, realizing he was somehow found out. It pained him to see his brother in such a pitiful state, but there was still a chance for an unexpected ambush since Yukon didn't show himself for the entire battle, however brief it was. Now that he was discovered, he understood that his chances to surprise Reiga were nil, so when he saw the S-rank ninja charging a lightning jutsu aimed right at the screaming Seikon, brother or not, Yukon quickly jumped out of Seikon's body, separating from him and creating a distance between them just as a resounding boom deafened the surrounding, drowning Seikon's screams as lightning strike descended right on top of him. Jirabu also managed to only widen his eyes as his breath hitched while he desperately pushed himself on his feet. Alas, he was too late and far too close to Seikon. When the lightning struck, Jirabu was brutally flung to the side like yesterday's trash, his body tearing apart in various places. The lightning jutsu was accompanied by a brief blue flash that managed to blind most of the spectators, and when they finally managed to refocus on the battle, all they could see was the gaping Yukon with Reiga behind him as the young man's body split into 2 parts, a vertical burnt cut going from the top of his head all the way towards his groin and slowly fell down in the opposite directions. Unfortunately for the 3 Sound ninjas, they horrendously overestimated their own strength and terribly underestimated their enemy. It was true that Reiga was physically and mentally tired. It was also true that he had just a bit more than half of his chakra left in his reserves after fighting Kakashi and Zabuza. But he was still an S-rank ninja, and that meant something. He was qualitatively on a different level than some low jonin upstarts even if he was exhausted. The second he activated his lightning release, full body activation, it was over. Reiga didn't give them even a chance to activate their cursed seals. Turning towards Gato's group, Reiga could see the businessman gaping at the gruesome death of the Sound ninjas and failing to believe his own eyes. He expected them to effortlessly win? Flinching as he realized the ex-Kiri swordsman was staring right at him, Gato's pupils dilated. He understood the precarious situation he found himself in. Gato started speaking, trying to make an offer now that he lost his most capable bodyguards to the man he ordered to be killed. He didn't manage to even utter the first word from his sentence, however, as Reiga again disappeared in a burst of lightning chakra, and before Gato's brain could even comprehend what happened, he, with horrified realization, found a tip of the Kiba blade sticking out of his chest. Unlike his handling of the Sound ninjas, Reiga held no pity for Gato. He ruthlessly raised his Kiba blade upward, forcefully lifting the midget's body as blood leaked from his wound. There was no lightning coating on the blade, hence the wound was not seared shut either. Gato helplessly dangled his feet above the ground, trying to plead for help, but no words could leave his mouth as he started choking on blood. His eyes begged the thugs around to do something, but they were too shocked at the brutality and ease at which Reiga appeared in their midst without them even noticing. "It is nice of you to willingly come to your own funeral, Gato." Reiga grinned and let his lightning chakra slowly seep into the Kiba blade sticking through Gato's body. Since the output was low and the process slow, The blade was not hot enough to instantly burn a wound shut. It was still scorching hot and steam started to rise from the chest wound. Horror appeared on Gato's face before he started screaming. The blood rushing up his neck prevented him from doing that, and most of his wails sounded more like wet gurgles while his body shook as electricity coursed through it, painfully contracting his muscles, tearing some of them in the process. It was painfully obvious Rego was torturing Gato in his last moments, and the sadistic but satisfied grin on his face clearly indicated the man enjoyed every second of it. A minute of pain-filled wailing later, Gato's body helplessly slumped forward, unable to bear the strain of so much lightning chakra coursing through it. The supposedly richest businessman in the world was dead. Now then, Rega flickered his blade to the side, uncaringly throwing Gato's body away, and turned towards the scared hired thugs who were shaking in their boots. I think it is high time to end this farce. A massacre ensued. Chapter 336, Prisoners. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Kakashi and Anko sat opposite Ringo, Zabuza, and Rega at the table in Tajuna's house, awkwardly staring at each other. Kakashi and Zabuza were from time to time worriedly glancing at Rega, who completely and effortlessly ignored them, while Anko and Ringo were telepathically communicating, throwing jokes about the fidgeting males around the table at each other and competing who would say a better, or rather more vulgar, one. Since Tsunade first introduced Anko as her apprentice to Rei and his other wives, Ringo and Anko hit it off thanks to their similar personalities. Separated from both groups sat awkward Teiwa, who had no idea how to act in her current situation, and next to her was tied up Guren with gag in her mouth, making her able to only silently glare at both Konoha and Kiri groups. On the other side of the table, the three genins from Team 7 quietly observed the situation, while next to them, Haku elegantly enjoyed a rice ball, not even a little bothered by the suffocating atmosphere. Tajuna's dining room was quite full. Are you sure this is fine? Kakashi had finally had enough and nervously asked Anko. While he was de facto the leader of Team 7 on the paper, anyone who saw how the team worked knew that even though Kakashi led the genins, Anko was the one who called the most important decision like this one. Kakashi didn't really like the outcome of this mission. He knew well there was nothing he or even Anko could do with how the situation ensued. With the Mizukage present, neither of them could do anything rash. No matter that he didn't like how the Mizukage basically took ownership of Rega, which meant that Kirigakure just gained an extremely strong S-rank ninja. But going as far as giving them both of their prisoners who were defeated by Anko, now that Kakashi thought to be a bit unfair. Anko heard his question and just rolled her eyes. Yeah, it is safer this way. What do you mean? Kakashi furrowed his eyebrows at her vague answer. You defeated them, so it is only fair that Konoha should get them. Personally, Kakashi couldn't care less about the fate of the two sound kunoichis, but he knew what would happen if he didn't even try. The Konoha Council won't call Chunin Anko to answer their questions. They will call him, the team leader, and Jonin instructor. And they will scream their throats raw at him once they find out his team relinquished their Jonin-level prisoners to Kirigakure. For the love of Sage, what did I do in my past life to suffer being on this team? Kakashi inwardly cried and bemoaned his fate. Kakashi. Anko sighed. While we are strong, I don't want to risk being ambushed by the sound ninjas. It wouldn't be a bother for you and me, but what about our students? She reasoned. It's not well known, but the Sound Village is led by Orochimaru, and these two, she casually pointed at the two quiet women, the redhead resigned and the gagged brunette glaring at Anko, trying to combust her with her gaze, are one of his best. He might torture them, he might mark them like cattle, he might even experiment on them, but Orochimaru is not an idiot. He knows there is a difference between losing an unimportant pawn and losing a bishop he cultivated for years. The crystal user alone is worth a lot. Kakashi had to admit she had a point. The bloodline of the crystal user will most likely be the biggest reason why the council will scream at him. He could easily picture Orochimaru wanting to save her once he hears she was captured. As for Anko's real reason why she tried to pawn them to Ringo, frankly, if she dragged these two to Konoha and gave them to Tsunade, or if Ringo took them, their final destination would not change at all. Anko didn't see a reason to bother with them and would rather dump them on Ringo's shoulders. Then again, she couldn't just tell that to Kakashi, could she? Like it or not, if we took them with us to Konoha, there would be a high chance their comrades would ambush us and try to free them. The Mizukage not only has 2 S-rank and 2 Jonin-level ninjas in her party, but she is also heading in a completely opposite direction from us. Leaving them with her is safer, Anko said, knowing she was laying it on a bit thick when she saw how Kakashi's gaze started to soften. She knew she had him. Before Kakashi could verbally react, however, Ringo snorted, right. The woman whose dream is to kill Orochimaru is giving away the perfect bait for the man. Yeah, nope, pick another one. Anko, you suck at lying with a straight face. She deadpanned with a teasing tone lacing her voice. Oh, come on. Anko indignantly exclaimed and pointed at Kakashi next to her while staring straight into Ringo's eyes. I am not that bad. The Cyclops would totally believe it if you didn't say that. Ringo lifted her eyebrows in surprise and turned towards Kakashi. You would? She asked in a bewildered tone. Kakashi suddenly found himself between a rock and hard place. What was he supposed to say to that? If he confirmed it, he would come out as a naive idiot, and if he denied it he would paint himself as an easily fooled moron. All eyes in the room abruptly shifted towards him, and Kakashi could feel a cold sweat forming under his multi-layered face covers. There was only one way to get out of this predicament? Well, it's Anko. One never knows when it comes to her. Kakashi coolly shrugged in the most casual way he could muster at the moment and gave Ringo his best eye smile. By the way, Lady Mizukage, I wonder why Zabuza was our reinforcements instead of somebody from Konoha. Could you enlighten me? I intended to ask Lady Tsunade, but since you are already here. He trailed off. Ringo's lips twitched upward. Indeed, she turned towards the shocked Anko, who couldn't believe the way Kakashi flipped the situation around. It's Anko. Ringo amusedly shook her head. As for your question, she looked towards the annoyed Anko. I sent a message to Lady Tsunade, who is a friend of Lady Ringo. Lady Tsunade knew Ringo was interested in Reiga and the Kiba blades, so she sent her a message. Anko said. And Zabuza was the closest guy, so I sent him his orders alongside the summoning scroll the second I heard Reiga was involved. The Kiba blades were out of Kirigakure for way too long. There is really nothing much else to it. Ringo said before giving Reiga a meaningful look, making him petulantly avert his eyes. Don't worry about being reprimanded for the prisoners either. Tsunade is reasonable when she wants to be. That's unsurprisingly not reassuring at all. Kakashi inwardly deadpanned. What the hag said? Anko quipped before yelping as Ringo kicked her in the shin under the table. Hey. Anko took that as a personal challenge, and soon enough, the two women started a childish kick-Asian war while the whole room full of trained killers stared at them in bewilderment. These are S-rank kunoichi. Zabuza thought in disbelief as his jaw hung a bit low from watching the spectacle. And I swore lifelong loyalty to this woman. Reiga hung his head low as he watched the Mizukage acting like a total brat. Let's pretend we don't know her. The genins of Team 7 thought at the same time with blank stares aimed at the grinning Anko, unknowingly showing off their superb teamwork. Kakashi was somewhat used to Anko's antics, but even he was flabbergasted. This was the Mizukage they were dealing with. The strongest and most respected ninja of her village. And Anko was kicking her, with her chakra-enhanced strength no less. I am too young for this shit. Kakashi tiredly sighed. As for stopping them, well, he quite liked his ability to breathe, so getting in between the two women was a big no-no. Chapter 337, Inevitable. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. As Kakashi watched the hilarious scene of Anko and Ringo childishly brawling with their feet under the table while they provocatively stared at each other, he couldn't help but feel surreal. To think Lady Tsunade was a friend of the fifth Mizukage. Kakashi shook his head in silent bemusement. Just how many secrets does the Senju princess have? The second Tsunade became the daimyo. The village started going through a massive overhaul. Every jonin noticed a stark improvement. It was nothing short of miraculous and cemented her position as their leader in the hearts of Konoha's ninjas. But that didn't mean the most experienced jonins were stupid. They noticed Tsunade pulling otherworldly concepts, never heard of before teaching methods, and outrageous but efficient reforms out of her proverbial posterior. Tsunade was an enigma for them to this day, nobody knowing what kind of trick she will pull out of her sleeve next. Well, not like such a thing is impossible. Kakashi hummed to himself, enjoying the antics of the two S-rank kunoichis. With how much Lady Tsunade traveled, she was bound to meet some interesting people. The world is really unpredictable. He chuckled, his mind trailing off to the person he admired the most. The man who put forth a massive sacrifice. Who took his duty as the most important thing. The man who was the role model of the current ninjas. The one and only gallant Jiraiya-sama who took it upon himself to traverse the world in search of interesting situations, meeting all sorts of interesting people, so he could then relay his important findings to his devoted fans. Truly, a man cut above others. As Kakashi thought about this topic and started outwardly quietly giggling to himself, inwardly his mind simply refused to settle down. There was something nagging at him. Something he couldn't really grasp. That was also when the battle between the two kunoichis intensified. I had enough of you? Ringo calmly spoke, standing up from her seat quick enough that nobody could react, and reached towards Anko, and flicked her forehead, causing her head to snap back, leaving behind a nice red spot in the middle of the snake mistress' forehead. Ringo. Anko whinily drawled while petulantly pouting, her lips quivering in an attempt to garner pity. That was mean. Seeing how the two women interacted with each other, how buddy-buddy they were, how calm and relaxed their body language was in the presence of the other. Something finally clicked in Kakashi's head, causing his eyes to go wide in horror. Kakashi desperately hoped he was wrong, but as he went through the happenings of their recent mission, every piece fit perfectly into the puzzle. He slowly turned towards Anko, who lifted her eyebrow at him. It wasn't as if she didn't pay attention to what was going on around her just because she was having a mock fight with Ringo, and gave her the biggest desperate pleading look with his lone eye he could possibly manage. Anko, please tell me Konoha is not going to form a treaty with Kirigakure. Kakashi begged. This display? This friendliness? He finally understood what seemed off to him. Lady Tsunade might be a friend of Mizukage, but what about Anko? When did the woman who, as far as Kakashi knew, stayed inside of Konoha for the past few years, manage to become so friendly with the Mizukage? When did the two even meet? It was very fishy. The attitude of the two women and this trail of thoughts gave birth to crazy speculation. One that sent chills crawling up Kakashi's spine. No, of course not, Kakashi. Anko rolled her eyes, making the white-haired jonin release a relieved sigh. If Konoha signed a treaty with Kiri, it would be tantamount to setting fire to a gunpowder keg. The hidden villages didn't sign alliances and treaties often. Even the treaty between Tsunagakure and Konohagakure was shaky at best. In fact, if Suna betrayed Konoha, no other hidden village would bat an eyelash. Not because they were basically enemies but because it was expected. On the other hand, the hidden villages avoided allying with other major hidden villages because such an action symbolized a threat to their enemies who would also start to ally themselves with other villages. Simply put, it was a surefire way to lead to a ninja war with how paranoid hidden villages were. The only reason why Suna and Konoha could have a treaty between them without IWA freaking out was that Suna was extremely weak. They could defend well thanks to the environment around their village but they didn't have the necessary numbers, required funding, and skilled powerhouses to invade. Phew, that gave me a fright. Kakashi mentally chuckled. What did I think? Of course, there would be no treaty between our villages. Even if Kirigakure was weakened by its recent civil war, which it wasn't, and Kakashi knew that very well. IWA and Kumo would not take kindly to Konoha pacting with Kirigakure. Lady Tsunade would not be so reckless. Konoha and Kirigakure are going to enter a three-way alliance alongside Tsunagakure. Ringo casually revealed, making Kakashi freeze in his spot and the jaws of the other occupants of the room to drop to the ground. Just as I thou dash, wait what? Kakashi's eyes bulged out as he abruptly stood up and shouted without even realizing it, you can't. It will be the start of a new ninja war. Everybody looked at him in surprise except for Anko and Ringo. Zabuza didn't care for politics so this conclusion was a new thing for him. The genins of Team 7 stared at Kakashi, not expecting the lazy and casual jonin to burst out like this. It only showed them how serious the situation was. Reiga suddenly understood what would happen in the future and why Ringo decided to give him this chance instead of outright killing him. As for the prisoners, even they were speechless. Ringo just raised an eyebrow at Kakashi who finally realized he just screamed at Mizukage before awkwardly sitting down with a muted, sorry. And you think we are not aware of how the hornet's nest will be disturbed after that? Ringo clicked her tongue. Do you think Tsunagakure is the same as it was 5 years ago? Or that Kirigakure stagnated under my watch? No, hey take. I am genuinely surprised that IWA and Kumo did not yet demand the dissolution of the treaty between Konoha and Suna with how much stronger Suna became in recent years. She calmly spoke, explaining the situation. The only reason for that is that they have no clue about it. Anko quipped in. As Tsunade's apprentice, Anko was privy to a lot of information. The kind that would cause a lesser man nightmares and worries. Yes. Ringo nodded. It doesn't matter if we form an alliance or not. Once IWA and Kumo get wind of exactly how much improvement our reforms have caused for our villages, they will inevitably join together to fight us if only to drag us back to their level. These past few years were very strenuous. Getting rid of every spy in the village was a lot of work but I am not delusional. The truth will eventually come out and it will cause a war. Frankly, it wasn't strenuous for Ringo. With REI seals, taking care of spies and infiltrators was as easy as setting up a detection barrier around the village. Kinda the same thing, but improved. Konoha had around theirs but never used under Hiruzen's watch. Lady Tsunade didn't introduce too many reforms since her rule started. Anko looked around the room, especially at her 3 students, and decided now was as good time as any to reveal a few unimportant village secrets, but that frankly doesn't matter. Lady Tsunade wants to start improving Konoha on a large scale but she can't because she knows IWA and Kumo would notice it. Konoha has too many merchants, too many civilians calling it home. While Kirigakure and Tsunagakure also had civilians, Suna was in a very inhospitable place, hence not that many merchants visited. The information coming and going could be easily regulated. As for Kiri, they were always a village focusing more on the assassination. They had their ways of stopping information leakage, ways that would be impossible to implement in Konoha's case. And once the war breaks out because of IWA and Kumo's insecurities about Suna and Kiri, Konoha will be unavoidably swept in. While we did not have that many reforms, the academy reform was enough to propel our strength back into the heyday. Basically, we are in the same situation as Kiri and Suna by default. Anko uncaringly shrugged. So yeah, we are going to form an alliance. Better to join forces now even if it caused the war to erupt than being caught with our pants down later down the line. After all, IWA and Kumo were still ninja villages. They will not fight fair and square. Not after they realize that Kiri, Suna, and Konoha are stronger than them. Then again, REI had his own plans. Plans Anko was not privy to but she was sure this upcoming shitstorm was a part of it. Needless to say, Kakashi was shocked about the circumstances described to him by Mizukage and Lady Tsunade's apprentice. Is the international situation really so bad? He gave his students a glance full of pity and inwardly swore to make their training harder. He didn't want them to die. Now on his watch. Worse yet. Kakashi understood what they tried to tell him. The powder keg was already burning and it was impossible to stop the explosion. The question was not if but when. The status quo was disrupted and the war was inevitable. Chapter 338, Just Do It. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. The depressing debate about the surprising upcoming war continued for a few minutes and the younger ninjas learned a lot of things such as how the intervillage politics in the elemental nations worked, what exactly kept the status quo and the balance of the world in check, and most importantly, just how easy it was to upset said balance and cause a war. It was an eye-opening discussion for the young genins. When the debate reached its end and the people started to slowly leave the table, Anko suddenly noticed Sasuke subtly glancing at the back of the leaving Haku, his lips set in an indecisive frown before his eyes gained a strange resolve. He stood up and put his hands into his pockets, slouched a bit in his usual fashion, and donned his broody expression on his face before he slowly followed the unsuspecting Haku. Anko's lips involuntarily stretched into a wide grin as she stood up from her seat and stealthily followed Suzuki. She instantly knew there would be entertainment. Anko sat on the roof of Tajuna's home, watching as Haku practiced senbon throwing in the backyard, patiently waiting for the fun to start when Kakashi suddenly appeared next to her and sat down in his usual depressing manner with a heavy sigh. Anko inwardly clicked her tongue and thanked her foresight for spreading pre-made silencing seals around herself. Otherwise Haku or the stalker-kun would definitely notice her with how much noise the distraught Jonin was generating. The two watched Haku's practice in silence for a few minutes before. "Aren't you even a little worried about our Genins?" Kakashi suddenly asked, his tone somewhat reproaching. He didn't like how casually Anko talked about the upcoming war as if it didn't matter. Kakashi lived through one already and didn't want his Genins to go through the same experience. Yet, Anko seemed carefree as always. It really irked him somewhat fiercely. Anko slightly turned her head towards her displeased co-teacher and scoffed, "I trained them for years. I know exactly where they stand ability-wise. They will be fine. You don't know that. War is unpredictable. Anything could happen." Kakashi argued in a calm tone, but the struggle in his soul-uncovered eye was plainly visible for Anko. "And what exactly do you expect me to do about it?" Anko asked, thoroughly amused by Kakashi's attitude, realizing why he came to talk to her. He was not here to do something about it. He simply wanted to complain, rave, and rake about the unfairness of the world, and most importantly, he wanted someone who would listen to his worries. Anko found it distasteful that he chose her, but considering his next best bet was Sabuza, it was somehow understandable if a bit annoying. Hearing Anko's question, all righteous anger suddenly left Kakashi, making him humorlessly chuckle. What did he expect her to do, indeed? Anko was the apprentice of Lady Tsunade, and to say a small part of him didn't want her to talk to the ruler of Konoha and persuade her to stop the war would be a massive lie. But Kakashi had to acknowledge that even if Anko by some miracle decided to indulge his wish, and then if by some higher power Lady Tsunade decided to listen to Anko, it wouldn't matter anyway. Nothing. He released a pent-up sigh and helplessly shook his head. "I expect nothing from you. MHM. Anko nodded in satisfaction. "Good. At least you won't be disappointed," she offhandedly added as she turned back, continuing her stalking of the stalker. A vein popped up on Kakashi's forehead and his lips twitched when he heard the casual dismissal Anko gave him. Nevertheless, he noticed how his melancholy was instantly converted into irritation and had to admit Anko had a talent for alleviating the mood by being annoying. "Ha, what did I expect?" Kakashi mumbled under his nose with a reluctant smile. Unfortunately for him, that's when his cute little Uchiha Genin finally got enough courage to act and Anko no longer paid attention to what the Cyclops had to say. "Shush." She brutally silenced him by bonking him on the head, earning herself a light-hearted glare. As he glared at Anko, Kakashi noticed she was too focused on something in the backyard and curiously turned his gaze towards it, only for his jaw to drop when he noticed the fidgeting Suzuki freaking Uchiha, the broody Imoeja Lord himself, approaching Haku with an utterly insecure expression. "Ah, young love, isn't it precious?" Kakashi was pulled out of his shock as Anko dreamily sighed with the biggest shit-eating grin plastered on her face while she took out a camera from a storage tag. He realized what would shortly happen and could only offer Suzuki a pitiful glance. "This woman is too evil. I am sorry Suzuki, your teacher is incapable of saving you." Contrary to his thoughts, he also got comfortable in his spot and under his face mask sported a wide teasing grin that only got bigger the closer Suzuki got to Haku. Suzuki approached Haku, grateful for the chilly air that prevented his hands from sweating too much as he nervously admired the beauty in front of him. Gulping down, he gathered enough courage and decided that as Uchiha, it was ungraceful to hesitate. This might be his last chance to speak to Haku and he will not miss it. Haku noticed Suzuki. In fact, Haku knew Suzuki was standing there, observing, and truth to be told, it was creepy as heck. When Suzuki finally decided to leave his hiding place, Haku sighed in relief, thinking that the Uchiha finally decided to speak out what was his problem. "Hi," Suzuki nervously greeted. "Good evening, Uchiha-san." Haku slowly nodded and with a curious head tilt. "What can I do for you?" I wanted to, you know," Suzuki fidgeted, "I mean, this might be the last time we see each other since we are from different villages and..." He paused, embarrassedly looking for proper words. "Yes?" Haku asked, not really getting what the boy wanted. This was getting too weird. Just do it." Suzuki mentally encouraged himself. "What is the worst that could happen? What I want to say is..." Suzuki took a deep breath. "Haku-san, I fell in love with you," he loudly exclaimed, his cheeks turning deep crimson from embarrassment. His eyes, however, held a firm resolve. A deafening silence suddenly engulfed the backyard of Tajuna's house, making Suzuki that much more nervous when he didn't receive a reply straight away. I am sorry Uchiha-san. I don't swing that way," Haku awkwardly stated in a flabbergasted voice that still held a polite undertone. You are lesbian." Suzuki frowned. "Uchiha-san, I am a boy," Haku evenly said, trying to hide how mortified he felt at the moment. Suzuki's brain froze and his mouth slightly opened in half-formed retort, before he registered what Haku told him and that the not female had a dead serious expression. "I am sorry but I think we should forget about this conversation ever happening." Before Suzuki could even fully comprehend what happened, Haku decided it was the best time to take his leave, far away from the gender-confused Uchiha who creeped him out. Suzuki found himself standing alone in the Tajuna's backyard in shocked silence, the events replaying in his head again and again as shame filled his body and disgust seeped into his mind. Suddenly, Suzuki deeply regretted looking at Haku's posterior with Sheri-non, etching it forever into his mind. That was one thing that will forever haunt him. The young Uchiha was thanking Sage nobody saw him in what he dubbed the most shameful moment of his life, when he registered stifled laughter coming from above, making him snap his gaze towards it with a deer in the headlights expression on his face. Right there, on the roof, were both Anko and Kakashi, having blast at Suzuki's expense, Kakashi trying to repress his chuckles while Anko was failing hard at stifling hers and holding. Is that a camera? Suzuki paled and almost blacked out as he realized what that meant for his future. Noticing that Suzuki was looking at them as if he saw a ghost, Anko gave the boy a sweet smile. I must say when I followed you, I didn't expect to get such quality blackmail. Way to go, lover boy. She choked on her chortles. Fuck you. Suzuki angrily growled, narrowing his eyes at her but knowing it was in vain. The most he could do was swallow his shame. Oh, naughty. We should be careful. We wouldn't want to make Haku-chan jealous, would we? Now, Anko teasingly quipped, her eyes full of mirth. Suzuki wanted to curse at her again but she started speaking again. Huh, who would have thought you swung both ways? I guess there is still hope for the Uchiha clan. At that, even Kakashi no longer managed to keep his face blank and burst into wheezing laughter. Needless to say, Suzuki Uchiha was not a happy camper. Chapter 339, Teiwa and Gurren 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Will you stop glaring at me already, bitch? It's been 2 weeks. Give it a break. Teiwa irritably muttered, giving a stink eye to Gurren who just scoffed but continued her glare session with passion. The only reason why Teiwa had the courage to say these things was that Gurren was stuffed full of restricting seals and could barely show the prowess of a high genin in her current state. Not that Teiwa was in a different situation. She also had a lot of restriction seals on her but the fact they both were at high genin level gave her a measure of courage. That, and the piled up irritation. The bridge in the Land of Waves was finished and that meant both the Konoha and Kiri teams decided it was high time to go back home. It was decided that Teiwa and Gurren would go with the Mizukage, which made Gurren even more irritating than ever, and that was the end of any sort of plotting of escape for them. If they went with the Konoha team, there would still be a small chance to get away or that Lord Orochimaru would try to rescue them. But even if he did, with Ringo Amaeri present, it wouldn't really matter. In fact, Teiwa deeply believed Orochimaru would avoid that particular woman like a plague. This was fine by Teiwa. In fact, she was happy about it. After all, she did decide to betray the Sound Village and surrendered in the spur of a moment. Her life would not be nice if she was captured by the Sound Ninjas. Gurren, though, still held on to her loyalty to Orochimaru. After they left the Land of Waves, it took 3 days for them to reach the village hidden in the mist. Unlike Teiwa expected, their accommodations were not a damp cell with occasional entertainment through torture. Instead, they were left alone with nobody bothering them, as if they were not all that important. Which, Teiwa had to begrudgingly admit, they probably were not. Alas, any sort of non-torture treatment was welcomed by her. She was a captured enemy kunoichi and those usually didn't have a nice ending. Considering that Iwa and Kiri had a reputation for being extremely cruel to their prisoners. Being ignored was nice. The only annoying thing was that she had to share her cell with Gurren and that she was utterly unsure what the future had in store for her. That made for a few sleepless nights. A week and a half slowly passed in this anxiety, and their captors finally found time for them. Teiwa expected many things but to be knocked out was not one of them. When he woke up, she didn't expect to find herself on a very comfortable sofa in a lavish room, a room that wouldn't be amiss in Daimyo's palace. Teiwa was momentarily awed, at least until she heard the grumpy Gurren's growl and spotted the woman glaring at her. Again. Ha, Teiwa sighed. I know you are angry I surrendered but I had no other choice. The enemy was simply far too strong. Can you blame me? She helplessly asked, knowing it wouldn't really help. Yes, I can. Gurren heatedly answered. Figures, bitch. Teiwa mumbled, deciding that trying to persuade Gurren was pointless. How can you betray Lord Orochimaru? He basically raised you, gave you home. Gurren hissed, with every word making Teiwa angrier. He trained you in dash. Will you shut the fuck up finally? Teiwa loudly exclaimed, raised me? Gave me home? Are you nuts, you spoiled bint? I don't have some extremely rare bloodline ability like you. She snarled, I was never raised to be one of Orochimaru's top fighters from the start. I was experimented on and forced to kill people in fighting pits since I was just a little girl. What do you think my life was like in there? I had to be smart and use everything in my arsenal to survive, to get stronger. The only reason why I survived long enough to become one of the Sound Four was that I used my brain and had talent for genjutsu. You can take that emotional extortion and shove it. Gurren stared in shock at the heavily breathing Teiwa who, for the first time in the past 2 weeks, returned her the glare full of hate. Only now did Gurren remember what the other 3 from the Sound Four liked to call Teiwa a slut in jest and how fiercely and angrily she responded every time. Gurren always thought it was just a joke among them, especially since Teiwa had such foul language. But now that she was looking at the rage-filled look of the girl who was notoriously known in the Sound Village for being so sadistic and stuck up, she castrated anyone who tried to flirt with her. An awkward silence spread between the two women who refused to look at each other. Frankly, Taewya wanted nothing more than to leap at Gurren and rip her hair off. The only reason why she didn't do it was that she knew it was pointless. There was no benefit in such a thing other than making her feel a bit better. Especially since they were still prisoners and for all she knew, they might be observed right about now. Well, that was also a small part of the reason why Taewya revealed that information about her. She hated her weak past self. The one who suffered in the dark damp cells of Orochimaru's fighting pits. But if it helped her to earn even a bit of sympathy from her captors, then she would damn well use it. And under Orochimaru, Taewya quickly learned when to suppress her own wants and desires for the bigger picture anyway. To set her own personal feelings to the side in order to reach her desired goal. She was doing it for as long as she could remember. Taewya didn't really want to escape. Not if a better life awaited her here. Even if it was just slightly better than her life under Orochimaru, she would take it. That said, she didn't survive so long by being naive. She made sure to look for escape routes from the room the second she woke up, and she was also certain Gurren did the same. In the end, if it came to fighting for her life, Taewya would do her best to survive or take with her many of the would-be attackers. Having Gurren's support would be indispensable at that time. Getting into a fight with the irritating woman was simply not in Taewya's best interest. I am sorry. Gurren quietly apologized, making Taewya give her a weird look. She certainly did not expect that. Meh, doesn't matter. Taewya grumpily nodded and rolled her eyes. In her mind, the only words she had for Gurren were, fuck you, but if she could make Gurren feel bad with a different response, she didn't mind biting into her tongue. I know your life was not smooth sailing either. She offered an olive branch despite inwardly sneering at these words. Compared to her, Gurren was living like a fucking princess if one took into account Orochimaru's child-raising standards. Yeah. Gurren weakly nodded and the room fell again into an awkward silence. Hands abruptly grasped the left shoulders of the two girls and slightly squeezed in what would be a reassuring manner if it didn't come out of nowhere and scare the living daylights out of them from how suddenly it happened. Somebody appeared behind the sofa they were sitting on and they didn't notice. Their carefully honed instincts didn't alert them. Even if their chakra was suppressed, their trained instincts were not. They were still on par with S and A rank ninja respectively. A chill instantly went up to their spines as the realization they could be easily killed without them even noticing settled in their heads. They prepared for a fight, even if it would be a futile effort before. I see you got quite comfortable under our roof. An amused man's voice resounded from behind them. Good to know at least one of you has a good head on her shoulders. The man removed his hand from Gurren's shoulder but kept it on Taewya's in a reassuring manner, causing her to slightly relax her guard. So they really left us alone in an empty room to observe our reactions and see what we would do. She happily thought, letting out my past and showing my discontent with Orochimaru in front of Gurren was definitely worth it. Something must have shown on Taewya's schooled face because, not that it matters anyway, the man suddenly added before chuckling, making Taewya mentally face fault because she just knew she was the reason for his apparent amusement. Fucking strong people. All of them are sadistic assholes. Chapter 340, Taewya and Gurren 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Rei let go of Taewya's shoulder and walked around the sofa before unceremoniously flopping onto the armchair opposite to it. He reached forward and tapped the edge of the table in between him and the girls, causing small puffs of smoke to erupt and quickly dissipate as various foods appeared on the table. Go on. Rei smiled when he noticed the hungry and salivating looks the girls were throwing at the food. Dig in. It was prepared for you. Taewya and Gurren wanted to do nothing more than to obey this order, but their upbringing stopped them from jumping at the deliciously smelling food. They looked at each other, wary of any drug or poison that might be present in the food. Rei noticed their gazes and sighed. He leaned forward and started filling his plate, lifting his eyebrow at the two women who widened their eyes in bewilderment. What? Do you think we poisoned the food? Bah, as if we needed to do that. He rolled his eyes. The two girls slightly flushed as they realized it was the truth and started slowly filling up their own plates while being still very cautious. Rei inwardly smiled at the sight and waited until both girls took a bite before starting to speak again. Well, I definitely did not poison the food. No clue about the chef though. She likes putting aphrodisiacs in the food. He carelessly shrugged, causing both Taewya and Gurren to do a spit take. Meh. My poison immunity is bound to save me. Two unamused glares landed on him, but Rei just returned a happily clueless eye smile to them, now realizing why Kakashi liked to do this. It was fun. Rei partook in the food without a care in the world while the two disgruntled kunoichis watched, unsure if they should risk it and also dig in. They were quite hungry though. Kirigaku's cells did not have good room service. The sight of various delicacies in front of them was really tempting. Fuck it. In the end, it was Taewya who broke first and started eating. Aphrodisiacs or not, she decided it doesn't matter. Gurren watched in bewilderment as the younger kunoichi ate with gusto what their host clearly proclaimed a probably drugged food. Taewya noticed and furrowed her eyebrows. What? She asked with a full mouth. If they want to forcefully fuck us, they don't need to drug our food. We are at his mercy. She offhandedly pointed at Rei, who was content watching the drama with a small amused smile stretching on his lips. Gurren's stomach rumbled and she had to gulp down her saliva. She was also quite hungry. Deciding that Taewya had a point, she also started slowly eating. That's when Taewya smirked. Plus, I don't have a bloodline. If they are going to breed someone it will be you, Miss Crystal. She mirthfully added, causing Gurren, who had her cheeks stuffed, to grimace. Needless to say, her appetite was dealt a critical hit. You are quite the crass individual, aren't you, Pinky? Rei jovially intervened, not wanting the two women to start bickering again. Ha? Who is Pinky, you bastard? Taewya burst out on instinct, only to realize what she did at the end of her sentence, causing her voice to hitch. She looked at Rei with a deer-in-headlights expression. Shit, I got too relaxed and forgot to take care what I say. Taewya inwardly panicked. Rei clearly saw her plight and decided to alleviate her worries. Such a pity. You are quite the beauty, you know? To think your mouth would be so dirty. I don't dig it, he mournfully stated with a sad head shake, causing Taewya's irritation to rise while she also flushed a deep red. Even Gurren forgot herself and cracked a smile at that, earning herself a punch to her shoulder from the embarrassed Taewya when she noticed. But you are correct. It is Miss Crystal we would breed. Rei seriously said in a matter-of-fact tone, causing Gurren's head to snap in his direction. Gurren suddenly started to feel weaker than usual and her head slightly spun. Her eyes widened in horror as she realized she was drugged. She desperately tried to fight whatever was in her body by increasing the circulation of her chakra while staring in fright at Rei, who returned her stare in an even and emotionless manner, pressuring her with a simple look. If we were actually interested in such a practice. He switched back into his playful tone and shit-eating teasing grin when he deemed Gurren sufficiently cowed. Alas, your DNA and blood were already taken when you were unconscious, and with time, we will be able to replicate your bloodline without any need for violating you. Who do you take us for? Oto. Rei couldn't help but make a small scathing comment at Gurren's village, causing the woman to avert her gaze with the knowledge she would not win a verbal fight about this topic. Psychological warfare. Taewya slightly narrowed her eyes in worry, hiding the gesture by leaning her head forward and letting her hair cover her face. He is making Gurren realize the bad parts of Sound Village based on her reaction to my upbringing. I will have to be extra careful around this one. She felt quite uneasy. He totally got her with his banter earlier. She got too relaxed around him. That was so out of character for her, it shook Taewya at her core. Rei didn't miss this subtle gesture of Taewya. He was certainly surprised at the girl. I might have said I don't dig this, but, damn, he was extremely glad for his trained poker face. It wasn't about Taewya's personality or looks. No, Rei was attracted by something else. She can level-headedly analyze the situation and is keeping up with my mind games. No wonder she could fight Shikamaru. Heh, should I? A mischievous thought suddenly entered his mind. Then again, he smirked and looked straight at Taewya. She didn't like the slight widening of his smirk as his eyes landed on her. We found out you have Uzumaki blood in your veins. Good for you, Kumo would be interested. Thanks. Taewya snarkily replied, but inwardly she was repeating fuck, as she realized why she seemed so important to Lord Orochimaru. It might not have seemed like it, but Jiraiya, Kidomaru, Yukon, and Seikon all had some special biology or bloodline. Only she had no idea how she fell into the same category as them. And just like that, he erased any idea of escape from my mind. Taewya inwardly winced. Yeah, the man might have pointed out Kumo, who was known for seeking female Uzumakis for breeding purposes, and their practices were quite brutal, but Taewya knew his words really meant Lord Orochimaru. Previously she thought she had no value other than her strength. Now that she was informed of her apparent bloodline, she understood Orochimaru would hunt her down to the end of the world. The Uzumaki were rare, after all, so that's why I had more experiments done on me than the others in the Sound 4. They were trying to awaken a bloodline ability in me. Who is this we? Taewya resignedly asked, deciding now was not the time for thinking about her fucked up future prospects. She had to get information about her captors and find out if she could be offered protection for servitude. Before she would be fine if they treated her even slightly better than Orochimaru. Now she wouldn't mind being treated worse than that if it meant not getting on Orochimaru's dissection table. Traitors died in Oto, but traitors with bloodlines? Now that was a completely different can of worms. Taewya shuddered thinking about what suffering would Orochimaru unleash on her if she was ever captured by his people. Oh, right, I forgot. Rei fakely bullshitted before exclaiming, welcome to the village hidden on the other side. He waited for an outburst of surprise, but when he received only silence, his brows furrowed. No applause? You are not a funny audience, you know that? One would think Orochimaru taught you how to be proper grunts, he said in mock disapproval. The women getting used to Rei's antics ignored his words and looked at each other in confusion. But, no such village exists, Gurren confusedly stated. She knew every single ninja village in the elemental nations and this one was not among them. Taewya, at whom the question was aimed, just nodded in agreement. Well, I did say we are a hidden village, didn't I? Rei gave Gurren a meaningful look that made her blush. Wouldn't be much of a secret if every dick, prick, and Gurren knew about our location and existence, now, would it? And just like that, her blush was gone, changed for a heated glare. Taewya involuntarily smiled at that. What will happen to us now? The mood was certainly lightened thanks to Rei's antics and she was grateful for that. It was still annoying how easily it made her drop her guard though. Rei ponderingly hummed, it's simple, really. You can either join our village and serve, or he leaned forward, creating suspense. A threat, huh? Taewya thought, wondering what their fate would be if they refused. You can leave. Rei finished with a shrug, making use of his leaning forward to snatch a glass of orange juice from the table. After a moment of stupefied silence, it was the brunette who got out of her shock first. You would let us go? Just like that? Gurren incredulously asked, a bit of hope seeping into her mind. She had to inform Lord Orochimaru about this village that was obviously connected to Kirigakure. If they were stupid enough to let her walk free, that is. Yeah, sure. Doors are there. Rei pointed behind them, causing both women to turn around. And if we decide to walk away, nobody will try to detain us? Taewya asked, not believing in such an obvious crap even for a second. Yup. Pinky promise, Pinky. Rei nodded, quipping a joke and getting the look from Taewya. Nobody will neither hinder nor aid your escape. Gurren instantly stood up and walked towards the door, not even interested in what Rei had to offer them. Even if he lied, then she had nothing to lose. If he was telling the truth, however, she wasn't about to waste any more of her time. She flung the door open only to freeze in her tracks as her jaw dropped to the floor, unable to believe her eyes. Gurren did hear the unhurried footsteps resounding behind her and only idly registered as Taewya walked next to her with the same utterly bewildered expression of disbelief, but she was in too much shock to really care. Oya? I failed to mention this is the village on the other side of the moon? Oh, well. Now you know. Rei's playful voice resounded from behind the two sound kunoichis as he snickered. Both Gurren and Taewya realized that there was no running away for them as the sight of a massive blue planet surrounded by a dark void of the universe greeted them. Chapter 341, Orochimaru. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Author's note. Patreon, 35 chapters ahead. If you want to support me or read ahead, https://www.patreon.com/kasicare. For those that read this author note later on and are interested in joining my Patreon, don't subscribe at the end of the month. It is better to wait for a new month and then join. A few days worth of wait won't kill you, laughing face. Orochimaru looked at the dissolving six-armed body that ran through all the guards and barged into his laboratory before slumping onto the ground with a desperate and groaning, "Oric dash," and promptly died. Frankly, it was fascinating to watch the unknown poison corrode the body, changing even bones to a goo right in front of his eyes. Unfortunately, the two guards chasing Kidomaru entered the laboratory right when Orochimaru's momentary engrossment with the never-before-seen poison just ended and he realized the corpse indeed had 6 arms and he knew only one person with such physical disfiguration. Lord Orochimaru. One of the two guards exclaimed and straightened, sweat suddenly started rolling down his back. They let an intruder reach Lord Orochimaru's laboratory. That was definitely not good. Riki-kun. Orochimaru impassively stated, looking straight at the 6-armed corpse. That is Kidomaru, right? The guard, Riki, was very reluctant to answer. Something in Lord Orochimaru's casual tone told him to keep quiet. Fortunately for him, his partner was a new guy and a very eager one. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, that is Kidomaru-sama. The boy eagerly said. And Riki didn't even notice when Orochimaru lashed out, but the boy's head rolled off his shoulders the second he finished speaking. I see. Orochimaru nodded, his lips twitching downward as the newbie's head hit the ground with a wet thud before his body also gently swayed as gravity claimed it. Orochimaru looked at Riki, who was trying his best to ignore the fresh corpse next to him while wondering if he would be next. Take care of the corpses. I need to send somebody to scout the situation in the land of water. Orochimaru was barely keeping calm. Kidomaru and the Sound Four were essential for his upcoming plan. They were one of his best. He spent a lot of time making sure they were useful. And now, Kidomaru was dead. It was a heavy blow since Orochimaru did not have anyone capable of taking his place for the barrier formation. I hope Gurren and others got away safely. He frowned, not understanding what could have happened. It was a B-rank assassination mission and he sent 4 low to mid A-rank ninjas and 1 high A-rank kunoichi. Frankly, this was supposed to be a breeze for them. He only sent such an overkill of a team for the mission to please Gato while showing the midget to not screw with him. To show him there would be no backstabbing from his side involved anytime soon or else. That said, he did train his ninjas to retreat rather than die. Orochimaru wasn't sure Kidomaru was the only loss, but he was certain that not all of his investments died. I have to find out what happened, he thought as he left the laboratory, leaving the shuddering Riki behind to clean the mess. I have survived. Riki let out a relieved breath, only now noticing how tense he was. He decided to take a 2-minute-long pause so he could properly catch his breath. After he at least somewhat calmed down, Riki looked at the corpse of his colleague. Unlucky bastard. This was his first day on guard duty. He helplessly shook his head. Well, better him than me. And shrugged. Turning his gaze towards the humanoid goo nearby, Riki frowned. And I have to clean this mess up. Just my luck. He grimaced. By now, Kidomaru's corpse was but a bloody and fleshy goo in the form of a human, his liquefied innards spilling onto the ground around him by the second. I should start. Once it dries up, it would be a bitch to clean. Riki sighed and walked towards the closet where he knew were the necessary utensils for the job. As a guard whose patrol area was near laboratories, he was the poor sod who was usually given the task to clear the mess Lord Orochimaru made during his experiments. That's why Lord Orochimaru knew his name. Approaching Kidomaru with a broom, ready to sweep him off the floor, Riki chuckled. Funny. The Spider-Man got liquefied from the inside out. And here I thought it was supposed to be spiders who did that. Hehe. With a chuckle, he put strength behind his sweep. Orochimaru, who was disgruntledly walking through the corridors of his hideout, deep in his thought, suddenly had to brace himself as a massive explosion shook the underground complex. He whipped his head towards where it came from and his eyes widened. Fuck. My laboratory. He inwardly screamed and started running in the direction from where he came from. He had everything there? His recent research result, his documents, his precious tools, his best DNA samples from various subjects and bloodlines? All of it? He reached the hall leading to his laboratory, only to discover it had turned into a massive hole in the ground, enabling him to see the sky as if it was mocking him. The priceless fruits of his months-long effort were vaporized. Whoever is responsible for this, I will find you and skin you alive. Orochimaru seethed in rage. Unknown to Anko, her little gift did its job at Orochimaru baiting better than she expected. Dead and captured? All except Teiwaya and Gurren who were captured are dead. Orochimaru darkly asked, tightly gripping the armrest on his chair. It was already a week since Kidomaru's corpse exploded in his laboratory and the scouts finally returned. Orochimaru was getting a little anxious when not one member of the Sound Four returned during the week. Well, now he knew why, mostly thanks to how chatty the people of Land of Waves apparently were about the happenings, and he was utterly pissed. Konoha was protecting Tajuna? Anko Mitarashi of all possible Konoha ninjas was a part of it? Orochimaru could almost imagine the rage of his former apprentice when she realized they were his grunts. Her expression when they activated the cursed seal must have been so hilarious. At least, Orochimaru found it hilarious and felt a sadistic pleasure at imagining that situation for a brief moment before his mind reminded him it was Anko's fault that his elite subordinates were killed and captured. Kidomaru died of poison. Orochimaru suddenly realized. Kakashi Hatake isn't all that proficient in poisons. The one responsible for decimating my laboratory should be Anko. He reasoned. If I wasn't so pissed, I would be impressed. During the previous week, Orochimaru tried to find out what kind of poison was used. He couldn't really do any analysis since any remains of the poison were vaporized alongside Kidomaru's body, but as an expert on poisons himself, Orochimaru had his theory. The only thing that could create such a blast with nothing but a dead body. It was obvious the poison used Kidomaru's chakra to make a bomb out of his body. How such a thing was possible though, now that stumped Orochimaru. Alas, he had bigger problems than the small fireworks in his laboratory. Kirigakure took the captured Gurren and Teiwaya. The second he got to know that, Orochimaru instantly flared his chakra, activating the self-destruct function of Teiwaya's cursed seal. That should have immediately killed her, except he felt no response. My seal was countered. He freaked out, making his breath hitch. The cursed seal was his masterpiece? Jiraiya had his Sennin mode, Tsunade had her strength of 100 seal, and he had his cursed seal. It was his masterpiece and somebody managed to counter it? The cursed seal was not only a means to enhance his soldiers. Every piece of it contained a small part of his soul from which he could be reborn in the unlikely case he died. The grunt-enhancing function was just a small bonus in Orochimaru's mind. Orochimaru hissed in anger, no. My seal is impenetrable. Not even Jiraiya can do anything about its earliest stage that doesn't contain my soul. Teiwaya must be already dead. He calmed himself and schooled his expression. You say that Anko Mitarashi is now S-rank Kunoichi? Tsunade's apprentice. He lifted his eyebrow. She easily decimated my elites. The scout who kneeled in front of Orochimaru slowly nodded, too scared to put it into words lest Lord Orochimaru decided to relieve him of his head. Good job, you can go. Orochimaru indifferently stated, and the scout vanished in a burst of speed, happy to be dismissed. Anko Mitarashi? Ha. Orochimaru shook his head in disbelief. He threw away the girl because she was frankly useless. A burden. Worse yet, a burden he felt an attachment to. Now that he heard how strong she became despite the cursed seal that limited her growth, Orochimaru was proud. Proud enough to even forget about how her actions almost ruined 3 years of planning and preparing. Almost. Does this mean we are abandoning the plan? Kimuro, one of the Kagaya clan survivors whom Orochimaru promised clan restoration and revenge in exchange for his services, suddenly asked, emerging from the shadows near Orochimaru's chair. No, this just means I have to get creative. Orochimaru chuckled, his eyes dangerously narrowing as new plans and schemes were forming in his mind. A moment later, his expression eased and a small sly smile appeared on his face. Ha, Anko-chan became so strong. Maybe throwing her away was a bad decision. Looks like we need more allies. And just like that, Orochimaru's plans for the Konoha invasion did 180. I guess I should be grateful. Without Anko so easily killing my elites, I would never realize the forces I amassed are not enough. Orochimaru chuckled, Konoha will rue the day they forced me to remake my plans. Chapter 342, The Family Gathering 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Is the crystal user still as sullen as the newfound Uzumaki is eager? Ringo asked Rei as she longingly snuggled to his side on the couch in the living room with an expression of pure bliss. She just returned back home to their mansion in the village on the other side after a particularly long week spent solely in Kirigakure in preparation for the Chunin exams in Konoha and the events happening during or after them. It was honestly maddening, and choosing teams for the exams was actually the easiest part of it all. Her only solace was that when her gaze fell on Pakura, who was currently using the other side of highly amused Rei as a teddy bear, the green-haired woman gave her a weak but understanding smile. Tsunagakur was in full mobilization too, and keeping these things secret, while a lot easier thanks to REI's village-scale barrier seals, still needed a massive effort. Spies were routed, the village's forges running all day and night long, troops organized and prepared, defense and offense restructured, assassins fully notified that orders might come any second and they will be required to don their masks. The 7 swordsmen were having more and more sparring sessions in the last-minute rush for improvement. Finances had to be sorted, budget secured, all non-vital projects put on hold, and War Council was put together, starting to strategize and evaluate the earliest elimination targets for assassins while making first plans for Kirigakuru's offensive and fortifications, plans that will have to be no doubt adjusted once Konoha and Tsunagakure really tie the proverbial knot with them. The clan heads were also informed what would happen shortly after the Konoha Chunin exams to deal with their own problems and make their own war preparations for the village was fully expecting the clan ninjas to pull their weight. This all meant paperwork. Yeah, paperwork. That blasted thing. Ringo would never have guessed that putting the village on war footing would require so much damn paperwork. Her reaction? Fuck my life. There was no nicer way to put it when she saw the unending stacks of paper on her table, around her table, all over her damn office. At least this nightmarish week was finally over. Her wrist hurt more than she ever remembered. Lifelong intense practice with sword and it is paperwork that made her wrist kill her with pain. That made the hardened kunoichi in Ringo quite vexed. It was a time like this that Ringo pitted the third Mizukage and fully understood why the man was so stressed. It was hard enough to make the village work with the efficiency of a well-oiled machine when everyone listened to commands. Ringo really didn't want to imagine the mess it would be if she had to rule over unruly clan heads with their own agendas. That simply didn't fly during her reign, much less when the village was on the precipice of war. A soft snort resounded from the door leading to the kitchen, causing Ringo to slightly turn her head towards it and notice a pale-skinned woman with horns leaving the kitchen, carrying 2 plates. That's putting it mildly. That crystal girl didn't speak a word since REI made her sign the contract. It has been weeks. Kagaya chuckled, finally reaching the armchair opposite the sofa on which REI, Ringo, and Pakura were seated. True. REI distractedly agreed, not taking off his gaze from the seals he was trying to put together. Gurren isn't happy she was left on the moon. As if you would let her back onto Earth. It is blatantly obvious she would try to run away and inform Orikimura. Pakura tiredly sighed, enjoying REI's warmth. Ringo tried to reach for the food on the plates Kagaya brought and put on the table, but before she could grab herself a bite, Kagaya quickly took both plates again into her hands and pulled them away with a mild glare aimed at the stupefied Ringo. And the Uzumaki half-breed fit right into this clan of red-headed bastards. Kagaya spoke, her pointed and warning look not leaving Ringo as she cradled her food in her lap. Her eyes now flickered over Ringo's red hair as a pondering frown appeared on her face. Ringo just rolled her eyes and returned to her snuggling with REI while inwardly cursing white-haired stingy alien bitches with freaky eyes. Kagaya was not fond of the Uzumaki clan. Her descendants or not, anyone who practiced seals was on her shit list except REI because he actually offered her help. Despite that, Kagaya did not fully trust REI until recently. Only when he pulled out his newest product, the contracting seal, did Kagaya finally get the necessary reassurance. The contract seal was something that enforced terms stated on a contract. It worked on the soul rather than the body, and while ninjas had sturdy souls, that didn't mean breaking it wouldn't be nasty. In fact, just the attempt to do so would be excruciatingly painful. REI used it on both Gurren and Taeya as the unwitting test subjects, and Kagaya instantly understood what purpose the contract held. And unsurprisingly, it was the very same day that REI came back to her seal to seal the deal. They signed a contract where REI had to free her and she would become his. With that, Kagaya was assured REI would really put effort into fulfilling his part of the deal. What this has meant, neither REI nor Kagaya specified. It could be anything from subordinate to lover, and both were fine with leaving it so open, for now. Fortunately for Kagaya, this safeguard of the contract meant REI decided it was fine to give her more freedom. The current body of Kagaya was but a special shadow clone with a multitude of seals all over it that prevented her from instantly dispelling due to accidental light damage. That's why Kagaya had only as much chakra available to her as the clone, which meant she felt utterly powerless. Alas, she would rather feel vulnerable but capable of eating the incredible foods found in REI's fridge than be stuck in the seal. The occasional cuddles with REI helped too. But it was not all just a walk in the park. Kagaya was extremely envious of Tsunade freaking Senjo, who decided it was her job to goad her by visiting REI's chambers every damn night. While being extremely loud, any attempt to relieve her frustrations was completely useless. In the end, it was just a large concentration of chakra. She felt cheated. Taeya is a very talented kid. REI smiled, ignoring the slightly hostile tone of Kagaya. In the past few weeks, she took to her studies like a fish to water. She is no longer restricted to only doing illusions through her chakra-infused sounds. Echolocation. Ringo raised her eyebrow. Yup. It was the first thing that was taught to her. REI nodded. Echolocation was a quite basic sensing technique REI and Konan invented during their youth. They did not use it much, not after they surpassed a certain limit in their power and devised better ways. The reason why Ringo was aware of it was that she had to spend 2 damned months practicing it to perfection when she was genin, only to find out it was mostly useless for her when she was finished. Sometimes she just had to hate the tough love of her definitely not sadistic senseis. And with the girl's affinity for sounds, she learned it in a day. Rei nonchalantly added, eagerly watching Ringo's reaction with the corner of his eye. He was not left disappointed. Ringo's face scrunched as if she ate a particularly nasty lemon. One day, she cursed Taewya in her head. The bitch just earned herself a particularly high position on my shit list, she disgruntledly decided. Were her 2 months of suffering so meaningless? Yeah, you should have seen her. A new voice suddenly interjected as Tsunade leisurely walked in, stretching like a cat. Rei just had to explain certain concepts to the girl and she found out how to create shockwaves via her sound all by herself. She shook her head in disbelieving amusement. The girl has potential to reach SS rank. SS rank. Ringo's jaw dropped. In the village on the other side, S ranks were not rare. The village had over 30 of them. After that came SS ranks and after them SSS rank, which was basically just Rei and his girls. To hear that the weak low Jonin level girl who loved to cuss had the natural talent to reach SS rank was mind-boggling for Ringo. To be fair, even Konan and Tsunade reacted in much the same way as Ringo when they first realized this fact. They just had enough time to come to terms with it. I can't help but find it funny. Orikimura has no idea what a gem that girl is. Tsunade derisively snorted. He made her train in genjutsu when she could possibly use the very same amount of chakra to blast through chakra-reinforced walls as she would for a mid-class illusion. Her shockwaves are just pure bullshit, I tell you. She disgruntledly huffed at the last part, making Ringo extremely curious about the reason for her mild agitation. It works on a very similar principle as her enhanced strength. Rei hinted at the reason for Tsunade's displeasure, and our resident Mednin is still mad that a wet behind her ears girl managed to recreate the effects of her super strength through sound waves and can use it as a ranged attack. Tsunade rolled her eyes as she arrived behind Rei and eagerly put her hands on his shoulders, starting to massage him. She could instantly feel the surge of his water-natured chakra entering her system and slightly shuddered. She loved to give her beloved a proper massage. With his long working hours on seals, he always had stiff shoulders. That Rei made it his duty to make the massage as pleasurable for Tsunade as it was for him, that only made it that much sweeter for Tsunade. I am not mad the girl's jutsu is a version of my super strength that took me years of research, study of the body, and physical training to develop. Nor am I mad she figured out how to use it to a great effect in under 3 days. Tsunade nonchalantly said, but nobody in the room believed the bullshit she just spewed. I, however, am not sure I liked the way she looked at Rei after he introduced her to these concepts of how sound works. She looked a bit too love-struck for my tastes. Scratch that. The bitch just earned herself the top position on my shit list. Ringo's eyebrow twitched. You are just mildly jealous. Konan also entered the room, and with that, the gathering was finished as Mei was currently too busy being Mei. I, for one, like the overeager vulgar girl. She is precious. And that is why you put her into Izumi's hands? I thought you wanted to traumatize her for life. Kaguya snickered and Konan gave her a pointed look as she flopped into an armchair near the sofa. Ouch. Maybe I should lower her ranking on my shit list, after all. Ringo mentally hummed, feeling a sudden pity for the poor Taewya. Izumi is not that bad. Konan exasperatedly defended with a peeved expression. She trained the girl herself? There was nothing wrong with her? Are we speaking of the girl who thinks using Tsukuyomi torture for mental training is a totally acceptable training method? Pakura decided to butt in. You mean the girl whose idea of training our troops is having them fight against her fully formed Susanoo? Tsunade dryly asked. The Uchihas literally avoid her and call her the second coming of Madara because of her sadistic nature. Ringo added her own 50 cents in deadpan. Kaguya just munched on her cookies, each bite transmitting her utter disbelief at what she just heard Konan say. Silence momentarily ensued in the room and Konan frowned. She still couldn't understand where the problem was. Izumi was such a gentle and clumsy girl. It wasn't as if she used different training than she put Ringo and Mei through and they turned out just fine. Ahem, anyway. Rei decided to change the topic. Let's start the meeting. You can bicker about your apprentice's questionable tendencies later on. He liked the girl but he was not about to discuss Izumi's unreasonable training methods born from Konan's tutelage. He didn't want to be forced to admit into Konan's face that having Shinins fight against fully formed Susanoo was a bit overkill. Nor was sending their mangled bodies for a 2-week-long stay at the hospital despite the incredible medical advancements the village had. Well, at least there was not much his ninjas feared after that experience. Tsukuyomi for the win. Chapter 343, The Family Gathering 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. We came together to discuss the Chunin exams. Rei reminded his women and instantly noticed how the room quieted down as Pakura, Ringo, Tsunade, and Konan started looking at each other warily, measuring each other's reaction. They each had a village under their thumb, even Konan who was sending a team from the village on the other side in the guise of Uzushiagakuer team, and apparently, this Chunin exam was a prime opportunity for a gentlewomanly dick measuring contest. Rei wryly smiled and his eyes briefly met Kaguya's. They are really into it. He suddenly heard her unbothered voice through their mental connection as she munched on a sandwich. Well, they have quite high stakes in the event. Rei chuckled. He found it quite amusing. His wives, some of the strongest people in the elemental nations, couldn't settle their differences by fighting because it would cause too much collateral damage and so, they decided to simply use their village's teams for the Chunin exams. Bets. Kaguya cutely tilted her head. Yeah, foot massages, back rubs, a coupon that could be used to force the one who issued it to do your paperwork for you. Stuff like that? REI shrugged, not really caring. His wives did fight sometimes, but it was never serious. This betting was more to amuse themselves than an actual conflict in the house. REI was actually more worried his wives would succumb to Tsunade's bad gambling habit. Even now, the woman still visited a casino at least once a month and utterly squandered her monthly gambling limit. If REI wasn't so rich thanks to the Biribiri Company and the Uzushio Trading Company, he would be unable to even afford mashed potatoes with Tsunade as his wife. Sounds dumb. Kaguya deadpanned. She didn't see any point in betting on such insignificant events. It's just a game. REI rolled his eyes at her. There was no real concept of gambling in her era. In fact, there were many things Kaguya simply did not understand, concepts that felt foreign to her, and sometimes even concepts she named differently after REI explained what he meant. It was frankly an interesting clash of cultures. REI had a perfect way to show Kaguya why this gambling was so interesting to his girls. Wouldn't you join if Konan's special cookies were one of the prices? Oh. Kaguya momentarily stopped eating and frowned, her lavender eyes slightly widening and gaining an interested glint for a second before they again turned into impassivity as she realized that, meh, I can get them for free anyway. She sent REI a mental message that almost made him do a spit take. What a picture-perfect freeloader. He thought with a twitching eyebrow, not sending this to Kaguya through their connection. Suddenly, REI noticed he and Kaguya were the center of attention from his four wives who watched them with keen interest. What? He asked, feeling quite awkward from the undue attention. Well, you are having a silent conversation with Kaguya as if you were a long-married couple. We are just wondering if we should start teaching her some harsh realities of our sisterhood. Konan quipped, her eyes secretly giving Kaguya a pondering look. REI knew that look well. He didn't even need to get a bad premonition. He instantly knew she was about to say something utterly embarrassing. Then again, our little stalker rabbit seems to learn well by observing. She jokingly added, hinting at all the time Kaguya used her mental connection to watch REI's intimate moments with his girls. Kaguya became crimson red, silently averting her eyes and staying quiet while pretending she didn't hear Konan's teasing. She only slightly huffed and focused on munching on her carrot. And just like that, Konan again safeguarded her dominance. REI thought in disbelief. With just a few words, Kaguya accepted her defeat. REI was aware the rabbit goddess had yet no idea what that would mean for the future relationship dynamics, but he could already predict it. He saw the same thing happen with his other wives. What good was all that overwhelming power for Kaguya when a few words managed to cow her into, to her yet unknown, submission? REI exasperatedly gave Konan a meaningful look. It was far too soon for these kinds of games when it came to Kaguya. Or, was it? REI had no idea. Maybe him thinking along those lines already meant that the time was just right. And wasn't that an incredible revelation for REI? He indeed felt something for her. Did I really unknowingly develop an attachment to Kaguya? REI furrowed his brows as his eyes subtly glanced at the white-haired woman. Only now did he realize that sharing a mental connection 24/7 might have had some unexpected consequences. Understanding the meaning behind REI's look, Konan's lips mirthfully twitched before she turned back to the other girls. Well, since our esteemed freeloader is embarrassed enough, let's return to the original topic, shall we? I'd say my team will win the Chunin exams quite easily. I really have to thank you, Ringo, for bringing me the Uzumaki kid. Ringo blankly blinked, the gears in her mind slowly turning before her eyes widened as she understood what Konan meant. Fuck you, you can't do that? That's basically cheating. She incredulously protested. Wait, you are seriously making Taewa the part of your Genin team? That's ridiculous. The girl is almost low S rank with her sound shockwaves. Even Tsunade was exasperated. Konan smirked, we are ninjas. We don't play fair. So what if I am going to send Karen, Kimimaro, and Taewa? She shamelessly said with a wide innocent smile stretched on her lips that proclaimed to the world her victory. Ringo, Pakura, and Tsunade became instantly quiet, capable of only staring in deadpan at Konan. They had a hard time believing what the woman just uttered. You do realize it is going to be the Chunin exams, don't you? It is meant for Genins. Tsunade exasperatedly pointed out. They are still Genins according to the village ranks. Konan sincerely nodded and Tsunade's eye twitched. Karen Uzumaki, the most talented Uzumaki of this generation who inherited not only Mind's Eye of Kagura but also Uzumaki Chains and Uzumaki Healing Chakra. The second she meets Uzumaki Naruto. Tsunade couldn't help but wince at that. The boy would surely annoy the hell out of Karen with her being an Uzumaki and whatnot, and while he was a beast with his Jinhyuriki Chakra cloak, Karen had her Uzumaki chains. Rest in peace ahem, I mean in peace, Naruto. At least Kimimaro is a level-headed one. Oh, don't look at me like that. Konan exclaimed after she felt 5 sets of eyes boring into her. You, Pakura, have no right to judge me for this. You might have forgotten, but I am the spymaster here and I am fully aware you intend to send your apprentice as part of the main Suna team. You are sending to Mary? She is one of your best Umbu? How can you send her as a genin to these exams, you sand-eating bitch? Ringo barely refrained from shouting in hysteria. She had high stakes in their little betting competition, but her sister wives seemed to be hellbent on cheating. As Konan-senpai so nicely put it, she is technically still a genin in the village ranks. Pakura smugly shrugged. Not my problem, your head is filled only with forging and swords. You should have taken an apprentice too, fish head. Ringo huffed and petulantly crossed her arms on her chest. At the time it seemed such a good idea to decline. To think it would come to bite me in the ass. How are Haku, Kojuro, and Udakata supposed to win now? Frankly, Udakata should be already jonin with his current skills and Haku was not far off either. Ringo thought they would be enough for a measly Chunin exam. Now she could only pray their opponents would slip in the middle of the match and fall on their faces, knocking themselves out. Quite improbable. Or, was it? The gears in Ringo's head started turning, plans and schemes forming. If her sister wives want to cheat, then so be it. You are planning to send all 3 Sabuka siblings as one team, aren't you? Rei mirthfully asked Pakura, already knowing the answer. Now that was overkill if he ever saw one. Well, if I want to beat Konan at her own game, I have to do my best to cheat my way through. Pakura smirked with satisfaction and snuggled closer to Rei again. Inwardly, she was not as reassured of her own victory. Konan really pulled all stops on shamelessness in this one, but Pakura liked to think her kids had a decent chance. They grew exponentially during these past years, and she would be damned if she didn't show them off. As she looked at the depressed Ringo, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a small measure of pity for her. The redhead was never one for scheming, but Tsunade didn't think this was where Ringo would bow out. Far from it. Ringo was too stubborn for that. I am so glad I didn't bet on Team 7. Tsunade felt smug about her own ingenuity. Why bet on a team from her own village when she is fully aware of Konan's personality? She knew the Bluenit would play dirty from the start. She led the Biribiri company alongside her for more than a decade now, and as they say, old habits die hard. For Tsunade, betting on Konan's team was an obvious choice. She was actually highly curious if she would still lose the bet anyway, no longer really caring for victory or loss. Chapter 344, Date in Takigakuer. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Rei and Tsunade in her guise of the dark-skinned Nadetsujusen walked the streets of Takigakuer, hand in hand as they enjoyed the bustling atmosphere of the streets with various stalls where merchants tried to sell their wares. For a ninja village, Takigakuer was oddly weird, yet familiar. They clearly tried to imitate Konoha's way of doing things if the number of merchants and civilians inside the village was any indication, but it was also obvious they simply failed to imitate everything. The overall strength of their ninjas, for one, was quite pitiful. Alas, while the couple could not just turn off their instincts and not notice these things, they indeed did their best to ignore it and casually enjoy their time together. This is quite tasty, try it. Tsunade's eyes lit up as she took a bite from Takigakuer's special takoyaki before gently putting the stick in front of Rei, beckoning him to try with a wide expectant look. She is too cute for her own good. Rei smiled and took a bite as Tsunade turned them around and pulled him back towards the stall with the takoyaki before buying 5 more sticks. If you are hungry, we can go to a proper restaurant, he said before patting her head, making her puff out her quickly reddening cheeks like a squirrel. You know, somewhere where we could sit down and cuddle a bit while eating, he temptingly added. Hearing that, Tsunade deflated and embarrassedly nodded in consent. Just give me a moment. Seeing a pair of kids nearby, Tsunade briefly let go of Rei's hand and approached them. She didn't really need 5 takoyaki sticks if they were going to a restaurant. A moment later, she returned to Rei, 3 takoyaki sticks lighter, and gave one of the remaining 2 to him as she again took a hold of his arm and snuggled into his side. Onwards, then, she exclaimed with a grin before starting to munch on the meat on her stick. Rei amusedly shook his head, finding her unbothered attitude funny, especially since they were followed and observed almost from the second they entered the village. Tsunade's persona of Nadetsujusen was an internationally known woman with a lot of pull, both political and economic. It was only natural the leader of Takigakuer would instantly order his men to follow her and try to find out the reason for her visit so he could attempt to gain some benefits from it. Tsunade obviously knew about their little stalkers, but since she was on a date with Rei, she didn't care. If they crossed the line, however, both Rei and Tsunade decided to be extremely frustrating for their observers and the current leader of Takigakuer, Shibuki, who probably expected Nadetsu to pay him a visit. They slowly walked through the village, buying things like plus highs, makeup, clothes, just like any ordinary couple on a vacation, giving no indication that they were present for a business deal or anything similar. Having somebody like Nadetsu visiting and being unable to even greet her properly without coming off as pushy and potentially making her disgruntled, the village leader must have been quite aggravated and nervous. Needless to say, Tsunade enjoyed making the boy squirm in his seat quite a lot, making sure to enjoy her time with Rei to the fullest, and being extremely affectionate. That way, she not only got the most out of her date but also got the satisfaction of watching how dismayed their observers were, not knowing how to invite her for a chat with their leader without offending her. In the end, the duo eventually ended up in a booth of one of the high-class restaurants in the village. Tsunade sat on Rei's lap and snuggled her back into his chest, much to the dismay of the poor waitress who was selected to serve their booth. Rei had his arms around her waist and leaned his head over her shoulders to read the menu in Tsunade's hand, their cheeks affectionately nuzzled together as they enjoyed the warm and quiet atmosphere. We aren't really choosing, are we? Tsunade giggled, realizing they were staring at the menu for the last 20 minutes, not moving an inch from their position. I suppose not. Rei tightened his hold on her. Even with the menu in front of me, it is kinda hard to concentrate on it with such a delicacy just an eye flicker away. Tsunade wearing a sexy loosish kimono was quite the problem for Rei. one that Tsunade clearly felt and enjoyed, considering the hardening of a particular part of his body on which she currently sat. Pervert. Tsunade teasingly whispered and subtly wiggled her butt, making Rei almost let out a moan. You are one to talk. He gently chided into her ear, causing a shiver to run up her spine. Rei could see she was starting to get excited from the way she bit her lower lip. Unfortunately for him, he had to cut the mood short. He was not keen on bending Tsunade over the table in front of the waitress. But we should already order food or the girl in the corner will faint from embarrassment. Tsunade pouted but obediently listened. They both picked their food and relayed their orders to the waitress. As she left the booth with their orders, Tsunade turned towards Rei, faint from embarrassment. My ass. You do realize what kind of restaurant this is, don't you? If you demanded it, she would join. She rolled her eyes. And then you would kill her for it. Rei chuckled. I like to think myself not desperate enough to visit high-end restaurants to have my wicked ways with the waitresses. That's honestly below me and I have no idea why they even provide that kind of service. He shook his head. Sometimes the medieval-like mentality of his world still surprised him. You girls are enough for me. Is that why you not so subtly intend to make Kaguya our new sister? Tsunade teased. She didn't really mind overly much. As long as Rei didn't neglect her, it was fine by her. It really helped that Rei put more effort into keeping his girls happy than his actual work in the village. Well, that's not my fault. It kinda just happened. Rei helplessly shrugged. I see. The same way I, Mei, Ringo, and Pakura just happened, huh? Tsunade amusedly giggled. Can't argue about that. Rei straightforwardly stated and kissed Tsunade's cheek. Looking for you and Konan was the best thing that happened to me in my life, Tsunade said, shuffling in Rei's lap to turn around enough to face him. Her hands clutched at Rei's shirt as she looked straight into his eyes. I am very glad that I kinda just happened. She smiled and leaned forward, planting a quick kiss on Rei's lips. I am sure you can make that grumpy goddess happy again. You know she can hear you, right? The corner of Rei's lips twitched. Rei would normally cut the mental connection with Kaguya, but she made sure to ask for permission from Tsunade to eavesdrop on them during their date because she was extremely curious about it. He had no idea why Tsunade agreed, but she did. I do. That's why I called her grumpy. I tried to be polite to the harlot. Tsunade cutely nodded, unable to suppress her smirk, and Rei sighed as his head was filled with the impression of pouting and disgruntlement. He decided to make Tsunade feel a bit of it, so he put his forehead on hers and connected her mind to the connection with Kaguya. She is quite butthurt, isn't she? Tsunade smugly smirked when she felt Kaguya's feelings bleeding through the connection. You would be too, after spending a millennium in a seal. Rei tried to play it off. He didn't need Kaguya raging, huffing, and puffing in his head for the rest of the day. I know. I am just a bit angry that she can spend all of her time with you thanks to the mental connection. Tsunade confessed and the couple fell silent. Rei and Tsunade stared into each other's eyes, their foreheads connected, hugging each other. There was no need for more words. The wonder of the mental connection was that it was capable of relaying feelings and emotions, while it also sent these emotions to Kaguya. Right now, neither Rei nor Tsunade cared as they flooded the other with their care and love for each other. Poor Kaguya was rendered a blushing wistful mess without either of the two lovers even noticing. Author note, and rant that is as usual longer than the chapter. Okay, I have noticed people discussing the upper power levels in this fanfic and how it works since I forgot to explain it, so I decided to enlighten you, noobs. And don't give me hate when you disagree, please. Yes, I said please because I got manners and shit. Anyway, I said there are S ranks, SS ranks and SSS ranks. No, this is not linked with any kind of self-made power level you may or may not have created. And yes, I say self-made as there is no such thing as official power level scaling in Naruto canon. Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Sunin, Umbu, Kage are not power levels. They are titles and ranks. They don't have much to do with power level. Chunin could be Jonin level but also Genin level, same as Jonin can be S-rank ninja since there is no higher rank than Jonin in the villages. An example would be Anko, who could definitely be Jonin in canon. If Kurane could pass the tests, then Anko could ace them too. But politics. You get my drift yet? Writers use Genin, Chunin, Jonin, etc. exactly because Narutoverse doesn't have power scaling. The closest thing we got is S-rank, which means stronger than your usual Jonin chump. These are the real special individuals one should fear, but even then, Haiden is S-rank, same as Pain. So, there goes using it as any sort of power scaling. You can't use bounties either because depending on the crime committed, a Genin could have been given a bounty worth of Jonin. Also, Kage level. What does it exactly mean when somebody is Kage level? Kage is a freaking title. Sure, it is assumed that Kages are stronger than other ninjas in the village, but just look at Raza. Or at the fact, Gaara became a Kage before even reaching 15. Or look at Danzo as Kage and then compare him to 8 Gates guy. How am I supposed to use that as power scaling with cases like this? Do I mean Madara level, Hiruzen level, Reikage level, or Raza level when I say Kage? Or do I mean Terumi Mei level from canon? It just doesn't work. So, I have a simple system. S-rank in my story is around S-ranks in canon as are the earlier ranks. It also means that one's specialization, experience, hidden trump cards actually matter. But S-rank firepower or capability means being placed in S-rank even if one lacks experience. This will be slightly relevant later in one chapter. Also, most cages are S rank. Don't even try to argue that point. Most of Akatsuki are just S ranks and they can definitely match cages. Again, there is no such thing as cage level. SS rank in my story is Madara/Hashirama/Pain. Of course, they are not on the same level but they all fall into this category. I get the hype around Madara and Hashirama but they are not really as strong as people are making them out to be in their fanboy-driven delusions. They are definitely the pinnacle of ninjas but they have nothing on Hagoromo, Hamura, Final Form Naruto and Sasuke. And I don't mean six-path Madara because that is different from his original power level. Hence, they are SS rank but it is not as easily quantified because they all have their tricks and specializations. As for SSS rank where REI and his girls are, well, they have their own baijus they can fully use. If you need a blunt assessment, they are around the level of Final Form Naruto and Sasuke. Therefore far above Madara and Hashirama. First of all, the Madara we are seeing in the 4th Ninja War is not showing his real strength. He has Edo Tensei body and with it, infinite chakra, stamina, and indestructible body in peak condition. Of course, he would perform far above his usual pay grade with that. With all the jutsus he used, he should have been spent thrice over by the time he was resurrected for real. You gotta consider this angle, at the very least. Now, Kagaya is obviously much stronger than even this SSS rank. Call it me simping but, yeah, you would probably be right but I have my reasons, alright. You cannot scale Kagaya properly according to Naruto and definitely not according to the Boruto series. You can't just give the girl capability to create dimensions and then make her power level as low as it was in the series. Just, use some damn common sense, please. Creating whole dimensions is definitely a dimensional level of power. That's like, far above planetary. No, I can agree she is weak but not because she doesn't have the necessary power in her. She lacks control. But okay, let's say she is not a dimensional level but planetary level to make those skeptical satisfied. And I am not going lower because the bullshit she showed in the final fight can't be rated lower if one uses common sense. Especially not when one considers that's her untrained and control-lacking self. Creating dimensions, reality bending, traveling between dimensions, instant annihilation on hit ability. Do I need to go on? In neither fight, nor the one she had with Hagoromo and Hamura or the one she had with Naruto and Sasuke, she did not get a scratch. Yes, they landed hits on her but she was never injured and she barely moved in these fights. In the end, they had to seal her. And the word seal matters. They did not defeat her. They sealed her. Which is a form of defeat but it is not as if they had beaten her in a fight. Far from it, actually. Kagaya's problem is that she never really explored her powers, taking what she could do instinctively for granted and thinking it was the end of it. She never trained, thinking in her arrogance she was powerful enough. I mean, even an academy student can do kawarami but jonins can do it with much less chakra required and without hand seals. Because they trained? Look at what Kagaya can do without training and then think about her trained self. From what little of her powers she has shown during her fight against Final Form Naruto and Sasuke, if one takes into account what she actually does and thinks what the techniques she uses and their effects really say about her prowess, I have a hard time believing Kagaya is not the most powerful thing in the entire Narutoverse. I don't take into account the crap called Boruto. If the Otsutsuki clan is more powerful than Kagaya then Naruto's planet is toast. There is no need for hundreds of chapters of anime. The ending is obvious. It wouldn't matter how many power UPS Boruto can get. Not when fighting against somebody capable of busting an entire planet. Because Kagaya might not have explored her powers in their entirety but the other Otsutsuki definitely would have. But yes, this is just my own bias. Don't take it too seriously. Back to my petulant rant about Kagaya's opness. Where did I end? Oh, yeah, I remember. And that is not even mentioning the fact Hagoromo was basically just a budget version of Kagaya. What he could do with Rinnegan, Kagaya would certainly be able to do better considering Hagoromo's father was just a normal human. Hagoromo and Hamura's powers came entirely from Kagaya and they were a form of a bloodline, which was diluted in them because of the blood of their father. Hagoromo just explored his powers, unlike Kagaya. Well, that's my rant and yeah, I feel better now after getting it out of my system. Have a good day. Chapter 345, Meeting the Leader of Takigakuer. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Rei and Tsunade finished their luxurious lunch, feeding each other in a silent, comfortable, and warm atmosphere, concluding their date for the day. They didn't come all the way to Takigakuer to eat lunch together. That would be silly considering they had entire villages under their command. Naturally, they had their own agenda in coming to Takigakuer and now that they had their fun, it was time for business. Do be a dear and tell your leader we are ready for the meeting. Tsunade turned towards the waitress and calmly spoke, startling the girl who just realized her cover was busted. Okay. The waitress nodded with a small grimace before turning towards the door and hastily walking out. Since she was found out, there was no need to deny it. Seeing the woman leave the booth, Tsunade, still sitting on Rei's lap, expectantly looked at him. Do we leave him waiting for us some more? She asked with a sultry smile, leaning closer to him. After all, these booths are so spacious for a reason. Rei just smirked and various seals suddenly burst from underneath him, covering the entire room and preventing anyone from looking or entering inside. Well, I am sure an hour of waiting won't kill him. Rei said, his hands around Tsunade's waist pulling her body closer to him before Tsunade's lips landed on his in a passionate struggle. Needless to say, he was glad that he brought the device for the automatic deployment of his advanced silencing and barrier seals with him. They were definitely going to see some use right about now. The young Shivuki, the new leader of Takigakuer, looked at the two people in front of him with a twitching eyebrow, biting into his inner cheek to stop himself from being cheeky. It was 2 hours ago when Taki Kunoichi informed him that Nadetsujusen is finally ready to meet with him. So, he made sure to order some snacks to be prepared and waited. And waited. And waited some more. His frustration was building up by the second, and when an entire hour passed, he decided to send someone to check on the blasted woman. Contrary to his expectations, that did not help at all as they apparently could not enter the booth. His own ninjas were unable to enter a room in his village. The security concerns this caused. Shivuki really didn't want to think about it. Unfortunately, now that he had the woman in front of him, entire 2 hours after she informed him she was ready for the visit, Shivuki knew he could not be impolite to her. She was the president of one of the largest international trading companies in the world. Even the cages of the major 5 hidden villages and daimyos would mind their manners in front of her. That didn't make the situation any less annoying for Shivuki though, nor did the fact that Shivuki could plainly see what exactly was the reason for her 2 hours delay. The amused man to whom she was clinging to as she sat on his lap while almost glowing was a clear indication. Shivuki was he was angry at being made to wait for such a reason. Unknown to Shivuki, Tsunade made sure she was presentable but also that her clothes gave small hints any ninja worth his salt could pick that revealed what she was doing with REI while he waited. After all, unnerving and frustrating her opponent always worked in her favor no matter the method. This usually could not be used against civilians who were not observant enough, but Shivuki was a ninja, and Tsunade knew from experience that it is those small hidden details that can be the most maddening, as there is no way for him to complain about it even if he wanted to. After all, how should he bring up the topic of her being late due to having sex? In polite company such topics were taboo. Any reservation Shivuki could have had, any complaint at all, had to be begrudgingly put to the side the second he realized the reason for her delay. If he did not ignore it, he would come off as crude and uncultured, plus it could sour future relations. It was one of those damned if do and damned if don't kinds of situations, and from the stiff expression on Shivuki's face, the young man clearly realized he simply had to suck it up and pretend he was not just made a fool. Welcome to Takigakuer, Miss Jusen, and Shivuki greeted them with stiff politeness, pausing his gaze at REI in a questioning manner. Yatsuba REI. REI introduced himself, not worrying about being recognized through his name. Takigakuer didn't possess a good enough information gathering department to get his name from Kirigakuer's records. Shivuki nodded in acknowledgement before returning his eyes back at Tsunade. What do I owe such a? His lips twitched in annoyance. Yes, Nadetsujusen could possibly bring a lot of benefits to his village, but damn if the woman was not infuriating. Pleasant visit. Tsunade's lips stretched into a wide but polite smile at that. Don't worry, Lord Takikage. I am not here to bother you with company business. This visit is more of a personal matter, you see, she cheerfully said, almost eye-smiling at Shivuki, whose grip on his armrest tightened. Translation: I am not here to make a deal that would benefit your village. I wasted your whole day for the kicks and giggles. Tehi. Shivuki thought as his left eye started to twitch more. Is that so? Shivuki hummed, discreetly taking a deep breath to center himself. Since you are visiting me, I assume this personal matter has to do something to do with either the village or me. Am I correct? Yes. Tsunade simply nodded, keeping her polite smile on her face. Yes, what? Shivuki mentally grumbled. Would it kill her to simply tell me what she friggin' wants with me? How am I supposed to inquire about her business here if she doesn't throw me a verbal bone? He inwardly raged while outwardly his expression was the perfect picture of politeness, only the twitching of his fingers betraying his mental state. Hey, young people. So easily provoked. Tsunade thought. She only wanted to test Shivuki since he was not the same person who led to Takigakuer a decade ago when she was here the last time. She wanted to get some measure on how he would react to the reason for her visit before she brought the issue up. Well, at least he tries to hide his own impulsiveness. Let's see the extent of his self-restraint. Will it survive his ego? If you don't mind me asking, aren't you a tad bit too young to lead an entire village? Tsunade curiously asked, as if she had a vested interest in the answer while intently observing Shivuki's reaction. Hearing the question, Shivuki blinked and opened his mouth to answer only to close it a second later, utterly speechless. How was he supposed to answer that? REI, who observed from the sidelines, almost felt pity for the young man who was being verbally roasted by his wife. There was a reason why Tsunade was chosen as Konan's replacement in the Biribiri company. She was simply too vicious when she wanted to be. In the end, Shivuki decided to just mentally shrug and humbly say, I was chosen after my father's demise. Young or not, I can only do my best, Miss Jusen. REI slightly smiled at that. That was a good answer and an even better reaction. Neither overbearing and offended nor submissive and bootlicking. He is playing his disinterest in the benefits Tsunade could bring to Takigakuer quite nicely. Tsunade's eyes slightly widened. Ho, a humble young man, isn't he? She noted, pleased. Good. That will probably make it much easier for me. I would loathe having to slaughter the entire village just because their new leader is a young arrogant moron with a massive ego. I can work with this. Nodding, Tsunade chuckled. That's admirable. Forgive my straightforwardness, but I just had to make sure you are worth my time. she calmly said, and Rei almost did a spit take when he heard that sentence. That was something one should never say in these kinds of negotiations. Did Tsunade care though? Not at all. Just because Shivuki was an admirable young man didn't mean she would stop irritating him and probing the limits of his patience through her words. Especially since it was so much fun. Shivuki tried to reply with a reassuring smile, but it came out somewhat wry and stiff. He really didn't trust himself to give a verbal reply. He was the leader of Takigakure, and what Tsunade said could be taken as, I had to make sure Takigakure is worth my time with someone as young as you in the lead. Troublesome woman. Shivuki inwardly groaned. The words were polite, but the meaning could possibly start wars. Just imagine if she told this to Reikage or Tsuchikage with a bit different wording. They would fly instantly off their rocket. Anyway, Tsunade continued, completely ignoring Shivuki's sudden awkwardness, I am here on behalf of my dear friend. I believe Takigakure and her made a deal decade ago, and I am here to finalize it. She reached into her purse and took out a card while Shivuki was furrowing his brows, trying to remember if something like that really happened. He was drawing blanks. As the leader of Takigakure, he had to get familiar with all the long and short-term deals the village had, but he had no idea what Tsunade was talking about. Tsunade simply reached forward and put the card onto Shivuki's table, waiting for him to take it. Seeing that, Shivuki decided to humor her. He didn't think she was here to scam Takigakure. For that, the woman in front of him had too good of a reputation. At best, this could be some misunderstanding, and at worst there really will be some kind of deal. Taking the card, Shivuki pulled it to himself and flipped it upside down to read its contents before his horrified gaze snapped back towards Tsunade with breathless urgency, only to see her softly smiling at him and looking at him in the same way a cat looks at mice in her trap. Shivuki's pupils dilated and his hand shook as he gulped down his discomfort and looked back at the card sporting 3 simple words, still having a hard time believing this was really happening. These 3 words, even now they brought a fearful shudder to every ninja who experienced the biggest crisis of Takigakure in recent history. The card stated, Yozuru was here. Chapter 346, Agreement and Few. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Shivuki warily eyed the calm and collected Tsunade, who curiously awaited his reaction. You. He shifted his complicated gaze back to the card, this. And a tiresome sigh left his lips. Are you here to steal Arjun Hiraki? He asked resignedly. Frankly, Shivuki liked to think he was a realist. Even without the card that basically said there is an SS rank individual that could level his village with the surrounding ground supporting Nadatsujusen, there was nothing Shivuki could do to the woman. If she was killed in Takigakure, all surrounding nations would come crashing at his village like a wave of hungry dogs. The best outcome would be to dissuade her with his words, but somehow, Shivuki doubted he would be capable of doing that. Steal is such a bad word. Tsunade mirthfully quipped, I came to check up on the girl. I am sure you know the deal, my dear friend. She pointed at the card in Shivuki's hands, had with Takigakure. Hearing that, Shivuki inwardly grimaced so much it almost spilled onto his expression. The deal, huh? More like conditions your dear friend forced us to accept. He bitterly thought, smart enough not to voice these thoughts out loud. Takigakure's previous leader, Shivuki's father, indeed did promise the person supporting Nadatsujusen that few would be given to her if the girl was mistreated. But there was no debate about what exactly mistreated meant. That's why Shivuki was anxious and resigned, knowing in which direction this meeting would most likely go. After all, people like Nadatsujusen didn't travel through several countries just to check on a girl she never even met. People like her sought benefits for their troubles. Shivuki was certain Nadatsu didn't come to Takigakure just to leave empty-handed. I see. Shivuki's mind worked overtime to come up with a suitable excuse or a way to delay the inevitable, but when after 2 minutes of silence Nadatsujusen lifted her eyebrow at him in a silent question, he could just sigh, in that case, I will send for few. With a hand gesture, one of the Takiambu hiding in the corner of the office quickly left. This was his defeat. In the meanwhile, would you be open to discussing a business cooperation between Takigakure and the Biribiri company? But that didn't mean he couldn't try to make this bad situation at least somewhat prosperous. Good question. Tsunade chuckled and turned to Rei before cutely tilting her head. Would I? She is playing with me. Shivuki realized, feeling indignant at how his serious question was turned into playful flirting. Stop messing with the kid. Rei chided as he poked the stomach of the whimsical woman on his lap, causing her to slightly yelp before pouting at him. Just look at the poor young sod who just wants to better his village. He is so anxious it is heartbreaking. The least you could do after all this emotional bullying is to throw him a small bone for his sad effort. Shivuki's polite smile faltered at that, but he decided to keep silent. After all, the man did insult him, but his words were in Takigakure's favor. As if it wasn't enough that the woman is insulting me in a way I can't refute. Now even her unknown partner does it. Shivuki's left eye twitched. It would have been so much better if he suspected them of having an ulterior motive, but Shivuki was mostly sure these two were mean to him simply for the sake of messing with him. It wasn't even about his young age anymore. If he was an old man, they would probably start throwing retirement jokes at him. Tsunade exasperatedly sighed. Rei, we are just exchanging some professional banter. This is how it is supposed to be in talks between businessmen. Just look at the boy. His indifferent facade didn't break even once. He clearly knows his shit. She playfully scolded Rei, her lips twitching, wanting to form a shit-eating grin at the hidden indignation present in Shivuki's eyes. Professional banter, my ass? Fuck you too, bitch. Shivuki got the sudden urge to break his facade just to prove her wrong and scowl at her as a pulsing vein showed on his forehead. It took a long deep breath to calm down. But, cooperation, huh? Seeing that her fun was over, Tsunade put her pointing finger on her chin in a pondering manner. I am sure we could agree on something. Finally, Shivuki mentally cheered as if Christmas came sooner this year. Then, let's. Outwardly, he just calmly nodded and the discussion between the two started while Rei focused on enjoying the softness of Tsunade's body on his lap. He wasn't really interested in this minor business deal. Fortunately for Shivuki, the second a business deal was started to be negotiated, Tsunade switched into her business mode and became fully serious. A half hour passed and Shivuki was delightfully pleased with the terms Tsunade offered him and his village. Thank you for your consideration, Miss Jusen. You are very kind. He was pleased enough to forget his former irritation. This much is only natural. Tsunade humbly stated, we both will benefit from the agreement. Inwardly, however, she rolled her eyes. Well, the least I can do is to give the kid some leeway. I did use him as a verbal punching bag, after all. It's not like my company will lose profit from it either. Young leaders these days. Give them some crumbs from the table and they are ready to worship you. She amusedly thought. Tsunade knew best that villages like Takigakuer did not have a lot of resources so the deal she brokered will be very beneficial for the village so she understood why Shivuki was so grateful. It's not like the major five actually offered help to minor villages like Takigakuer. In fact, they mostly hindered them in gaining the necessary resources. This deal with the Biribiri company was like a sage-given gift to Shivuki. After all, not even the major five hidden villages would dare to intervene in the matters of the Biribiri company in fear of enraging their daimyos. Just as the agreement between Takigakuer and the Biribiri company was signed, the door opened and a dark-skinned young girl with green hair walked inside the room, gathering the attention of the occupants on herself. Rei noted that Fu appeared quite cheerful but his trained eye revealed a different story. Her eyes showed loneliness and the way she moved screamed caution and readiness to flee at the moment's notice. Thankfully, it was not the body language of someone who is heavily physically abused. Both he and Tsunade expected some rough handling of the girl despite the warning Tsunade delivered a decade ago. And their expectations were apparently true if the way the girl behaved was any indication, but as a Jinhuriki, she clearly didn't have it bad. Hello. Fu cheerfully waved her hand at Tsunade and Rei in a greeting before turning towards Shivuki. You called, Shivuki-chi. Shivuki sighed under his nose at the antics of his resident Jinhuriki and her lack of manners. Shaking his head, he answered, yes. These two people came here to check up on your well-being. Fu, Nadetsu Jusen, and Rei. Rei, Fu, Nadetsu Jusen, Fu. He introduced them to the wide-eyed girl who looked at them with an open mouth, unable to comprehend that yes, there were people other than Shivuki concerned about her well-being. Normal ninja would get instantly suspicious but Fu, she only beamed at them. Seeing that, Tsunade kindly smiled at the tense Jinhuriki who was looking at her with eyes full of excitement. Hello, Fu. I heard various rumors about you during my shopping spree today. So this meeting between us was just a formality for her. Shivuki's cheek twitched as his eyes darkened. The date she had with Rei was just a way for her to scout the rumors in the village. Damn this crafty fox. Is that so? Fu tilted her head, the excitement in her eyes dimming a bit after hearing what Tsunade said. She knew the rumors about her and none was good. It made her dejected that her next offer will probably be rejected but Fu decided to try anyway. She cheerfully smiled, something that came naturally to her and she could by now make it actually seem real instead of fake, and spoke. Would you be my friend? I will do you one better, Fu-chan. Tsunade smirked. She knew the next part would utterly annoy Shivuki, if not drive him to a heart attack, and probably put Fu into a coma of happiness. She also made sure to insert a dramatic pause and only started to speak again when Fu curiously leaned forward with an expectant gaze and Shivuki finally broke his indifferent facade and showed a small frown. Inwardly satisfied with the reactions, Tsunade smiled. I will adopt you. Chapter 347, Leaving Takigakuer. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Needless to say, neither Shivuki nor Fu was prepared for Tsunade's statement. The difference between the two was that while Shivuki, for the first time since Rei met the boy, dropped all pretenses and outwardly freaked out, his head snapping towards Tsunade with a wide-eyed look full of bewilderment and disbelief, Fu seemed to totally blank out. What? You don't want to be adopted? Tsunade mock frowned at the utter lack of reaction from the Jinhuriki. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the perpetually cheerful girl actually became quiet instead of instantly jumping at the offer. Shivuki would have never thought he would see Fu being silent. He, however, did note that the girl threw him a brief questioning, and much to his chagrin, almost hopeful look as if asking what to do. It was obvious from the longing in her eyes that Fu wanted to cheerfully exclaim acceptance but Shivuki also understood that Fu of all people knew how painful it would be if this hope of hers was betrayed. That, and the girl probably did have at least a small measure of loyalty, if not to the village, then to him. Fu, it's fine. Shivuki reluctantly assuaged the girl's worries in a weak tone. He knew he would be losing his Jinhuriki today anyway and he already gained some deals so there was no real need to make this more painful and longer than it needed to be. They are really here to offer you a new home. A home where you won't be discriminated against because of being a Jinhuriki. Tsunade pipped in before Fu could process what Shivuki told her and come up with her own doubts. Fu's expression scrunched and the gears in her head were visibly turning, if a bit slowly at that admission. Did I perhaps misread the girl? She looks similar to Naruto, so I went with the reckless knucklehead approach, but Tsunade was starting to worry that her blunt blurting out what was going to happen was not working as intended, but Fu's pondering expression suddenly eased up and a small listless smile appeared on her face. Is there really such a place? She carefully asked, trying to muster up her usual facade of cheerfulness, fidgeting from nervousness. Yes. This time it was Rei who answered. You will even have some people in a similar situation like you to help you get settled down in Yozora. Tsunade's eyes slightly widened and gained a subtle calculating glint as she wondered why he revealed that, while Shivuki's eyes snapped towards Rei as the revelation they had other Jinhyuriki hit him like a train. His mind started quickly going through the information available to him, trying to find out which. He only managed to guess they had Nibi, but Rei sounded as if there were people, as in multiple. With the corner of his eyes, Rei noticed how deep in his thoughts Shivuki was and inwardly smirked. That should force him to investigate. And we all know that a small-time village such as Takigakure is shit at covert investigation considering their spy infestation problem. All 5 major hidden villages will know about this in less than a week, which means Akatsuki will get the memo in under a week and a half. Let them waste their time looking into Yozora. Less possibility of them interfering in the upcoming conflict this way. He chuckled, wondering to what extent his little ploy would work. Well, it was just a few simple words. It certainly didn't hurt him uttering them, so even if it had a minuscule effect, he won't be losing anything. Hearing Rei's words, Fu's face brightened. If there really were others with the same problem as she, then she really might find some friends. Then, I want to go with you, she exclaimed, eyes sparkling with expectations. It didn't take long for Fu to pack her belongings, which were in no way plentiful, and after she said her goodbye to Shivuki, who was practically the only person in Takigakure with some level of care for the poor girl, she was off with Rei and Tsunade. Fu was perplexed. This entire thing just happened too fast. From getting a message to come to Shivuki's office to being offered to be adopted and then being told to pack her things because they are leaving in an hour. She surmised her mind just didn't catch up to all the implications yet. A part of her was on the edge, thinking this might be a trap, while another part of her was berating her for being silly, that Shivuki would never allow her to leave with them if it was indeed so. A quite big part of her hoped it was all true, while another, more realistic part was skeptical after all her experiences in Takigakure. As they were walking on the road, getting further and further away from the place where she spent her entire life, the distraught Fu decided to once again make sure this was not just a dream. Are you really adopting me? She asked with some difficulty. It was a ridiculous concept. Fu was almost 13, meaning almost an adult according to the ninja rules. She didn't need to be adopted. And yet, she craved a family. This was important to her. It wasn't the dark-skinned woman who answered her, however. Don't worry, the man, Rei, smiled at her, causing her to duck her head a bit, while Nadetsu doesn't intend to adopt you herself. And that was apparently not the correct thing to say judging by how Fu stiffened. There are 2 people, Jinhyurikis of 2 and 3-tailed beasts, who are quite eager taking you in. He finished and chuckled at the deer in the headlights expression Fu was giving him. They recently had a small firecracker of a daughter, so you will also have a younger sister if you accept becoming a part of their family. Tsunade interjected, making Fu double as speechless as before. Is it really fine? Fu eventually muttered in a quiet and worried tone, I wouldn't want to be a bother. Since it was not really a question but a small mutter under her nose, neither Rei nor Tsunade deemed it important to answer Fu's quiet pondering. Nothing they would tell the girl now will reassure her. Only experiencing it for herself would alleviate her worries. To be honest, they didn't really need Fu for her combat potential or her Baijuyu. Having Nibi and Sanbai was good enough considering that Ichibai, Rokubai, and Kyuubi were basically under their command too. Getting Nanabi was not required. The only reason why Tsunade and Rei went to Takigakure was indeed to have a nice date. Tsunade just remembered her threat to Takigakure as she was planning the date, and it spiraled from there, resulting in the current situation. Well, giving the pitiful girl a family could be counted as their good deed for the year, so there was that. As they walked on the road, both Rei and Tsunade suddenly stopped, causing Fu, who was caught in her thoughts, to bump into Rei's back with a startled yelp. Come out, Tsunade lazily said, aiming her eyes at a particular tree on the side of the road. I'd grade your hiding 8 out of 10, but you guys are not really that good. 4 figures appeared in front of them in the middle of the road. Both Tsunade and Rei instantly recognized them, and when they saw the annoyed scowl the red-headed boy was sporting, let's just say they got this urge to mess with him. You are our escort? Rei asked and got 3 sets of deadpan looks in return that clearly asked if he was being serious. He knew them. They knew him. The answer was obvious. Alas, his question was not aimed at the owners of these 3 pairs of eyes but at the clueless redhead. Yes. You are late, the redhead stated in a monotonous voice, causing Rei to feel almost sorry for him as he saw Tsunade's lips twitch. Tsunade amusedly snorted before rolling her eyes and saying, Bitch, please. We are your clients. We decide if we are late or not. The redhead almost popped a vein. Chapter 348, Escort. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. The red-headed young man was clearly barely keeping himself from retorting if the massive frown and narrowed eyes plastered on his face were any indications. It was ever so obvious to Rei that he did not deal with clients often, and this was just a special circumstance. Rei lifted his eyebrow at the 3 companions of the man, causing them to give him an apologetic smile which made him blink in realization. Wait, so, he really has no idea who we are. He shot the redhead who was glaring at Naruto an incredulous look before his lips twitched in amusement. Who would have thought they would send Akasuna no Sasori as our bodyguard? Rei quipped, earning himself 2 male groans and 1 female chuckle from Sasori's companions. His remark did its job superbly as Sasori stopped having a stare-off with Tsunade and gave Rei an appraising look. Not a moment later, however, the tension in the air as if drained and Sasori's face became blank as he donned his professional face and nodded at Rei. Much to my misfortune, I was ordered to take these 3 genins. He slowly leaned his head in the direction of his 3 companions, to the Chunin exams in Konoha and complete this escort mission on the way, he said in an even and monotonous voice with just a small hint of displeasure. Tsunade snorted and crossed her hands on her chest. She knew she nor Rei requested this mission. When she saw just who was blocking their path, it was obvious why Pakura seemed so pleased when she heard about their date in Takigakure and that they intend to walk to Konoha from there. I will have to kick her ass during one of our spars. This is blatant gloating. She is basically showing off her genin team to me, knowing I have nothing that could match it among Konoha's teams. Tsunade understood the subtle dig for what it was. Sasori forcefully ignored Nadetsu's snort and continued speaking. I am Sasori, the fan-wielding girl is Temari, the boy in the catsuit is Kankuro, and the one with the sand gourd is Gaara. We will make sure nothing happens to you on your journey to Konoha. It was really hard to stop his lips from twitching for Rei as he watched Sasori conducting himself in the best professional manner he could. It was obvious he definitely did not want to be here and wanted to be done with the mission as fast as possible. Rei really tried. He really did. But it was just far too good of an opportunity not to troll him. Inclining his head at the 3 genins, Rei smiled. That's good to hear. We really needed somebody to carry our shopping bags. He started in a serious tone. You see, I and Nadetsu are planning to stop in every single town along the road for sightseeing. According to Nadetsu, she doesn't get many chances to travel, so she decided to use every opportunity she can to shop around. I am sure you will keep us safe during the following days. You have my gratitude, he said in a faux grateful tone and just watched as Sasori's eyes started to slightly widen in a barely veiled horror when he heard that. Rei could almost discern the colorful curses aimed at Pakura the redhead must have been using in his head from his disgruntled eyes as he barely kept himself from spluttering in indignation while Tsunade guffawed at Sasori's misfortune, shooting Rei a mirthful look. I didn't know I wanted to go on a shopping spree. Her eyes sparkled in amusement. Well, now you do. Rei's eye smile conveyed, causing her to almost burst out in laughter straight in Sasori's barely hidden sour expression. To be honest, she was somewhat pissed at Sasori's attitude. He and his hate for being left waiting. If she knew they would be waiting for her and Rei here, she would make it her mission to stop at a tea house before leaving Takigakure and leave them hanging for another 2 hours at the very least. He should be blaming Pakura for this. Funnily enough, Sasori wanted to hurry to Konoha because he wanted to meet and thank Tsunade Senjo for making the procedure to turn his puppet body back into a human one. He didn't like being delayed since he, as an accomplished medic in his own right, knew exactly how tough and impossible that feat was and how much effort it most likely took for Tsunade to create this method. He had nothing but utmost gratitude and reverence for the woman. I understand. Sasori ground out, his eyes glaring at Nadetsu who was the source of the upcoming impromptu shopping trip through the cities along the way. Stupid, arrogant, self-centered, rich bint. He mentally added. Now then, Rei turned towards the 3 genins and asked, how are you 3? Realizing that Rei didn't intend to keep their relationship secret from Sasori, they instantly got less standoffish. Gaara's tense posture relaxed, Kankuro's scowl eased almost into a grin, and Temari. Well, Temari disappeared in a burst of shunshin and glumped Rei into a tight embrace. Wait, what the heck is happening? Sasori looked between Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari glued to their client's chest in bewilderment. Did his team know the client or something? Rei awkwardly patted Temari's head, making her go rigid. It's been a while. How is your wind mastery? He asked, looking at the girl and noticing the profound blush she tried to hide by burrowing her head into his chest. I got better, sensei. Temari subduedly answered. I missed you, though, she added, and her hold on Rei became a bit more possessive. Tsunade lifted an eyebrow at that. At first, she was utterly shocked that the blonde glumped on Rei. She really did not expect it. After all, she had no idea her husband had time to frolic with young girls while she was hard at work, managing a ninja village for him. But when she noticed how panicked and utterly lost Rei looked, she instead grinned and enjoyed his dismay. No. From what she was seeing, Tsunade realized that her husband had no frigging idea what the heck was going on or that the girl's small crush on him had grown into a not-so-small one after he deliberately distanced himself from her. If I remember correctly, his words were that it was creepy seeing a small girl eyeing him with starstruck expectant eyes full of determination. Looks like his plan totally backfired, though. Tsunade inwardly chortled and patted the head of Fu who was awkwardly standing next to her. Instead of making the fangirl's crush fade with time, the distance just increased it. If that wasn't hilarious, then Rei's helpless face as he realized this fact certainly was. And it also explains why Pakura is so hellbent to push the girl in Rei's path. It's basically the exact same situation as with Konan and Izumi. Tsunade shook her head in amusement, deciding to enjoy the show. Sensei. Sasori thought in confusion, trying to piece together what the heck was going on. He read Temari's file. All of it. Even the classified one that contained her Umbu career. There was nowhere mentioned she had a teacher for the wind element. You will show me how much you advanced during our trip to Konoha, then. Rei slightly calmed down and decided to just wing it. Sure. Temari pulled a bit away, just enough so she could look Rei in the eyes. I made many new jutsu. I will definitely manage to hurt you, she exclaimed with a small blush creeping up on her cheeks. Hearing her, Sasori's eye twitched. Oi. We are here to protect them, not to who dash. You wish. Rei smirked at the girl in his arms. I do. Temari pouted. Sasori raised his hand before speechlessly dropping it back, not knowing what to do. I was just ignored. You do. Rei tilted his head, not expecting Temari's reply. Good, at least I am not the only one confused here. Sasori released a small relieved sigh. I will get the promised date. Temari stated, her blue eyes full of resolve. Even Tsunade lifted her eyebrow at that. How does harming the client get you a date? Sasori inwardly pondered, his confusion only growing. Oh. Rei exclaimed as he remembered what she was talking about. That's some really old promise you are swinging at me, Mari-chan. He jokingly chided. Promise is a promise, Temari firmly stated. But her gaze seemed quite uncertain and questioning as if she was asking a silent question. Promise is a promise. An amused voice repeated in Rei's head, earning itself a mental nudge from Rei, causing it to retreat with mirthful laughter. I guess, I did promise. Rei nodded in acceptance of his fate. What did the past me think when making this promise? Hurt me and you get a date? Seriously, past me. That wasn't the brightest moment of my life. I give up. Let's just accept that they know each other and that Temari trying to injure our client in some twisted attempt at flirting with him will be supremely annoying in the following days. Sasori tiredly sighed and rubbed his forehead to prevent the arising headache. He threw a look at Kankuro, silently informing him he was on the sister watching duty from now on, but the boy just lazily shrugged. He would try Gaara, if he wasn't certain the kid would just ignore him. The youngest was for some reason oddly fixated on protecting his extremely scary and violent sister that did not need any protection. Sasori inwardly lamented his fate. Really, he just had to get the most handful team into his care. I really need a moment of peace. Just me and my puppets. He wistfully shook his head. Akasuna no Sasori. We have come for your head. Two figures abruptly appeared in front of the group, shattering Sasori's heartfelt desire to pieces. You gotta be kidding me. Sasori robotically turned his deadpan gaze at them and instantly noticed it was his past colleagues from Akatsuki as he got the sudden urge to scream himself hoarse at some unwitting poor sod. Chapter 349, Sasori vs Kakuzu 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Akasuna no Sasori. We have come for your head. As the two new arrivals announced their presence, Temari instantly jumped out from Rei's embrace, positioning herself in front of him and Tsunade in a defensive stance with her battle fan fully open. Kankuro and Gaara reacted similarly and now stood next to Temari, blocking easy access to their clients and prepared for a fight, while Fio, who was previously hiding behind Tsunade out of shyness, was now also protectively standing in front of her. It was quite cute, in Tsunade's opinion. Sasori's reaction was much more subdued. He slowly turned towards his would-be assassins and sighed in frustration, his shoulders slumping as he became resigned to the bullshit happening around him. The very first time I leave Tsunagakure since my defection from Akatsuki and this happens. Just my luck. He mentally grumbled. Naturally, he was fully aware that this happened exactly because this was the first time he left Tsunagakure. This was the first opportunity for Akatsuki to show him the error of his ways without prematurely revealing their existence or having to face the entire village of ninjas. Haiden. Kakuzu. What an unpleasant surprise. Sasori said in a dry tone and sluggishly inclined his head, acknowledging their presence with an unbothered bored gaze that instantly pissed Haiden off. Oi, what do you mean, you bastard? This is a pretty good occasion. You should be happy to be sacrificed to Jashin-sama. He excitedly shouted, causing everyone to deadpan at him. Even Kakuzu facepalmed at that and let out a long, suffering groan. Excuse the moron. He is a new and not so bright addition. I am almost certain they recruited him just to make me stop killing my partners for being annoying. In fact, after a month with this idiot, I indeed started regretting killing my last partner. He dryly stated. I feel sorry for you. Sasori replied, showing a measure of understanding. Not. While the would-be combatants were having their pre-battle banter, Rei and Tsunade made themselves comfortable, sitting down and resting their backs on a nearby tree, watching the proceedings. Frankly, neither had any idea why Kakuzu and Haiden didn't try to ambush them. From what they were seeing, however, it seemed the two were not the brightest tools in the elemental nations, so there was that. Temari, Gaara, I will take on the stupid one. You two take on the stupider one while Kankuro and the green-haired little girl from Taki defend the clients. Sasori ordered. Understood. The three sand genins replied and their formation instantly shifted. Kankuro stayed in front of Rei and Tsunade, but Temari and Gaara distanced themselves from them in preparation to engage the enemy. And why would we go along with your battle plan? It is obvious that fighting team versus team will be better for us despite your numerical advantage. Kakuzu asked in mild amusement. Not that he thought separating would be a problem. Zetsu did his scouting and information gathering and found out Sasori was accompanying a genin team on their way to Konoha while also doing a mission in between. The only reason why they attacked now, instead of sooner, was that the clients would make this engagement extremely disadvantageous for Sasori. If, for some incomprehensible reason, Kakuzu and Haiden had a hard time dealing with Sasori, they could always just target the important clients and Sasori will have to focus on protecting them. Not that Kakuzu thought it would come to that. 2 S-rank ninjas against 1 S-rank and a bunch of genins? This will be a piece of cake. Because it is obvious you two are just that stupid. Sasori deadpanned in reply and Kakuzu started to get annoyed. He was about to retort again but apparently, he failed to take into account Haiden's short fuse. Haiden didn't like being called stupid by a traitor and as anger took over, he charged at Sasori, shouting in anger and brandishing his scythe in a threatening manner. No, stop, you moron. Kakuzu exclaimed in surprise, only now realizing Sasori's words were not aimed at him but at Haiden. Sasori didn't react to Haiden's charge in any way, just dispassionately looking at him as he was quickly closing the distance and Kakuzu instantly realized it was a trap. It was too late, however. Haiden was almost upon Sasori, his rageful focus fully aimed at the young-looking redhead. The only warning he got was subtly rising winds in the area before a massive influx of crushing winds in the form of a barely visible wind snake suddenly slithered around Sasori, rushing at the incoming Haiden. The Jashinist managed to only widen his eyes as the snake made of winds opened its jaw and smashed straight into his waist. Haiden was swept from his feet due to the extreme wind pressure and the snake-like wind construct caught him in its jaws, carrying him through the air. Normally, a wind jutsu would simply blow him back but Kakuzu cursed as he watched the wind snake do something that was deemed impossible for wind jutsus once they are released. It twisted mid-air, changing direction and pushing the struggling and bleeding Haiden away from him while creating multiple gashes all over his body. Something told Kakuzu he would not be getting time to stitch his partner up. The bigger problem, though, was that it was not Sasori who used the wind jutsu. In an instant, Kakuzu adjusted his mindset. What he thought to be an easy job was shaping up to be slightly more troublesome. His first reaction was to run towards Haiden, not letting them be separated since he doubted Haiden could beat someone capable of such a strong ranged wind jutsu. Frankly, he didn't doubt Haiden's power. He doubted his intelligence. Haiden clearly had enough brute strength and endurance to face S-rank ninja but he was not a very bright guy. A ranked wind user who could dice and slice him from afar was the moron's natural enemy with his penchant for rushing in head-on and whatnot. Unfortunately for Kakuzu, his instincts abruptly screamed at him, forcing him to jump back, widening the distance between him and Haiden even more as a large pyramid made of iron dust almost flattened him. See? Sasori smugly asked, trying to distract Kakuzu as he inwardly focused on shaping the objects from the iron dust. He made use of Kakuzu's short distraction and surprise when Temari revealed her jutsu to summon his third Kaze cage puppet without being noticed. Kakuzu couldn't answer as a cube of iron sand flew at him, making him dodge, much to his frustration, again in a direction that got him further from his partner. The cube landed and Kakuzu managed to evade it but as he was about to go into offensive, the cube suddenly lost its shape and spikes erupted from its surface, forcing Kakuzu to hastily step back. It wasn't the end though. New spikes arose from the old spikes as the iron dust shifted, causing Kakuzu to inwardly curse as he was yet again made to back off even more. The spikes were dangerously aimed at his chest area and Kakuzu realized the puppet bastard was fully using the intel he gathered during his time in Akatsuki. He obviously knew his biggest advantage and weakness. The same trick wouldn't work multiple times. When the iron dust again rearranged itself to create a new set of spikes rushing at Kakuzu, he, instead of jumping back again, crouched as his hands blurred into a sequence of quick seals. All he needed was a small breathing room to shift from defense to offense. Wind release, pressure damage, he exclaimed, creating a current of highly pressurized winds and making it smash into the iron dust. When he saw Kakuzu forming his hand seals, Sasori cursed and scrambled to counter it. He only barely managed to predict what technique his opponent was about to use and made his Kaze cage puppet gather its iron dust, shifting it from spikes to a wall. He couldn't let it reach his genins, or worse, the clients. Wind release, pressure damage was a far too widespread jutsu and Sasori was fully aware Kakuzu used it only because he had no regard for Haiden's well-being. Well, Haiden should be strong enough to deal with some genin brats. I guess I will have to deal with Sasori by myself. Kakuzu grinned as he watched his technique battle with the wall of iron dust for supremacy. His winds would eventually lose. That much he knew, but this earned him a much-needed window of opportunity. His hands again blurred into another set of hand seals as he announced, lightning release, false D. Kakuzu's eyes widened as he noticed a tendril of iron dust coming at him from the back. Realizing his intel on the amount of iron dust Sasori could manipulate through his puppet was too outdated, Kakuzu spun on his heel, Arcness, and finished his technique, causing a massive and very concentrated lightning strike to intercept the incoming iron dust, unhappy that he was unable to throw it at Sasori. Lightning release, false darkness was not a defensive technique but its eclectic properties electrified the iron dust, making it huddle together into a blob and causing Sasori's control to slightly slip. He was unable to continue with his surprise attack. Fortunately for Sasori, Kakuzu's wind technique was finished and his iron wall managed to keep it contained. He could once again stop focusing on its form and let it crumble into a dune of iron dust, only giving it a small nudge to create a wave of iron dust rushing at Kakuzu. Kakuzu naturally dodged it with ease but that didn't matter. Sasori's next attack was already prepared. All he had to do was to keep Kakuzu occupied and away from Haiden. If he was attacked when alone, Sasori would be mildly worried. attacking him when he was escorting the Suna siblings. Now that was a mistake. He was one of Tsunagakure's higher UPS, and while he was not privy to many secrets because of his past, he at the very least knew that Temari was one of the village's best umbu, Kankuro was his on and off student, and Gaara had his own reputation. If you think I will just roll over and die for you, then you have another thing coming. I plan to spend many years creating my artworks. Unfortunately for you, that means you will have to die here. Sasori coldly smirked as he felt a huge chakra fluctuation coming from a distance away. Suddenly, a massive wave of sand rose towards heaven in the distance behind Sasori before falling down and leveling a good part of the forest with the ground, creating a small ocean of sand and broken trees. Kakuzu's eyes widened at the scale of that attack in the distance, and for the first time, he started to have doubts about Haiden's capability to deal with these genins. I will have to hurry this up. There is no way I can face whatever little monster that can cause that much damage and Sasori at the same time. If I fail to kill Sasori before his brats deal with Haiden, I will have to retreat. He sourly realized and clicked his tongue. Well, it was better to live and get scolded by the leader rather than lay down his life for this no longer so easy mission. Seeing Kakuzu's brief faltering, Sasori couldn't help but feel a bit amused. I almost pity the fools. They thought I would be an easy target only to unknowingly attack one of Tsunagakure's strongest teams. It is definitely not me who is the most dangerous person here. Chapter 350, Temari and Gaara vs Haiden. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Temari marveled at how easily Sasori riled up the lanky scythe wielder. It was a mixture of ignoring his presence as if he was totally unimportant while trash-talking him alongside his partner. She surmised these two hadn't been working together for long, since the calmer one seemed to be utterly unaware of how irritated his partner became when he started calling him annoying. The result? The scythe wielder was rushing at Sasori with murder in his eyes, totally disregarding his surroundings. It would have been a sin not to make use of his distraction. Plus, she was aware Sasori wanted her to take on the scythe wielder. His small talk with the calmer one told her that much. At first, she thought he was being awfully chatty, but when he started giving subtle hints of what he wanted her to do, the reason became obvious. Temari quickly swung her battle fan, channeling her chakra through it and using an advanced wind manipulation to form and send at the guy a barely visible wind construct that was occasionally showing its shape via shimmering when it was not blending into the surrounding. Much like with her basic wind slashes, she didn't need to invoke the name of her jutsu, which only added the stealth effect. The scythe wielder only noticed it when it was far too late. Her wind construct took a firm hold of him and carried him away, further into the forest. Let's go. She turned towards Gaara, getting an acknowledging nod in return. She could take the guy on by herself, but she didn't want to undermine Sasori's authority. Unfortunately, this was not a time to show off for Rei. Moreover, if she so blatantly disobeyed orders and left Gaara behind, it wouldn't make her look good anyway. Before they could start running after the unwillingly relocated Haiden, Rei decided to give them a small bit of advice. Don't let yourself be cut by him. He started, stopping Temari and Gaara in their tracks. If you let him get a hold of your blood, make sure to prevent him from forming his ritualistic circle. And if you let him get your blood and make the circle, then you will have to prevent him from stabbing himself in a fatal place, for it would kill you. Just make sure to gently remove him from the ritualistic circle before destroying it with earth jutsu or something. He quickly summed it up, knowing they didn't have the time for a lengthy explanation. Hearing him, both Temari and Gaara seriously nodded, understanding that Rei's warning is not just because he is bored, and disappeared in a burst of speed, rushing towards Haiden. They found him half a kilometer further in the forest, cursing like a sailor as the multiple cuts on his body caused by Temari's jutsu were significantly restricting his movement. Temari frowned at that. The wind snake should have carried him at least a kilometer away and shred him to pieces. His body must be incredibly strong if his struggle managed to drain the chakra reserves in the jutsu so fast. She glanced at Gaara, who, judging by how his eyebrows furrowed, clearly also understood this too. Ranged, it is. Their eyes met and the plan of engagement was instantly formed. Separating, the two siblings ran in opposite directions to get into a position where they could better support each other with ranged attacks without needlessly endangering each other. Haiden finally noticed them and his expression twisted into a scowl. That hurt you, bitch. He screamed at Temari. It almost made me aroused. You are quite good, girlie. So much pain. Ah, so good. His eyes briefly rolled back as a stupid grin stretched on his lips. It was gone as quick as it arrived though, and Haiden abruptly focused on Temari with sharp focus. A pity I gotta kill ya. Maybe we could have some fun before I sacrifice you. What do ya say? He proposed. No, thanks. Temari sneered in reply, her disgust apparent from her expression. She would rather die than let this creep touch her. Ah, whatever. Not like I need your permission. In fact, it is better that you will resist. I will just cut off your limbs and then take you. It will be glorious. Haiden exclaimed and spun his scythe around his body, bending his knees in preparation for a mad dash straight at Temari, and leaped. His speed was nothing to scoff at, but the distance between him and Temari was considerable, so both she and Gaara had enough time to counter him. Haiden was already halfway through the distance towards his target when he suddenly felt something tightly wrap around his right leg, pulling him back. It almost caused him to trip as he was mid-dash. Only thanks to his trained reflexes did he manage to put his left foot forward, stabilizing his balance. His dash, however, was interrupted. Haiden looked down and saw a small tendril of sand wrapped around his right ankle, causing him to snarl as his eyes found Gaara, who was now positioned straight behind him. "You dare to stand in the way of Jashin-sama? I will gut you, you heretical swine!" He hysterically screamed as he turned around, preparing to throw his scythe at Gaara. A colossal amount of pressurized wind smashed into his back, causing his feet to leave the ground as it propelled him forward and broke his spine in several places. "Ha, turning your back at me," Temeri thought with a sadistic smirk. Haiden was uncontrollably barreling through the air, straight towards Gaara. Unfortunately for him, Gaara wasn't about to let him come closer and used the tendril of sand still binding his ankle to jerkily stop him. This made his body come to an abrupt halt and smash into the ground face first with a bone-shattering crunch as a crater was created under him. Frankly, it was a bit disappointing. The man was clearly physically strong and fast enough to pose a threat even to the strongest people in Sunagakure, but his modus operandi was basically just run, hack and slash, rinse and repeat. It wasn't hard to outsmart him. Gaara and Temeri thought it was over and started to slowly approach Haiden's body. Gaara was closer, so he naturally arrived first. Only for Haiden to spring up, his body somehow healed from the injuries they inflicted upon him and his eyes gleaming with madness as he brandished his scythe at the surprised Gaara, who was now in his range. Haiden's scythe rushed through the air, straight at Gaara's right shoulder. The scythe was getting closer and closer and Haiden's smile was widening and gaining more bloodlusting appearance by the second. As the blade of his scythe was about to bite into the soft flesh of his victim, his world for some reason turned black. "That was close. I was careless," Gaara thought in displeasure, watching as a massive amount of sand erupted from underneath him, engulfing Haiden, stopping his attack, and washing him away like a tsunami. Even Temeri had to jump upward and use her battle fan to float in the air as the veritable ocean of sand flooded a good part of the forest, breaking and flattening trees. Temeri flew towards Gaara, who was standing on a floating platform made of sand. "You should be more careful," she gently admonished. Despite his power, her brother was not very experienced. She liked to coddle him, which might or might not have resulted in him not getting any dangerous missions since he became a genin. His combat experience amounted to occasional sparring with her or Lady Pakura. "You are right." Gaara impassively nodded as they landed on the ground. "I didn't expect him to be capable of healing. Your jutsu clearly snapped his spine, so I thought that was it. Let's make sure he is incapacitated for real this time, shall we?" Temeri grinned and affectionately ruffled Gaara's hair, making him frown at her in embarrassment. "Yeah," he mumbled, knowing that trying to make her stop was futile. It was then that Haiden erupted from the sand close to them, but Temeri already expected that. Anyone who could survive her pressurized wind would have no problem surviving Gaara's sand tsunami, especially since he didn't harden it. The second Haiden jumped from the sand, he was impacted with yet another wind jutsu resembling a tornado. It was a very brutal and powerful one. Haiden's body was suspended in the air, unable to escape as wave after wave of sharpened swirling wind landed on him like a cutting whiplash. Chunks of his body were continuously being cut off, flying all over the place due to the strong winds. A faint crimson mist started to form around him from all the blood that was brutally slashed out of his body, and Haiden could only scream as his body was being dismantled. Temeri manipulated the winds with her chakra, causing the pieces of Haiden to fly all over the sandy ocean created by Gaara, making sure they are not too close to each other. Understanding what his sister wanted, Gaara started to bury these body parts deep underground, making them sink into his sand as if it was hungry quicksand. It didn't take long for almost all of Haiden to be completely cut apart and be buried all over the place. It was brutal, bloody, ruthless, and efficient. Temeri refused to give Haiden an opportunity to showcase his strength. It was better to dispatch him before he found out how to counter their ranged attacks. "We are done here. He won't be shrugging off that," Temeri said, doubting their opponent could get out of this even if he could heal fatal injuries. "Ah, just one little assurance, then," Gaara said in his usual monotone and knelt down on one knee, slamming his palm into the sand. Grand sand burial. An underground shockwave spread through the ocean of sand, pressurizing and compressing it, crushing anything inside of it. Temeri chuckled, nodding her approval before she turned around, intending to return to Rei and Tsunade, only to stumble. Gaara quickly caught her, worry apparent on his face. "Ah, this last one was my special S-rank jutsu. Don't worry, I just slightly overexerted myself. Nothing a good night's sleep can't fix," she reassured him. "Maybe I can ask Rei for a massage, hee. Temeri and Gaara returned in almost no time. Rei and Tsunade were quite impressed with how easily they dispatched Haiden. Naturally, they observed the fight and the strategy the siblings used was commendable. A pincer attack by two range-oriented fighters was extremely effective against close-quarters combatants, especially the stupid ones. As they came closer, Temeri approached Tsunade. "Any use for this?" she asked as she dangled Haiden's severed head in front of her, holding it by his hair. "What do you think I would need that for?" Tsunade lifted her eyebrow at the girl, amused at the hateful and somewhat aroused look of the still-alive Haiden, and suspected the man would be barking one vulgarity after another while moaning if his tongue was not cut off. "Well, Lady Pakura always says you are interested in dubious medical experiments, and I think a guy capable of surviving having his head cut off would fall into that category." Temeri nonchalantly shrugged. Tsunade gave Haiden's head a deep look for a moment before she shook her head. "Nah, not interested." "Oh, well." Temeri nodded and was about to throw Haiden's head away, intending to let Gaara bury it as the rest of his body, but Rei interjected. "Give it here," he said, taking out a scroll from his pocket. His interest in the severed head surprised even Tsunade, and he suddenly found himself under the scrutiny of 5 pairs of eyes. Burying him fully is unsafe. Someone, Rei's eyes flickered towards the spot from where Zetsu was watching them, making Tsunade's eyes gain an understanding glint, could easily dig him out and put him back together. I am taking the head with us, he explained with a small innocent smile, utterly ignoring how ruthless he sounded to Haiden. In fact, the Jashinist would have shivered in pleasure at such brutality if he still had his body. These people, judging by their ruthlessness and brutality, they definitely must have been Jashinists in their past lives. Author note. So, yeah, you might notice that Haiden went down very easily. Honestly, I have a hard time imagining Haiden being capable of putting up a fight against even Shippuden Temari. The Temari in my story is definitely a lot stronger, so it is only natural that he got dismantled like a kid fighting an adult. I mean, every Akatsuki member has techniques and smarts to get around in any kind of situation except Haiden. I always thought Haiden would be next to useless against a bona fide ranged fighter who knows what he or she is doing and won't let him get close. Plus, it is not obvious from the story, but Haiden at this stage is a newbie in Akatsuki. He is not yet at the level he was when he fought Asuma, so there is that. And I also didn't really want to stretch this fight to multiple chapters.